Hello, everyone, and welcome to yet another day of coverage from the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series right here in the Principality of Monaco. Sporting Monte-Carlo, the backdrop, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. To kick things off here today, we're going to bring you coverage of Event 7, the 30K, as things wind down a little bit from a front-loaded festival, Randy. But, of course, yesterday it was anything but wound down. It was wound up, tensions very high, and even though the weather has given way to some storminess outside, a big ray of sunshine came down upon the head of one Christoph Vogelsang. Randy and I were here with the call, and let's flash back as to how things shook out in event number 6, the 100K. Nine players would work their way to the final table. Among them was one Francisco Benitez, playing under the Uruguayan banner. He would dig in with a couple of queens against an ace-queen, which improbably would jump into the lead on an ace-high board and turn into a backdoor nut flush. Nothing wrong with Benitez's approach, and nothing wrong with a $288,000 payday for the Triton freshman. Now then, the man that everybody seemed to be pulling for in the chat, one of the biggest names in all of poker, Phil Ivey, down to just $675,000. He would get it in, and then over the top would come the same kit that Dvoris brought to Benitez's demise. Nut flush draw on the flop for Punat Punsri, and the king-queen. Couldn't find the necessary help. Ivey out in eighth, $372,000 going his way. Then Ben Heath with a couple of aces would manage to find an ace-queen that would not end up a winner at Showdown, and it would belong to Jonathan Jaffe in a bad way. 887 would leave him drawing dead on the turn, as Jaffe would collect a $500,000 plus, courtesy of 7th with 6 remaining. It was the Canadian Dan Dvoris who brought the chimney sweep chic to the party. Queen 9 suited. He would jam and run right on into Lord Vogel's aces.
What the fuck is these aces every hand? It's probably up there too, right?
It was certainly an aces-rich environment. Jack 5 deuce. And the Queen 9 couldn't find the needed outs on the turn, is yet again sweat-free. Dvoris out in 6th, $672,000. Then with 5 remaining, Heath, who had already claimed a pelt, would find his claimed by Vogelsang, who would decide with a couple of 5s to play back at a King 3 open. The ambitions did yield some hope on the 7-6-3. 3 or a king needed on the turn or the river. Unavailable, however, as Vogelsang showered Ben Heath. $858,000 would go to Ben. Then it was the turn of Thailand's all-time leader in terms of tournament winnings, Punat Punsri, a King 7 suited. Barbero in the big blind with the massive stack. He was an overwhelming chip leader coming into this final table. Would decide to give Punat a spin. Ace-Jack 9 board would put Barbero in front with the pair, and no king could be found by Punat, as he was forced to concede with the first of the 7-figure payouts, $1.068 million. Podium set, but the order not determined, as the final 3.
2.7. Yeah, close.
Barbero, Tang, and Vogelsang. Danny dominating Nacho in a wonderful spot to lay claim to $6 million, and then Queen 10-7 would put Barbero in front, hitting his dangler. Plenty of outs for Danny. King or a jack. Robust rail calling for it, but instead it was trip 7s for Nacho. As Danny adding some important points to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race, but adding $1.296 million to his career Triton totals, and leaving behind Vogelsang and Nacho to do epic battle. They traded blows. It went back and forth for quite some time. They did make a deal coming in. Played for $500,000. Ultimately, it was King 10 against Queen 8. Barbero looking to double. Things were kept clean on the turn. And then they were soiled on the river by a king of diamonds, and you could just see the excitement on Christoph Vogelsang's face as the sweet relief of breaking the seal 6 years into his Triton journey, a first title. $2.198 million would go to Barbero, but the Lions' share, $2.644 million of the overall prize pool, went to Christoph Vogelsang, Randy. And I'll tell you what, we were walking out of the building with them, and I can't remember a time where either of us had borne witness to someone, especially a guy like Vogelsang, who now is over $30 million in career earnings in poker, was that excited and emotional.
Oh, he was so excited, you know. And yes, he's someone who's been at these kind of stakes, has won big prizes before. But, you know, one of the things that stood out to me when we were out there late at the night after his win was he said, I'm just grateful to be here, having the opportunity to play these high stakes. You know, I think a lot of players take it for granted, and it's just really nice to see a gracious winner.
Yeah, incredibly humble, a lot of gratitude on display without question. Curious, however, as to who you think, because we don't really know the answer to this one, pushed more for that play for 500 sort of deal, because the original pay differential was $900K, and normally when guys make a deal, they don't leave nearly that much to play for. Nacho came in $14 million to $10 million advantage.
You're exactly right, right? Most of the time when people make a deal, they want to leave the bare minimum. In this case, they left a lot of prize to play for, $500,000. Yeah. I'm not really sure who, because usually you would assume the player that wants to leave a big prize to play for is the guy with more chips, which was Nacho. But I kind of get these vibes. It was maybe Christoph Vogelsang, someone who was once upon a time a heads-up specialist at a very wide range of stack sizes. So that's my opinion, and I felt like in the heads-up match, you can see he was very confident, willing to play a lot of post-flop spots, and that would be my guess.
Who can forget that Christoph kind of made his mark in the mid-2010s, along with that German delegation that took poker by storm, the likes of Fedor Holz Company, Rainer Kempe. So clearly, a lot of experience there. Much of it was on display in that heads-up match. Let's turn our attention then to Nacho Barbero. He has had an absolutely incredible year here at Triton. Vietnam, his first full slate festival. It did pop into Madrid the prior calendar year, but $9 million in career Triton earnings. Really, Vogelsang only $2 million despite all of the festivals that he had under his belt, in contrast to Nacho. This, though, his fourth second-place finish, and you got to wonder whether or not, with that many data points, 5 heads-up appearances here in Triton, only able to hoist the title once, he isn't feeling like maybe he needs to go back to the lab and make some adjustments.
It's possible, you know, like maybe when you lose 1, you lose 2, you're thinking maybe it's due to variance. He did lose 4 matches out of 5. Clearly a phenomenal player, being able to get that many opportunities heads up in just 1 year alone. But the thing is, these are top-notch players, so you can't really get away with just kind of winging it a bit. You know, I'm sure he's going to review the tape and see if he can make some adjustments, but
the thing is, the fate that befalled Nacho in this situation in terms of coming in with that massive stack, not unlike others before him that weren't able to complete it, it kind of exonerates him from full culpability. Mario Masbach, already at this festival, Adrian Mateos, and now Barbero. Massive chip leaders coming into FTs, not getting it done.
You know, they did have like the massive chip lead, at least half the chips at play, you know, when they're 5-handed or so and lower. But then again, you're playing world-class players. You're going to expect that they know how to maneuver those short stacks. Just because you have a big stack doesn't guarantee you a win. We're playing poker after all.
And, of course, with the blinds going up, those big chip leads get diluted a little bit as time goes on. And when the shorter stacks get absorbed, if you're not the one that's claiming the victims, then obviously other people are working their stacks up like Vogelsang did as well. So then, Player of the Festival discussion. Time for that. It's taking shape a little bit. Matthias Eibinger just ahead of Vogel. He took down the main against Mateos. And now Vogel right behind him. So obviously we're keeping it in Eastern Europe, I would say. The Germans and the Austrians. Central Europe, is it? My geography is a little bit funky. There it is. Dempsey nodding his head yes there. Something to keep an eye on. Of course, let's not overlook the fact that Danny Tang did take down important points, and he's been a shot caller in terms of saying that he's going to make a mark as time goes on. So then, let's turn our attention with that 100K in the books to the matter at hand here today. Winding back, it's a 30K. Everybody can exhale a little bit. We're no longer in suits and waistcoats. I know Luca's going to love that I called it that and not a vest. But a little more relaxed environment here. Second day of this 30K. Back to what normally is a time where guys are warming up and kind of sharpening their skills before they get into the deep streets. You think with things front-loaded that we're going to see sharper edges in this 30K?
I mean, there's a lot more people out for this tournament. You know, we had 96 uniques playing this, but it is a massive prize up top. Normally, you say 30K, you're not expecting a 7-figure score, which is first just above 1 million. So it's a lot to fight for still.
145 entries in total were compiled and amassed. A very impressive 96 uniques, Randy. That's good turnout. Obviously, being on the European continent lends to that a little bit. 37 players are going to be coming back. Let's dive into the Triton Poker Plus app here. As we can see, we have the blinds at 10 and 25,000, and it is going to be Dimitar Danchev, who brings in a very impressive stack as a Triton freshman. Ole Shemian, a sophomore, right there with him. 82 bigs, 81 bigs, neck and neck. And again, the theme of coming in as a Triton first-timer and making splashy moves early in play emerges. Is it an advantage to not have people know who you are and how you approach things?
It actually is a slight advantage just because there's players who play the Triton Tour exclusively, so they won't know some of these newcomers. They'll have no data points watching back the streams. Just really, they got that bit of mystery. It's like, oh, is he aggressive? Is he willing to kind of make some, you know, out-of-line plays, you know, and that's important, and it's allowed these newcomers to be able to accumulate chips in spots where others might not be able to get away with.
Mikita Batsiakuski, the man who was once tied at the top in terms of all-time winningest Triton players, title-wise, 4 titles. The breakout by Kuhn, now sitting at 9. He finds himself at one of our 2 featured tables here today as we dive back into the app and just take a look at the company that he's got. Chad Eve Sledge, a very talented player, punching his ticket into a Triton for the first time. KCG always keeps things interesting. And then another first-timer in Tim Busso out there as well. This is going to be an exciting grouping.
Yes, and, you know, we haven't seen Mikita kind of make a big splash, you know, in 2023. No title yet, but we know he's hungry. He saw Jason pass him up in terms of titles, and, you know, he wanted to kind of keep up with him, but unable to do so. Perhaps this 30K is the one where maybe he'll get it done. Still
does have $2.5 million in earnings on the year, but of course, eluding him is that title. We'll see how things shake up for Mikita here today. Let us then turn our attention to the other feature table as I pop my head back into the app, and drum roll please, here we have it. Danchev, the overall chip leader, and just look at what he's going to have to contend with. Espen Jorstad, former World Series of Poker main event winner, and how about Chidwick?
This is a tough table, you know, and both Chidwick and Jorstad, as well as Ponnikovs, have quite a bit of chips available to him. You can see Webster Lim right behind with a massive stack as well, so he's not going to get away with just raising relentlessly. It's going to be a tough one, as expected with most of our tables here.
No question about it. Looking down at the min cash, 23rd is going to get you 51,000 rather. That's going to be a 3 payout band, as is standard and customary, before we get up to the big stuff. And the big stuff up top, as we mentioned, 7 figures in a 30K, staggering, and obviously this is a very important event, just like any of the others that preceded it. We've already talked about the guys up at the top of the chip count, Randy. Now let's cast our eyes down toward the bottom, where we find Johannes Straver on that red table that we showed you just moments ago, the lone man with sub-10 blinds. Going to have to make something happen, but you got a number of other short stacks in there, including Eve Sledge and JNT.
Yes, you know how it is. Short stacks, they just got to roll the dice and see where it lands. It's that point when they're going to get close to the money soon, so hopefully they can double and find an opportunity.
And as we close in on the money, some things to take note of. You'll see red time banks delivered to the field. That's part of the fast action system, where the pre-flop clock of 20 seconds typically shortened to 10 seconds. Those time chips can be used for an extra 10 seconds exclusively in unopened pots pre-flop. And then, of course, everything is standard and customary after that. If the pot is opened, you still get 20 seconds, and you can use a blue chip. So something to be mindful of as we march toward the money, but still 17 bust outs between now and then. Should be an exciting day of play. Did you do anything exciting before we got into work today?
No. Did you?
No, I slept right on in. Randy and I burned the midnight oil. 3:30 in the morning by the time we got back to the hotel. Vogel saying, didn't look tired at all, though. In fact, I'm not sure he slept, as happy as he was to take down that 100K. So then, let us send you back into the arena for yet another day as this Monaco Festival rolls on. And there is your first look at the official chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. 10.25 blinds. 2 million plus for Donchev.
Yeah, and he's got so many chips relative to the short stack. Johannes Strava sitting on 6.
No headache?
First hand ready to go.
No.
Do want to make a quick correction. I mentioned 37 players were coming back today. It's actually 34.
Oh, 10 seconds only.
Why? How do we on?
Why 10 seconds?
Something.
Webster, one of those bigger stacks here. Couple of 9s.
Just to speed things up before the bubble.
Before the?
Bubble.
Well, I think it's go time. You're the shortest stack. You've got ace jack.
Raises, then you get 20. It's only
On the button
first
is Strava.
section.
And he agrees with you, Randy. 160.
Shall we roll the dice? Slightly weighted towards Chinwei Lim, also known as Webster.
Very meaningful 380K pot for Strava's purposes, which he needs to take down to stay alive here. Early goings, queen high board. Not the one he had in mind. Will he find some backdoor added outs? No, the 6 of spades, dashing those hopes. Can he find an ace or a jack and stick around? No.
GG. Like guys.
And right away,
Seat open, table 2.
we claim a victim here. Day 2 of the 30K.
3 bet wide. Anyone there?
Strava coming into this one just shy of $1 million in Triton earnings, 6 cashes. Will not have the opportunity to add to those tallies. Did finish 11th in the 100K, by the way, for 240,000, so that was nice. Not so nice, though, that walk right
That's
there.
a long
I
walk.
mean, it's pretty, but it's lonely.
Back to the hotel, wait for the next event.
Have you ever walked back to the registration desk after busting, even though registration was closed, because you just wanted to get back in so bad and you forgot, and you're like, oh, that's right.
I have when I busted like the WSOP main event, just my hotel. I just walked back instead of taking a taxi. Just as
Oh, man. Not staying on site, Randy?
no, I wasn't. Just as punishment. That was a long time ago.
I don't deserve an Uber.
It was hot.
Gets a little toasty out in the desert.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Alex Ponikovs of Latvia. Will limp in, blind versus blind, as Donchev allows it. Boss stack in the big, flopping a flush draw here. Unclear what Ponikov's side card is.
Just a paired board on this BVV spot.
Ponikov's, by the way, another one of those remaining names that can be a bit surprising to learn doesn't have a Triton title yet. 7.7 million in career earnings, 11 cashes. He's made 2 FTs in 4 events already here in Monaco, on form without question.
Yeah, we always seem to find him deep in the biggest buy-ins. Triton just a nice place for him to get that opportunity. And Donchev with the flush draw, 1 overcard to the 7. And saw
Takes
him
us
bring in more
upstairs.
chips.
65, and obviously Ponikov's nothing to write home about.
That was
See
easy.
a little.
Did he say that was easy?
No.
For both of them, it would seem. Well, how about a peek over at our other feature table, where
You refill.
KCG's rather complicated relationship with buttons is yet again on display. I love to see it. There's nobody that looks more relaxed than him. By the way, seems like he might be putting up some weight in the gym.
Yes, there's a this is one more button undone than normal.
Yeah.
because like it's hand for hand.
I don't know if with dudes we're allowed to call it cleavage, but you know, there it is.
But it's a little bit too complicated.
Man's in shape. Now here's Tim Busso,
If it was only pre-flop, but if you can still use the other one's pre-flop,
He's a newcomer.
it negates
and
the
he's
first effect.
incredibly young.
Just confusing.
Initially, we were stating that he was 23 years of age. He corrected us, said, no, 21.
Really?
That young, my friend.
He might be the youngest player here.
I would put my money on it.
KCG's in, Queen Jack off.
Vads having company after raising from the button. All spade affair, giving Badziakuski king high flush and middle pair.
Yeah, usually you don't really expect someone to be raising king 3 offsuit on the button, but he feels he's got advantage against KCG in the big. No spade in hand. He's out. I feel like you've got something to say about Makita's getup here.
So it appears to be... Now, normally that triangle is guess, but I don't think
It's probably...
that's what he's working
no,
with.
I don't think so either.
Remember, he was wearing a lot of that urban... What was that
That
brand?
Boris one, the Russian thing. Yeah.
Urban Boris?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Unclear whether or not this is another piece from their collection. He is a stylish young man, though.
Mm-hmm.
See, like Busso, this is stylish as well. I like it, the LV monogram. But that's something that you might mess around, walk through the streets of Monaco, right into someone wearing the same thing. With Makita, he doesn't ever have to worry about that.
That's true.
At least not on the Triton Tour.
No. Raising Jack 3 of diamonds in the cutoff, you know, King 3 off the last hand. Really has widened his ranges at this table. By no means standard, and here comes KCG in the small.
You think that you think these opens have a little something to do with the idea he wants to play pots in position against KCG?
I would think so, because you do tend to make your chips being in position and players that you perceive to have an edge against. Also, the shorter the stacks the blinds are, the less they can really defend, given there's 33 left.
Paused on Lewis Spencer's ace-deuce in the big blind, who, by the way, appears to have reached for the lovely Triton scarf/blanket multi-purpose gift given to those here in Monaco.
Mine was on loan.
You can keep it, Randy.
What about this flop? Queen,
Yeah.
queen, queen.
Trips on board. Kind of stuff that ace-9 likes to look up at.
Yeah, I don't think Carl would check fold this flop. But Makita's going to try and take a shot at it anyways in case he's up against some high card hand that's not ace or king high.
30K. Not going to get through, of course, as KCG stuck around, now checks once more. And when you get called on a board like this, you know that the Jack 3 is no good.
You know it's no good. You need to think about what's check calling you. And to be fair, I think Makita might actually double barrel this because KCG kind of had that stack to reshove all pocket pairs pre. He might feel that he's up against an unpaired hand, but doesn't give a shot on the turn, and full house on board.
That is a rescue for the Jack 3 after the turn goes check, check. And KCG feel like he doesn't want to share this one?
I actually would like it if he does push in chips. It seems so likely that Makita doesn't have something that could call.
Could rep the 7s and 8s.
He
from
could.
time to time, I would imagine, and then also quad queens every now and again.
Of course, and Makita probably bets the turn sometimes with like those 7s, 8s, and 9s himself. And if he can scoop this pot, it's so much more important to him, given how short he is. But he does check. And now perhaps Makita takes a shot for it all. Should expect that a bigger full house than the board would bet out as played. Here we go.
Well, KCG, having not bet himself, faces this $500,000. I'm not certain that if KCG had been the one first to speak, that he would have been facing this behavior out of bads.
I'm not so sure either. I will say that if KCG wants to call the river here, I would have preferred him just outright ripping himself, just so he has the opportunity to take the whole pot. But now he's in a situation to just call for half.
And it's so gross, given the 500 into 210. And all you actually earn when you click call here is 105K of the 210 that was in there.
Right.
This is bad economics.
Oh, he's in the pitching mode, and he does fold
Patient or
the
bluff?
chop.
Patient or bluff?
I had a full house minimum.
Renlin
With Taki 6?
Too
Yeah,
much
yeah.
optimism now with
giving Makita a little earful there. Well, that's the hardware that awaits our ultimate champion there.
Game ball, game ball. Double shot of.
Gotta admit, the trophy looks good. I'm not just saying that because we're playing for the home team here, but, you know, throughout the years, there's been some less than stellar-looking poker trophies awarded. Gotta say, that's one that you can proudly display on the mantle.
I agree. The lighting's actually, like, perfect, too, for some reason. It seems a little bit shinier, like the Triforce in Zelda.
Oh, that's not an accident. The boys at Sharehand work in the LED streets. You know the trophies I dislike? It's where it's just like a stand and then like a rectangular crystal block, and
like
then
a
it's
plaque.
just an
It's got the
etched-
words on
That's
it.
it. I'm like, come on, make it something special.
To be fair, I would take any trophy at this point.
You're too busy in here with me, Randy.
And Makita is just, once again, opening ace-5 offsuit. Not a hand that typically opens from the hijack.
Seems like he came in with a plan here today.
Mm-hmm.
Boss stack at this table. 60-plus bigs.
No, I don't believe.
You
I
don't
don't
believe him?
believe. You always bluff. Watching me. Watching me how to catch.
Renlin says he doesn't believe Makita. Flops middle pair against
That's
top
patient.
pair. Bads. Check back here. He's going to be able to induce Ren. Answer is no.
Yeah, he checked back that flop so fast. Looks like he's thinking about betting now for value. And it makes sense that when he checks back his aces on the flop, he chooses the weakest ones for balance in case he's got some pocket pairs that don't really want to bet the flop.
And these lines are so tricky for the sixes, as they can contain just about everything that Badziakuski opened with.
And remember, before this hand started, Renlin, right before he called the big, was saying, I don't believe you.
Well, he's held to that declaration by finding his way to this river, but will he be made a believer if he faces a third barrel? Backdoor clubs getting there, Broadway combos hitting as well.
It's a hard value bet to make with this kicker.
Hit the Lady Gaga, no good.
Makita agrees. Ren speculating that Bad's hit the queen, but always had the ace and the best of it.
That little all in before. Yeah, professional choke.
Ren among the players in poker that bring a lot of personality to every table. How many times do you think he's said the words Lady Gaga throughout the course of his life? Tens of thousands of times, minimum.
Yeah, he can be the backup singers for Lady Gaga.
Those unfamiliar, that's what Ren calls pocket queens. And it's obviously some psychology, but it does feel like he gets them a lot. Queen 8 suited now for Makita, and again he goes to work.
Good luck.
Now a finger wag out of KCG off of his 13 blinds. Ace Jack suited, the one.
He's had enough of Makita.
I cannot pay that much.
325.
Yeah. So pretty.
He really isn't that pretty. He's just trying to pretend he's got a hand stronger than he really has, given he raised every single hand.
Everybody has different taste in hold cards. Perhaps Makita likes Queen 8 suited's personality.
Would it be too soon to say that I don't think Nacho likes Queen 8 suited?
No, not too soon. That was the hand that led to his demise yesterday, even though he was feeling swaggy about it.
He was.
Hit the queen, held on the turn, and then Vogel saying finding that king on the river to end yesterday's heads-up war. They both spun down and up, flip-flop chip leads so often.
It's a great heads-up match.
Yeah, second straight one we've had, by the way. Ibinger and Mateos was an incredible heads-up affair.
Agreed.
Worthy of a watch back. Spencer, joining us for the first time. In terms of playing a pot, this is not his first Triton Festival. Came through in London, played a couple of events. Finished 8th in the 60K 8 max for 213K. Does have a cash deep. Already here in Monaco, 11th in the 125K for 329,000, over $500,000 in earnings. I came to know Lewis Spencer as a no-limit hold'em cash game player whilst playing mixed games, just a table removed from him over at the Wynn. And chatting with him here at the venue prior to play yesterday, he mentioned that he actually likes playing tournaments more because of the politics of being able to get a seat in the high-stakes cash games these days. It's become very privatized, and he just doesn't like dealing with it. You know, obviously there's the convenience of being able to stay in one place and the inconvenience of looking down at Ace-Jack against a rip from KCG.
And it's back-to-back rips, which may come into his mind a little bit. Ace-Jack is a pretty solid hand. He needs to think about how KCG's range changes when he open rips off of 435,000. And that's a big incorrect laydown, Ace-Jack. Nicely done.
Yeah. You know, maybe it's a laydown easier against a different opponent, but KCG does have sometimes a bit of haste on him where he doesn't like being spun down into these smaller stacks and just takes a hand or two that might not otherwise have jammed and presses it. By the way, he's iced out on the wrist today. I don't think we've seen that piece on KCG yet.
I honestly have to admit I can't really read the time on one of those pieces.
You don't know how to read a wristwatch, Randy?
I could probably read an Apple Watch.
It is incredible that you weren't found in a den in the woods late in life and then offered this job. You were raised in civilization, Randy, right? It is remarkable. You were just so focused on crushing everyone online. You took some of my bucks back in the day, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about it. I made my investment and contribution to the Randy Lou Fund.
Thank you.
Renlin, couple of deuces here.
2 out, 2 out.
Eve Sledge with the 8-5, turning into a two-way straight draw.
And Red Lin actually picking up an inside straight draw as well, so he's going to think this is a decent flop. And Eve Sledge has only got 10 big blinds remaining in this pot. It feels like a spot where if Renlin bets, he likely would just check jam. Just trying to take the fold equity. Plus, his opponent's got like some kind of bet call, like an ace-4. He's got a lot of outs anyways.
Both of these guys, by the way, here at their first ever Triton Festival, both with 3 events under their belt, as we see Chad jamming 245,000. They played the 50K Turbo Bounty, the 125K Main, and the 100K 8 Max. Collectively 0 for 6.
This is a tough spot because let's just say he's up against like 6-5. He's in terrible shape, which easily would check raise all in on this flop.
Okay.
That's a nice pickup.
Conceding, and
Ace
yeah.
5 or not. I'll check it later.
I had 1
I'll
5.
put a little grin on Chad's face. His name, a fairly well-known one to those that play stateside, Randy. Regular at the World Series and plays the bigger mixed games as well of late.
Yeah, I feel like he's a mixed game player, right? I felt like he had a lot of deep runs in the World Series with bracelets.
Oh, yeah.
Did he pick up a bracelet? Do you know?
Yeah, I feel like
I know he did.
I know he has one.
I'm talking about this year.
Yeah. Stand by, efforting. We're so focused on everyone's Triton resumes, which are easily accessible through the Triton Poker Plus app. Tend not to look beyond things.
Well, sorry, am I making you work a little too hard, my friend?
No, I'm into it. Don't worry. On it, on it.
Are you on dial-up? Because you still haven't given me the answer yet.
There have been some spotty internet situations out here.
Well, while you figure that out, we do have an ace-10 versus KCG's king-6 of hearts.
Work on that for me.
Top pair, top kicker looking good. Not much of a piece for Carl Chapegatien to continue, though.
It was the $1,500 dealer's choice that he picked up a bracelet in this summer.
Okay, I got a quiz question for you. What was his choice?
Ooh. You know what? I'm going to say it was a big bet game for sure. Whatever it was. Number to choose from, but in any case, no choice but to fold, says KCG. I'm not sure what
Wasn't
that
me.
was,
Wasn't me. I'm
Randy.
just saying, wasn't me. Was it
You
you?
know, every now and again, a strange friction of materials against the pleather rail can yield deceptive audibles, but that felt like the genuine article, if I'm being
I don't think
honest.
that was deception.
I think, you know,
But you cannot hear something.
I had that problem.
it got a little uncomfortable. Someone sitting on their mic? What was that?
It's new, no? It's new? Because I think...
That, yeah, I think so.
no. Yeah.
There was a clip that was circulating from
No.
a Poker Go broadcast
It was not allowed.
not long ago. Brent Hanks was in the booth, I believe along with Jeff Platt. I don't know, but Yeah, it was. That definitely was not. That was the real deal. That one.
I swear I just heard it again.
Yeah, maybe we're wrong. I'm gonna go with we're wrong.
I think so, because you can't go 2 times that fast.
Well, Randy, I beg to differ, but you know, we have different diets.
Okay, you've got data points. Never mind.
Badzukuski with the ace-5 in the cutoff. He'll take us upstairs. Been the most active player in the early going here at this FT. Not the FT, feature table, rather.
Now I use one of these at 10.
Still FT, but I get what you're saying.
Acronym applies.
Encore être réveillé, je pense qu'ils ont terminé.
Chad getting familiarized with those red time banks.
It's just getting a feel for it.
If I'm KCG and Lewis, by the way, I'm going to start to feel like this might be a bit personal.
It is starting to get personal. If you've seen the hands, you know, they haven't been quality. And it feels like Lewis knows what's going on, but I just got to respect the situation.
Capital on, all right, I thought that was you. All right, yeah, I like following your Twitter. It's nice
We got a
little
fan.
run. It's been a nice little run the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. We'll see if it continue.
I hope so.
Me too, because I have big position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Play cash game? Cash game, right?
Oh, no, we're talking about crypto.
Oh.
What do they call an uptick? A bull run?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, bull run sings to me. That's market talk.
Mm.
I could use the running of the bulls here. I need some Pamplona action in the portfolio.
Have you ever done the running of the bulls?
I haven't, Randy, but if you're in, I'm in.
Let's go. Let's start. When do we hop over the fence?
After the bulls go by. And then we run behind them. And hope none of them double back.
Okay.
But we get to wear the little red handkerchiefs, you know what I mean? Leave it to us to be concerned about the fashion part of it more than anything else.
Can you wear armor? Are you allowed? Like, no?
No, man, you can't go out there in a freaking chainmail suit. What are you talking about? You got to get the bulls have to draw live at deading you. Otherwise, it's no fun for them.
Okay.
Bats again. Opening. King Jack off suit. Spencer. Pocket fours.
He's just raced every single spot, and Spencer finally has a hand he can put some resistance in. He must know he's got so much fold equity. Yeah, he's done. Had enough of him. Oh, but Renlin's got ace-king in the big.
Spencer might have been able to get through King Jack, but not ace-king. Now, granted, the fours are the best hand, and interference in terms of the king
Right.
does aid his equity.
You saved me. I would have to call. What do you have? Sorry. Uh-oh, you're taking me out.
Bads quickly out of the way after Ren does jam as Lewis.
I really wanted, but I would have to. So like, I was really interested. So you jammed. Maybe you call your win too.
Awaiting his fate as a 9% favorite.
They came in the window.
To the flop we go. Ace and king free, much to Lewis's delight as he now has far more comfortable advantages. 3-1, 2 to come. Things getting better and better. Just got to avoid the ace or king. And he's done just that. And that's going to be a pretty deep wound to Ren Lin.
Maybe I think it's done.
1-5.
Oh, safe.
Maybe I think it's done.
Hold on.
In the rubble, we find just 100K. And oh, Ren wants to document this one?
Well, he did pay for his entry. He's allowed to.
we would like to have sparkling water, but I will take spill as well.
If I was a backer, I would have an uploading platform. You know what I mean? You got to. Yes, I want to see the pick. I want to see the cards on their backs.
You need the photo with you in front of your cards, right? You can't just take
Yeah,
it
just
from
take a
the
picture of
other
some
side.
other guy playing bad, and then you know.
Well, playing good, of course, but you know what I'm saying.
Dimitar Danchev playing ace-9 suited.
Un expresso pour moi, s'il vous plaît.
Chidwick with a spoonful of medicine on the button.
Did you say a spoonful of medicine? Is that not from The Sound of Music?
It is, actually.
Yeah, never seen it.
I think a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
That
something
is
like
right. That
yeah.
is right. What about 2 8s?
3 bets in front of the 8s, though. Imad Dervish getting rid of them.
Yeah, you don't blame him, right? A raise and a 3-bet, super deep stacks, hard to play. If you flat call your hands a bit face up, they can kind of just barrel you off.
Yeah.
But the 3-bet is very small, so it's not going to shake Danchev, who is dominated, though. Proceed with caution.
330 in the middle and 2 spades on the board along with the jack. Danchev, nut flush draw up against top pair, top kicker. This one is flammable.
Dynamite. And Chidwick is just thinking, this is the best flop in the world. Got top pair, top kicker. My opponent often has some pocket pairs that will check call. A very small bet might entice Danchev to check raise. Check raise is also nice because maybe you can kick out like an ace, queen, ace, king where, you know, you hit your ace, it's not necessarily good. Then again, we're 31 remaining and maybe we don't want to bloat the pot, but there we go. Apply the pressure.
Check raise to 225. Chidwick with a lot of hand here. 645 back.
There's actually merit to just calling and then just get in on turns to widen your opponent's range that gets it in bad. Certainly a hand he's willing to get all the chips in, but just how? When someone check raises the flop too, they're pretty much representing sets and flush draws in general. Maybe some Jack X.
Je peux avoir un peu de sel. Ah, il est là.
Chidwick going to play it as a jam. And Danchev practically beats him into the pot. Always knew what he would do in response. 1.78 million chip pot involving the overall chip leader. And a not at all lean stacked Chidwick, who's vulnerable, but in the lead. Better than a 3-2 favorite. And a disastrous turn. The deuce of spades, icing things. As the mighty Stephen Chidwick is eliminated here in the 30K.
Tough one for Chidwick. Also blocking that ace out of Danchev, which was perceived.
Maybe even without.
Oh, what do we have here? Renlin's all in with ace-king after losing against the 2-4s and in great shape.
He jammed the button for 85K. Over the top mildly of a 60K open from Badziakuski. Why is Ren the man with the backpack on his feet ready to leave?
I don't know why.
He's trying to get all the juju working.
Oh. Both I win ace king. I will never win ace king here. Triton ace king no good.
Feels like maybe Ren has some ace king PTSD.
Okay.
No trauma here, though, as he's able to take off the backpack and sit back down. Everybody getting a laugh.
Last game, right? Every day lose ace king.
Even Badziakuski on the wrong end of
With
it.
king 3, I lose 2. With king queen, I lose 2. And
You wait for pocket queens. That's your hand.
yeah, it's only Maggie queen.
Ace
King
queen
to
off.
Lady Gaga, please.
Me need to count. It's okay.
Ren does seem like the kind of guy that just has happy juice in his veins.
Yeah,
doesn't he?
He's so happy.
Game boy ace king everything.
That's not some kind of weird euphemism for contraband, by the way. I mean, like just a proverbial, you know,
Yes, just
something genetic.
a happy guy, whether he wins or loses. I think he will be happy to play these pocket deuces.
300,000, 10 bigs, cut off.
Only.
No gamble, no future.
What is that thing he just did?
It's actually a show, poker show,
I like your stuff.
that
300?
has these stickers, and he likes
So he
to
just puts
put
the
them to
sticker in.
work.
Okay. Is it binding? Can you do stickered and fold?
I think so. I don't think it's binding.
Should we call floor for this one?
Can you imagine? Guys, Ren put the sticker out, but then he mugged.
Historically, every
Ren.
time he puts a sticker in, he's all in. So, you know.
Yeah. No takers, by the way, as he's able to pick up
Good luck.
Let's see your final table.
blinds and ante.
We need a real future table. This table.
Somebody just get yanked here? Who'd we lose? Is it Eve Sledge? To the left of Bads? It would appear that way.
Yes, it would have to be.
A void between Makita and KCG. Left behind. Constant rebalancing efforts out there. We did begin with 34 on the day. You saw the elimination of the Netherlands' Johannes Straver. Pablo Silva of Brazil showered behind him. JNT, who was one of the short stacks coming into the day, out of there. And then it was Stephen Chidwick, the most recent casualty, as 20 are paid and 30 remain. Lewis Spencer, ace-queen suited, taking us up.
expensive. And I have 10 always.
Il a dit, il est déjà SA. Il est déjà SA, le gars.
It's for moi.
Better than ace king.
Could you please confirm it's under me? Ajoute à ça. Ajoute à ça. Can I
23 will be paid, by the way.
Telegram group?
Apologies.
J'ai oublié ça. Can I create a Telegram group to give you the
7 away from the money.
We're creeping in on that.
That we are. Sevens now for Busso. He'll be heard from.
You say he's 21 years old?
Yeah. $60K open.
7-12.
Doesn't get any action.
Ah,
You have me dominated.
bluff.
I think
You
I
saw
was
V for Vendetta, right,
I
Randy?
did.
Does Busso not remind you a little bit of Guy Fawkes?
natural 9.
The Mask in V for Vendetta? He's got that little look about him, doesn't he?
I would need the mask on in order to.
Well, that's the whole thing. He looks like the Mask. When you need somebody to stand next to him with the mask.
At least we are on the same page on the movies now. Usually,
Oh, yeah,
when you
that's
mention
one
a
that
movie,
you've seen.
Yes. Actually, the only thing I really remember about that movie is when he makes the toast and he puts the egg in the middle.
C'est bon, tu dis ok, ok.
I don't even remember that part.
See,
Randy.
just the-
Et le Telegram, tu l'as dit.
never mind.
I've just Googled the Mask for Randy. for confirmation.
Okay, so
as
why
Busso
does it
has
look like him?
jacks.
I don't understand. This could be
I
anybody.
think it's the facial. No, I'm talking about the actual mask. What do you mean?
So you think his real
This could
human
be
face
anybody?
looks like the
Yes,
mask?
a little bit.
Okay.
Just saying.
Okay. Cool.
You don't have to agree, Randy.
No,
it's
I
fine.
don't. I don't agree.
You can hang me out to dry. I
No.
remember when you supported me.
Jack, Jack.
Does that mask also wear sunglasses? I'm just curious.
It could.
Has it ever? No.
I mean, there was only one. It's not like it was an 8-part marathon series or something. It's not like they went to W for Vendetta as the sequel.
Data. That just. This is a struggle. It's a struggle.
Let me see.
Tunisia's Maher Noida up front, Jack 10 off. $60K open, and he's promptly run into Badziakuski's aces right behind him.
And keep in mind, he raised so often at this table already, so he's going to look a little bluffy. But this is sneaky, just smooth calling. And I guess he feels there's so many short stacks behind him that might find the opportunities to squeeze jam on him. Plus, it doesn't let Nora get away with just folding pre, and he may get committed on flops that are favorable to him.
Pads trying to lure somebody into some trouble behind him, unable to do so, and Noida mercifully unable to improve on a 7-high board. And when you raise under the gun, you get flatted right behind. You know that the opponent's got something.
He's got something, but he raised off a stack where pocket pairs likely actually 3-bet or just outright fold.
Who are we talking about?
For Makita, so he wouldn't flat against Maher's undergun off of that stack that he's playing with like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 6, something that can continue to a flop bet.
So he would have 3-bet those hands pre-flop?
He would either 3-bet to commit or against the short stack, or he would just outright fold them. So that's why he's c-betting still on this board, because he thinks it's unpaired broadways a lot of time.
Okay. Good insights. 75 bet and called. Pot up to 345, and now suddenly Noida with outs against the aces, courtesy of the gut shot developments.
It's tough to resist the temptation once you turn extra equity to multi-barrel, but he needs to really think about the range that he put his opponent on pre, and then how it changed once he got called on the flop.
Noida using a time bank.
It doesn't seem like he can resist the double barrel.
$110,000. As Noida unaware just how bad a shape he's in against Bads.
Maybe Makita asks for it all now because Maher should technically have a pretty strong hand to bet twice off of this stack.
And unblocking the diamonds, Bads could be looking to try
nice
to
slow
draw.
play.
And just flatting.
So little behind, just 240,000 in the stack.
And so little hand now, officially, after failing to hit the 8 on the end, just jack high.
If you were to kind of triple barrel in this spot as a bluff, you don't really want to be holding the diamond now, as you want Makita to be holding some call flop and turn with flush draw type hands and just fold river unimproved. Oh, but that's it. Can't see Makita ever folding.
No. Noida, a self-inflicted wound as he jams, and Makita played that one to perfection. Out of there in 30th. Meanwhile, we flip back over to one in progress where Dimitar Donchev opened to 60,000. Yves Sledge jammed to 400. Donchev making the call. His ace-king has Chad in a bad way on a 10-7-4 board. Bad gets worse. Could we have another victim on our hands?
Same age.
Queen on the turn leaves Chad hunting for his mic. It's going to take an 8.
GG. GG.
Not there.
Ok, bravo.
As Donchev makes the nuts on the river. And they are dropping like flies.
Non,
out
jamais,
there.
Baba. Ça y est.
He said he is like
Appelle pas, ça
32.
sert à rien. Ok?
And I was like, oh, probably
Bien
we have
sûr,
the
bien sûr.
birthday same day.
Ok, Habibo,
Really?
bravo, bravo.
We lost Matthias Eibinger actually in 30th.
My
Then
birthday
Mosbach
is
in
31.
29th, Brian
I was
Kim
at
in
final
28th,
table of
Noida actually
Invitational.
27th, and now, of course,
Cyprus.
Yves Sledge out in 26th. So we are just 3 players away from the money now.
That was quick.
But no birthday run good?
That was okay. If Federer would play correctly, I think I would have way better chances. But it was fine.
I'm trying to remember who was on that. Who won it? Sam Graffin or?
Yeah,
Was it that one?
yeah, Sam Graff. There was Infinite Chip Leader Casey.
Dun, dun, dun. Go
You're
ahead.
not
You do your
actually
scoreboard.
singing it, are you?
Is that singing? Dun, 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 dun.
It does feel like something
Yeah.
that I could see you humming along with while playing video games. You know, end boss music comes on, things get tense.
It's not
and-
fast enough for end-boss music.
I don't know the formula. I know that Donchev's looking like an end boss right about now. 3.1 million in front of him as he has just been northbound since we got things underway here today. Day 2, 30K. Over 100 big blinds in front of our Triton first-timer playing under the Bulgarian banner.
You know, he's a Triton first-timer, but not new to tournament poker. A lot of the players who do play outside of Triton are familiar with them.
Yeah, we touch on that quite often. The fact that just because they're showing up on our shores for the first time doesn't mean that they haven't been sailing in other waters. Derwish, also a first-timer. Third in chips. Kaihan Mokri has joined the party.
Oh. The music continues.
Yeah, extended remix as we flip back over to the other feature and give you a look at their chip counts. Renlin and KCG in that all-inner fold kind of territory. Certainly stylistically, we would expect that from them pre-flop.
Right.
Sean Winter, 10 big blinds. He feels like he's the chip leader in the tournament.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
Don't do it, Randy.
Dun, dun, dun. You can keep talking about the scoreboard. I'm not stopping you. I'm just giving you extra beats.
Guys, we've lost Randy. It's official. Today's the day. We're not even that deep into the festival, Randy. I need you, buddy.
I need a reboot in my OS.
James, come over here and hit his switch. Shout out, by the way, to all of you who are streaming us live out there, be it through the Poker Plus app, through Twitch, but specifically through YouTube. Love seeing you each and every day that we hop into the desk, offering your thoughts in the chat, as Maria Ho is doing right now, despite the fact that she's not at work. She's soaking it all in, getting herself prepped for her shift at the desk later with Henry Kilbane.
Gucci hat. It's a different one. He's usually wearing that brown with the
With
lion.
the lion,
Yeah.
yes. It would appear Martirosyan is stepping up his game. He's a big fan of the Gucci.
He is.
That's his label of choice. This we've learned.
Photo money.
Well, he's being honest, straightforward.
Ah, yeah, those never do. Why so tricky today? I need the money. I got a lot of honey like you. I need money. Okay,
Every time I see a guy drinking coffee out of a paper cup at a poker table like I saw Artur doing there, I'm like, that's not an action player.
I think it will hit.
I don't know why.
That's
I
not
just
an action
automatically,
player?
yeah, just
Why?
You
I
just
wanna
got a cup of coffee. It's like, oh yeah, I'm punching into work. You know what I mean? Here's my time card. I'm just grinding away.
Well, he's tricked you because he's definitely an action player.
I'm not talking about KCG. I was talking about Artur.
I am talking about Art. He is an action player. You don't think he's an action player? I think so.
I'm just saying that's the vibe I get. I'm not alleging that Artur
Okay.
actually isn't an action player. Ooh, couple of action hands.
He just said he's trying to fold to the money.
Who, Artur?
No, Ren Lin.
Oh,
Arthur.
this is a hand that doesn't allow one to do that. He's cutting out what looks like it's going to be not quite the all-in, but going to keep some preserves back.
Right. But it's the same difference. Doesn't change too much. I don't really see how Lewis Spencer could lay down ace-queen in this spot. It's just a monster hand against a 10 big blind effective jam.
Photo final table.
Certainly feels that way.
There's a little bit of speech play going on. Full to final table, he just announced, Renlin.
Oh, Lewis steps into it, but
So nice.
good news is he's got Ren covered here.
It's 3 times ace-king.
You can see he's annoyed.
Pipped.
Yep. Not a fun feeling.
Bet pack's on.
This would be a little tilting to me, I got to be honest. I know Ren is effectively harmless, but it's like, buddy, you got ace-king against ace-queen. What are you worried about, especially when we look up at the 9-6-4 board? Ooh. Looked a little scary for a second. Jack on the turn, but now it is just a lone queen that Ren Lin needs to avoid on this river, and he's done so.
Time to win ace-king now. Okay, oh, that's my dealer. Sorry.
You know what I might do in that spot if I was Lewis?
Can't
Tell
lose
me.
ace-king now.
Even though I've got Ren covered, I might just get all my stuff and walk away
Every day
just to
I will avoid
outdo him
ace-king.
in the juju department.
I mean, he's 2 for 2 putting on the backpack. I wouldn't really stop now. Just saying. Just
These
in
are the
case.
hot takes that we're here for. Our stats department is monitoring the backpack efficiency index for Ren.
I mean, you wouldn't do the same just in case.
I mean,
You never know.
Now, photo money first.
Okay, you got a healthy stack. You don't need to tell everyone you're folding to the money anymore.
especially once you've already proven that you're not doing it when you basically jammed a pot of go. Fold to the money means ace-king goes into the muck too. And we've seen some extreme bubbles where things like that happen. I don't know if I've ever seen the openly folded aces, though. WSOP main event,
Yes.
Stone
right.
Bubble is kind of the one spot I think we expect to see that sort of extreme behavior, especially given the number of
Right.
amateurs that are.
I don't think this would
out
ever
there.
happen here. Archer reshipping Ace X. Kind of denies Carl from having opportunity to get involved. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a big card to accompany that Ace of Spades for Archer. He knows that Makita is opening wide on the button.
He hasn't really been here, though, to witness just how high the VPIP has been
True,
for Makita.
but there's a lot of history just throughout the Triton stops, not just here in Monte-Carlo.
You can see KCG wants to find a spot where he can spin, and this could be a potential triple.
It's risky.
Of course. He's a man with plenty of risk tolerance, though.
That is true.
Does get away, as does Makita, and it would appear we're never going to know what that second card was for Artur. Want to take a second, by the way, to give a shout-out to a multiple bracelet winner who is streaming us live. I just got a text from none other than Kevin Gerhardt, who
Oh, he's a mixed games player.
plays in my mixed game back in Vegas, and he stepped in to advise that Eve Sledge won not just one, but 2 bracelets this summer. Shame on us for the oversight, of course. Thanks to Kevin for pointing out that they were both dealer's choice, and also that allegedly it isn't actually a big bet game that Eve Sledge selects. He picks Badusi. Now, some people may think that I've just malfunctioned and said a word that isn't English, but it is the combination of deuce to 7 triple draw and Badugi. For those unfamiliar with the latter, that is a Korean-based game that came overseas, I want to say 15 years ago, roughly, and Ace 2, 3, 4, Rainbow is the nuts. Look it up. That's all I can tell you. Meanwhile,
he
Badzi
found a
Akuski.
game that I've never heard of. Got it. Well done.
It's well known in the mixed game streets.
Ace
Bads.
Jack. Spencer's in.
Ace Jack.
What a wonderful spot Lewis finds himself in after getting doubled through by Ren. Bads giving him the spin as the hyperactive presence here at this feature.
Oh, 4 on the flop with the club from Makita. How bad does Spencer run?
Well, it doesn't look pretty, does it? Nut flush draw and the pair. Can the ace-jack find an escape? It's official on the turn, no sweat. Spencer showered.
Makita, you gambler. Too much, Kimbo.
Не знаю, на бабле у него получше или поздновато.
Well, with the elimination of Lewis Spencer in 25th, we are down to just 24 players here. Stone Money Bubble in the 30K. Take a moment to remind you that have you not done so already, do yourself a favor and type ! giveaway in our chat or scan the QR code. Get in our exclusive Triton merch giveaway. We had a new drop out in London, new logo revealed, new designs as well. Would love to see you rocking that stuff, posting to social or showing up in your local poker room as we continue to help proliferate the brand and all that it entails. Good-looking, high-quality merch. Being told, by the way, that we are going to step aside for just a few minutes. 3 in total exactly. Keep it very close. Stone Money Bubble, some administrative business to attend to. Randy and I are going to be right back to walk you into the money in 3 minutes' time. Keep it right here.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
The biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GT passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
As promised, we're back. Day 2, 30K on the Stone Money Bubble. We're very active. Mikita Badziakuski has spun his stack up to 2.35 million. Good for second, still trailing. Overall chip leader coming into the day, Dimitar Danchev, who's on one of our featured tables and has been northbound. He sits with 3.2 million plus. Current overall short stack is Carl Chape-Gatien with just about 9 big blinds. And then in her very first ever Triton event, it is Janissa Khan of Hong Kong, second shortest in the room. See if she can cash. Always nice for your first trip to be a profitable one.
Mm-hmm. You know it. What's happening here, Ollie?
We're flipping straight away to an outer table where it looks like it didn't take long on this bubble for us to find an all-in and call. Janissa's got some cards in her hand here. It is Ognian Dimov of the Bulgarian delegation. Min-raise open.
So it's João Vieira 3-betting to 165. So it looks like Juan Pardo's got some chips in front of him. Just got 3-bet.
Yeah, in fact, Ognian Dimov not a part of this particular hand, as it's just a Pardo open, get 3-bet, and then fold.
Oh, here's the other outer table.
This may be the notes that were coming down.
There's Ognian Dimov.
Yeah, he's right there.
Chips in front of him.
So this is actually the pot that we're getting word involves Dimov with the min raise to 60K. A jam behind him from Renat Bodanov. What have we? Aces being shown by Dimov and an ace-queen for Bodanov. The covered stack unable to improve on a king-high rainbow board. And the 5 on the turn leaves Bodanov drawing dead. As you see him collecting his belongings, Yarashevsky giving him a fist bump, but that is the loneliest walk in any given event. The one out of the room as the dreaded bubble finisher. So then, Dimov bursting the bubble on behalf of everyone remaining in the event, absorbing the remains of Bodanov's chips.
On the bubble instead of keep having a bubble, so
Guaranteeing everyone at least a 51K payday. Perhaps nobody more thrilled than that than Janissa Khan here in her first ever Triton event.
I know.
Shout out to her. Are you familiar with her at all, Randy?
I'm not, but I did see she was railing that hand. Seemed pretty content getting her first cash.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
Okay, in the money. You don't care, but the money is the money.
Yeah, not the money. I give you the money, give me...
Trophy?
So given that we were on soft hand for hand, Randy, the features are not back in action, and that's because
they are counting hands to make sure it's fair on a Stone Cold bubble. I would have seen that the outer tables need to catch up a bit. So during that catch-up time, if there's another bust out, Bodanov might be actually chopping a prize pool in half.
Well, obviously, cause for him to hang around, as other hands do need to be dealt. This would be among them. Notes coming down. Oleshemian. 3-betting over the top of a Leon Sturm open. Janissa Khan. Jamming all in. No.
All right, so here's Igor Yarashevsky in the big. Travis Endersby's open to 60K. 3-bet and fold. Nice one from Travis.
Big blind only.
Stand corrected, of course. Notes coming in fast and furious from our staff with respect to what's going on at those outer tables, although the soft bubble hand-for-hand action. I believe everyone caught up, so it will be official that Bodanov will end up as the lone bubble finisher. No money going to be going his way. Feature table participants making their way back to resume the action.
So we're going to bring Juan Pardo to our featured table.
Renlin is aware it doesn't rain indoors, right? He's got the
There's a lot of
slicker
things
on.
going on with Renlin.
Juan Pardo, by the way, that is a bit of an annoying development for Badziakuski, bringing 75 big blinds with him to this feature table as the balancing effort, with 23 remaining, is complete.
Oh, undergun very dangerous. Undergun very dangerous. My friend, wow. How do you do that?
So Archer, Ace Jack in the cutoff. We're in the money now.
70?
70,000.
Here we go.
$70,000 to go, says Artur.
This Queen 7 of Hearts is very playable. Oh, what's happening here? Janissa Khan's in there with 2 9s against the King 9 of Hearts. Getting that full double up against Ole Shemion.
Believe this is the one that word was coming down about. Being fed this one on a bit of a delay. Sturm. The opener to 60. Shemion the 3-better to 140. Janissa the jam to 215. Shemion, of course, had to get it in. King 9 suited, never a good hand for him to be taking up against the 2 9s of Janissa. 6, 7, 8 flop. Both of them had the open-ender board double pairing on the run out as Janissa able to double. So things getting better and better for the Triton first-timer. Meanwhile, back over at the feature, Queen 8 deuce 2 spades, that which awaited Juan Pardo after his defense from the big blind, leaping way out in front of Martirosian, who is following through for 40K into 170. Juan making the call. And now picking up a hard draw.
That's a lovely card for him, just in case he was behind. And for Artur, he's actually blocking hands that he beats, right? The Jack's not so good for him. And then again, also, Juan Pardo's got a big stack, so he can easily call 2 barrels even with an 8x, so does check back. The King. This is an interesting card because it should be more in Artur's range. Then again, if Ace-Jack does kind of have the nut-no pair, so he might not need to bluff on the King when it gets checked to him, if it does. Not really expecting Juan to bet out the Queen with no kicker.
There's a decent number of King combos that would leave this.
Oh, actually, he is going to value bet thin. Should be small. Oh, sorry, it's a time card.
Time bank. Yeah, and it's mergy when it's small, isn't it? Because it serves as a block to Artur being able to barrel bigger.
Yes. It sets the price. It actually allows you to get called by worse, by like an 8x, some pocket pair. As long as you balance it with some bluffs from time to time. About a third pot. And like I was saying earlier, the Jack is not a nice card in this spot just because the bluffs you would expect is Jack 10, Jack 9. But he might be wondering why his opponent is betting on the King, which should improve him. He might look desperate.
Artur chewing on it. Busted spades, maybe what he's got on his mind. He does block with the ace of spades.
Yeah, it's not ideal holding an ace of spades, although ace of spades doesn't necessarily bluff river when it misses. I don't think he's that convinced that Juan Pardo is going to bet a queen on the river, hence why he made the call. That's a great value bet. like really nicely executed. Goes to show why Juan Pardo's widely respected as one of the strongest MTT players in the game.
It is, yeah.
Pardo able to take that one down as Martirosyan did give him an extra 85 on the end. Nice execution there from Juan, and right away he kind of announces his presence and everybody realizes that their table wasn't quite as good as it was before he was there. Now then,
Actually have it on.
Kaihan Mokri
Can I have
under the gun, out of there. Espen Jorstad, same story. But the ace for Ponikovs in the cutoff.
60.
New story.
Yeah. Always nice when Danchev gets out of your way on the button 8 deuce offsuit, never a candidate. Over to the big, Imad Derwish. Jack 9. Gonna be enough for him as he goes to the shades. Unfortunately, dominated. 165 in the middle. Swing and a miss.
No connection for either player. Ace-9 is actually a hand you check back a lot. It's usually the middling aces, and also you don't have a heart blocker against continues.
Ponikovs with the check back. Third heart now. Neither player with the flush draw.
Well, he's laid his chips out, and he's coming out swinging. Jack 9 offsuit, no heart in hand. This is just a pure bluff. Just an inside straight draw, no heart in hand. Pretty tough to make a call.
210.
Whoa. This is unexpected, especially if no heart in hand. You don't block the flushes, but it's going to work.
I'll tell you what, I like what I'm seeing out of both camps in terms of Imad recognizing potential disinterest and a range advantage, leading for the 55, just trying not to have to make further decisions with just naked jack high and no real hopes. And then Ponikov's recognizing that that's what is afoot, pouncing effectively.
That's a crazy play. Man, he's an animal.
He's getting after it, Alex, of late. You remember that he picked on Mateos, granted, didn't work out for him at that final table in the 125K, right?
Yeah, no, this is just Ponikov's playing his style, and he's got that reputation to always go after it. It's fun to watch.
Still hunting his first Triton title, giving it all he's got, as we just saw. Meanwhile, we flip back over to what was once just the Mikita Baziakuski show, but he has been dethroned by Juan Pardo as the chip leader at this feature. Pardo raising and taking it just now. Shapegati and the shorty, just 7 bigs. Happy to be in the money, of course. Don't look at me like that, Randy.
Oh, is it you or not?
No, but I mean, come on. It's probably
the same table. It's not the other tape feature. Just saying.
It can't. I mean, this would have to been a legume-heavy breakfast. If it is what we think it might be. It's not that. Pardo, Queen Jack, 80, bads, flatting. King 10-7, open ender for Pardo, gutter for Bads.
A lot of connection for both players. Open ender does have a big stack as well as Badziakuski, and he can really apply a lot of pressure. The nice thing about Queen Jack too is that you actually block the best King X's your opponent can have flatting from the small, so you can often just multi-barrel this relentlessly.
There's the first of those barrels. No Bads' choice to flat the ace-jack against Pardo, the one stack bigger than his own, out of the small blind.
And the reason for that is because you don't want to play big pots at this stage of the tournament when you're doing so well.
Four on the turn. Bads.
The
Check
four
in
doesn't
one more time.
change too much. And like I said earlier, Juan just has a really nice double barrel spot. King X is a bit less combos when he's holding Queen Jack himself. He's got outs in case he's behind. Even if a 10X happens to hero call to turn, he's got a lot of clean outs. Queen Jack, Ace 9. And the big bet makes a lot of sense to apply the most pressure.
$375K, the second effort from Pardo. And Bads simply forced to concede. And you can immediately see the impact of the arrival of Juan Pardo on Badziakuski specifically, who had that high VPIP and was just kind of bullying everybody. Granted, that was before we got into the money, but nevertheless, fact remains, an inconvenient development.
Very inconvenient.
Pardo, 70 bigs. Currently puts him in second behind Dimitar Danchev, who has not conceded the overall chip lead in this one. They see the sub-10 big blind stack of KCG, that which would rate to be the one pushed forward sooner than all others. Juan Pardo, by the way, is 0 for 4. I apologize. I know you were going to go with the KCG line, but I was a bit surprised when I pulled up his...
here?
Yeah. His resume here in Monte-Carlo so far does not have a cash under his belt. Played the 200K Invitational, 125K main, 25K turbo, and the 100K 8 max. So, been an expensive stop thus far. And obviously, front-loading the schedule, got to grind it out in the smaller buy-ins just to try to get your head above water and into the black.
But you can definitely get in the black if you win this one. 7-figure score for first.
Two ace-10s popping up. Both off suit. Renlin, the opener from the hijack.
Both short stacks as well. Things are different, though. When we're in the money, the short stacks are now still trying to fight for pots. And they've got some wider ranges. Is going to jam.
490. 490.
This is for most of his chips. It feels quite cuspy.
Yeah, 490,000.
Ace-Jack certainly slam dunk all in. Ace-10 offsuit. You don't love it, but it might feel like if you fold this, you're folding a bit too much.
5 seconds.
Oh, but he is going to fold. What a laydown as Archer picks up the pot when they've got the same exact hand.
Renlin forced to concede with the same kit.
Now he's got an ace-queen.
5 seconds.
2 pips higher.
Going.
All in.
Oh, he does always throw in that patch, doesn't he? And runs into 2 jacks right behind him. Tim Busso's never folding.
And on this occasion, the open is for all of it, so there will be no escape for Ren Lin, although he will take 2 overs into battle eventually against Busso, who does push all of his own chips forward. 1 jack into the muck in front of KCG. That, of course, good news for Ren Lin, who needs help here.
Lady Gaga.
Flip. Good luck.
Thank you.
1.13 in the middle. Ren Lin's fate. Hanging in the balance. 2 8s, 2 hearts, and a 10. That's not going to cut it for Ace Queen.
Oh, backpack's on.
Oh, wait
Lady
a minute.
Gaga.
This time it may have worked out, but note that the Queen does present
9.
straight opportunities to Busso. 6 on the river.
Lady
Showing
Gaga always come.
that Ren Lin is tough to get rid of. More resiliency.
Do you think he's ever not said Lady Gaga when a queen was present?
Absolutely not.
Impossible.
Don't be ridiculous. I would bet huge. Matter of fact, I would check for a malfunction if there was a pot that involved a queen and Ren Lin failed to say the words Lady Gaga in association with that card.
Do you think his first words when he was a child was Lady Gaga when he was born?
I'm going to bet the don't on that, but,
Okay.
you know, guess it's
It's
non-zero.
a non-zero chance. Poker Face was playing in the background, maybe?
Remember when that song first came out? We're like, finally, a song for us. Kenny Rogers before that, the gambler. Know when to hold him, know when to fold him.
No, I do not know who that is.
Good luck.
Guys, how did I find the one person
No, I bet you there's other people in the chat that have no idea who this
on
Kenneth
you
Rogers
gotta know
is.
when to hold them. You don't know? Come on, Randy. You've heard the song. Ace King, by the way. Jam, take it down. Back me up, chat. I know they know what it is.
I thought that was just the same for poker. You know when to hold them, you know when to fold them.
I'm waiting for a little support. Hoping it's going to be out there.
Well, Bads has got Ace King.
That he does.
Oh, man. That's again.
Great. 30,000.
Pocket tens for Martirosian. He jammed over the top of the open from Ren Lin with less.
I foresee an all-in call coming shortly, unless there's some heavy action right behind.
All in.
Good luck.
So there's the all-in.
Good luck.
And KCG picking an awful time as his impatience brings in his last 160,000 with an ace deuce. Bads is going to have that hand in trouble, but Makita lagging behind Martirosian.
It's not a good card for you.
Side pot, the larger of the two, as Artur plays for
3, 4, 5.
the whole enchilada. 980 on the outside with Bads, and then at KCG for the 580 in the main.
It felt like KCG just saw the ace and just went with it based on how he revealed that one. But here we go. 3 to come.
8-7-3 board, an overpair for Martirosian.
4 of diamonds. Hope for
Pretty
that.
hopeless looking texture for KCG. Now the ace deuce drawing dead. Bads looking for an ace or a king and finds the king of diamonds as we've got double showers Nasty.
If you don't want me to kick you out,
Time to hit the locker room.
you that couldn't kick me out.
Wait a minute.
Is there more bloodshed to be had?
Might be rush hour at that locker room, as it looks like Fakhreddin Mustafov got it all in. Dimov made the call here. It is Queen 10 suited for Dimov. Sevens for Mustafov. That Queen on the flop is a problem for the sevens. And on the turn, the lack of a 7 does make things official. Mustafov out of there as well.
Lady Gaga strikes again.
Bet she does. So official traffic is going to be KCG, Martirosyan, and then Mustafov in 23rd, 22nd, and 21st, respectively. That was a flat 51K pay band. A little jump up to 54.8 is on our hands now. So with just 20 remaining, we will have ourselves a redraw now. Lines 20 and 40,000. A glimpse there at 4 of the stacks in the room. Brought to you by Poker Stake. We're going to bring you back to the desk here while that redraw happens. Momentarily, a very bloody last half hour, let's call it, here in the 30K, Randy. We started the day off with 34. A lot of runway between there and the 23 that would make the money, and I don't think there was all that many short stacks when we got things underway, and yet here we are already into the money 3 places with 20 left.
You know how it is. Once the money bursts, players are willing to kind of splash it in and try to run up their stack, and, you know, they were very short, and unfortunately they didn't hold, and the chip leaders just keep accumulating more chips.
That they do. So the next payout, as we mentioned before, 54,800. It'll be another 3-place band before we get the next jump up to 61,000 at 17 places. Top stack right now continues to be Bulgaria's Dimitar Danchev, over 3 million, still in front of him, up from what he brought as the chip leader into the day. Mikita Badziakuski, 3 million, hot on his heels after a double elimination. We will step away in just about 4 minutes. We're going to come back and get things back underway here in the 30K, where we'll play down to a champ today. Stay close.
Crushed wow. So many players. This is a crazy.
It's a dude.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
So many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
And welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 2 of the 30K. From Sporting Monte-Carlo, Ali Najad joined by Randy Liu. We are conducting a redraw at present. Still a handful of minutes before cards are going to get back in the air. So then we pick up where we left off in terms of discussion. Batsikuski, super active. Pardo showed up at his table. A little bit of a problem for him. And if we can take a peek inside the Triton Poker Plus app momentarily, a little bit of lag on the internet over here, we'll find Bads and company up toward the top along with Pardo, but trailing the Bulgarian delegation, by the way. That flag has been popping up quite a bit of late here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, Randy. Talents coming from that part of the world. And I'm wondering whether or not maybe they're out there cobbling in the online streets. You mentioned Dimitar Danchev, the overall chip leader right now, not an unknown commodity.
Yeah, these are familiar players for the online scene, I would say. You know, first we had Alex Kulev coming out from Bulgaria and known to be one of the best online. And this stop, we had two newcomers, Dimitar Danchev and Onyan Dimov, both established players but never came to a Triton stop. And they really are just holding their own here as they're currently sitting in first and fourth in this remaining 20 players in this 30K.
Yeah, love to see it, obviously. And by the way, Kulev in 8th himself. So the Bulgarian delegation has really shown up. As you get a peek now, we take you inside the Triton Poker Plus app, is Kulev, 1.85 million in front of him. We're going to have a couple of new featured tables. I'll give you a glimpse there at the other as we flip back over to the chip counts. 46 blinds in front of him. Dimov 62 bigs. Danchev 77. And I have to suspect that given that this is a country that isn't quite as populous as some of the others that people hail from, that these three guys probably know each other very well and maybe even have been talking strat, helping one another along the way.
I would think so. You know, we do have a lot of close-knit communities and players who travel to high-stakes scenes that talk strategy. Usually they are from the same country, as you know. But
and Kulev could be given a scouting report, obviously, to the other two guys because he's been on the Triton circuit longer. They're both first-timers, so any questions that they might have with respect to players that maybe they don't have experience with in the online streets, Kulev can answer some of those questions.
He could be, but he is much younger than the other two, I assume. So then again, could just be they don't talk at all. It's possible.
It's not impossible. You're absolutely right. But we do have our suspicions, and obviously over time we'll work to get some definitive answers with regards to that. Let us take a look then at the two feature tables that we are going to roll on with. There's been some rebalancing efforts. Here we have them.
Wow. Derwish has only got one big blind, 40,000 chips.
Derwish, one of those first-timers. One big blind, but able to secure at least one pay jump.
That's crazy.
As we get things back underway.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun. Should be a fun TV table.
Protection, guys.
Well, fun for some of us.
Protection, guys.
Well, it's great timing for a single big blind.
Ace King. An Ace-10 suited right behind. It's just a limp open all in, by the way. So then Dimov is going to try to book a table for two. Raising it up to 140.
This is interesting, as Kulev's got a very playable queen jack in the big. There will be a side pot to play for. As you can see, it's brewing up a bit.
$560,000.
Power.
Protection.
Indeed. And look at Derwish, he loves it, says protection, but there will be no shelter.
Well, the two Bulgarians playing hard at each other.
That they are.
This ace-10 of clubs is suited, but he's aware that Kulev sees the one big blind stack out there. It's supposed to be stronger. It's not in this spot, and he's still going to make a defense. And look at that side pot.
That's a big call there. And when I said there would be no shelter for Derwish, it was just the idea that he was going to have to c5 against one of the two holdings. And he isn't dominating the queen jack. Those are two clean cards. But the real storyline suddenly becomes the over 1 million in the side between Kulev and Dimov. Seven, 8, 9 all heart board. Kulev the only flush draw across 6 cards.
This is actually interesting because they both have a decent piece, but it's not that strong on this board. But that side pot is just so massive, and we'll get back to it as we see what's happening here.
Oh, we're flipping over.
All in.
João Vieira.
All in and call on one.
Tim Busso's in.
So the jam from the button over the top of a Busso open for 585. He'll pull back the remains. Will Vieira. And 2 queens are looking good. A 4 on the turn. Creating some potential added problems. But in the end, Busso downed.
I'll teach you a very cool one. When
Okay, so back to this hand.
Yeah, this is the interesting one.
300,000.
So I went check on the flop. Now Kulev trying to steal it on the turn. And because the side pot is so big, they don't really need to worry about not having like the showdown situation against the all-in player.
Dimov with that ace high and the open ender does just get away with the 3 hearts and the pair on board.
Protection, man.
Kulev showing the queen jack, and you can see Dimov.
He's not pleased.
A little bit annoyed to have folded the best hand. In terms of the side pot, at least. Dervish, though, now with ace-king, has a lot to fade.
Handball corner pocket.
Deuce on the river is about as good as it gets. So
Partner in crime.
triple up there for Imad. Designating Kulev his guardian angel there, called him his partner in crime.
No, against him, yes.
I'm sure Kulev lost the main pot, but that side pot was exponentially larger. Going to send Kulev up to 4th place in chips, 2.3 million, just under.
Dimov, conversely, slipping down to 9th.
Just when it works. Just when they don't have it. That's a good answer. All right, I have a good start now. It's a million. What you have, Alexis, over there? Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Fold.
Donchev hasn't been that active, at least from what we've observed, Randy, here as the chip leader.
He's solid.
Certainly not to infer that being active as the chip leader would suggest that he isn't solid, but there's stylistically a couple of different approaches a lot of times.
I agree.
Out of people that are at the mountain top.
The mountaintop? Oh, right. I get it. I get it. I get it. I was like, he's from the mountains.
I didn't make that one cryptic.
Usually it's cryptic with you.
That's true.
Only 9 call on 1. 14. I have Mamacita.
To Mamacita?
Looks like your stud. And
I got one ready,
Panakov's
I take a 1 out, and then take a 1 out. I got
are going to spin the wheel here. Alex, shortest stack remaining in the room after that Dervish triple up. What's he digging in with? 9-5, which turns into a gut shot against top pair. And the 7 is a blocker. You see Panakov's rooting for Espen to hit that 7. The 10 does give him a draw to a jack for a straight as well now. King on the river, though. And Panakov's mission to break the seal in terms of a Triton title comes up short. One more time. Outer table, Henrik Hecklin. Looks like he's got it all in, but he's still in his seat, suggesting that we've got a double on our hands.
He's also smiling.
Yeah. He smiles a lot, though, to be fair. Pardo opened to 80. Hecklin jammed from the button. Juan made the call. King 6, 8, ace 9. Henrik flopping a set of 8s with pocket 8s. Pardo with just a pair of kings. He had king jack suited. Meanwhile, back over here we find Kulev with trip jacks.
Really just trying to entice Makita to make a play out of him with this min bet. Doesn't work. So it looks like they're moving the big blind around.
Kulev, by the way, raised the button to 90. Bads just defended. Check folding to the 40K c-bet. Ole Shemian. Moving day for him.
Wouldn't mind him moving off my table.
A real veteran out there is Ole. Been at it for many, many years.
You just need to have the dealer. The dealer is going to, you know, this is the best spot for you to double up.
Good forward, good forward. Anyway, good forward, my friend.
Okay. Folding for you.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay, out.
Oh, wow. Nikita's going to bad beat him again.
Bads. Just stuffing it in there against Derwish.
Under 10, I don't think this one.
Here we go.
Ace 9, a qualifier.
Wow.
Those are some good
big
hands.
hands, yeah.
That's the all-in I need to lose. Strategically.
Darish only had one big blind not too long ago. Opportunity to get to 8.
Cannot win all of these in a row. You gotta lose some in between. That's the one.
320K pot.
Yeah.
And the Frenchman is behind now, courtesy of the Queen 7-3 board. Top pair for Badziakowski.
I'm big now.
Turn. Leaving Ahmad working his way deeper into the demiking process, and on the river, the 9. Not the card he needed to connect with. Badziakowski claims a victim. Works his way north of 3 million in chips.
They are flying.
2 mil, 1.7.
To be expected, typically, once the bubble bursts, a lot of the shorties will start to grease their wheels.
0.1.
Now just 17 players remaining. Pay jump from 54.8 that will be taken home by Derwish to 61,000 now for 17th or 16th. We'll get used to that sight, by the way. If you haven't observed Luke Greenwood doing his thing, it's often the position you'll find him in.
He's got a different pose than to Sam Greenwood, who uses one hand, right, on head.
Yeah,
It's hand on head with Greenwood, right?
Redraw,
And then with Luke, with Sam, and then with Luke, it's the double palms inverted over the mouth. Both of them do look, though, at any given point in a hand, no matter if they're ahead or behind, or if it's a big pot or a small one, like they're suffering from a very, very brutal headache. Lucas with a little flair on that 90K. Ace-Jack under the gun. King 10 off on the button for Bads.
Yeah, he's been cruising so far today. King 10 is actually one of those hands where you tend to 3-bet or fold. Not too many flat calls.
Sorry?
250.
I did.
Congrats.
Thank you. You said you got a girlfriend as well, right?
He's expecting Lucas to play pretty honest when he's got such a healthy stack. Ace-Jack's a tough one to take out of position. Occasionally you see him actually come in for 4-bet. Not sure if he wants to be that aggressive, but you do see it.
You
have a speaker on yours? Sir? You have a speaker?
He just
Looks
got
like
the
he is going
stack
just flat.
to go picking on people right about now if he wants to. And obviously with King 10 off suit, he demonstrates that he is in the mood. Greenwood, though, doesn't concede as he will continue for the added 160,000. This one grows to 580 pre.
Want to buy my ticket? Want to buy my ticket?
Ace in the window followed by a jack. Greenwood, top 2. Just hoping Makita's got an ace.
3.5K on
Bads with just the Broadway gutty.
It's still a nice spot for Makita to fire a continuation bet
10.4K
with this little straight draw. Clearly he represents all of the big aces still.
I mean, if I'm going, yeah, why not?
100? I'll give you this.
That is small.
Give you a friendly discount.
And normally I would expect Lucas Greenwood to just check call given how strong his hand, but it's pretty enticing to check raise now just because you want to build the pot when you're holding a hand this good, and you must realize that ace king, ace queen would never get away to a check raise.
You play catch?
Wow, nice slow play timing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a sizing that did feel like it could warrant.
It did, yeah, yeah. A lot of people talk to me
Greenwood.
about it. I just, for tournament, it's kind of limited.
Just check raising to see what's what, but he's got so much
The
hand.
thing is he's good enough.
Nice turn card for him, by the way, this 4.
He's good enough for sure to beat the game slide. That's why I said, like, if you want to do it, I can.
Ah, Boris. Okay, okay, the other Boris. Okay,
Yeah, so Makita is trying to wait whether he should fire once again against Jack X. Other type similar hands like King Queen, straight draws that would have to just check fold.
It's 15-30, and you can play 7-15, and also 25. The 25 on that.
It's not so much the selling part. It's the issue is what he wants.
These are chips that Makita will never find
That's true, yeah.
If you cannot do
again in this
you know how
pot.
it goes.
I mean, you can.
And Lucas has got to love this. Top 2 pair.
It's up to you, like. I'm not
It's
gonna-
quite hard for
that's
him
your-
to represent bluffs by check raising.
You're not making troubles. We're just talking.
But like for
So he
money
might just
purposes,
kind
for
of hang in there, try to
for
look
you,
weak.
Like it's super good. I already have like 3 or 4 people in.
Yeah. Nice. Are there any?
They're playing 2-5 and
Are
shit.
there any issues with?
No, the money goes through me. So. And I
$500,000.
can never take, like any funds or anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Being taken under advisement here,
just download
as
the file?
Greenwood obviously just thinking at how can he chart a course for max value with this hand. Charge a price to any of the nonsense draws that might be lurking.
And deposits go through me.
It just mainly depends on if he was to check jam, would he get called by ace king or not, or ace queen, and he's not sure, so he'd rather just not let those hands make a big fold on the turn.
That flat now brings this one to 1.8. Bats being very aggressive here and an absolutely dry river.
It's always better at the beginning.
That's what I said. Like.
So when Makita bet the turn, he must have felt that Jack X would usually fold, as well as some weak clubs, as well as the straight draws. So he usually is up against an ace.
Well, what are the Jack X combos up front that he expects Greenwood would be willing to open with? Because
Jack 10 of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs makes sense.
Okay.
They do.
But then again, I don't think he would expect those hands to be here still on the river.
Less and less relevant with time.
It's actually better for Makita if he had like Queen 10 if he wants to follow through one more bet, just because he could block Ace Queen a bit.
And he could open up King Jack as well.
Big pot for Lucas.
Wisely shutting down was Badziakowski on the end there. And I would say that's the first kind of big hiccup we've seen for Makita thus far on the day.
Wasn't a small pot.
No, it was not. He'll drop down to 5th in chips as we flip it back over to the other feature. Ole Shemyan open to 105,000 on the button. Donchev defended, 10-4 deuce board. Follow through barrel. Don't have the whole card info for you here, so we've got to play honest poker here as announcers. 125K the sizing, by the way, out of Ole. Looks like Donchev's going to hang around. Another $250,000 into the middle. Turn. Creates two-tone texture.
You do see some wheel action getting there. Ace 3. It's hard to say what kind of range the big blind does have when check calling. Clearly 10x. Shemyon's just one of those players that you can never really put him on a hand. He's willing to just fire away with just absolutely no connection. Makes him so tough to play against. He is loading up a bullet here.
Yeah, he sure is. And it isn't small caliber from the looks of it. 315,000 as he takes another swing at this board.
This pot feels very tense. And see some time banks being thrown in. With the two-tone texture, you know, clearly a lot of flush draws present for the two-barreler. And Danchev probably needs to keep him honest with any pair for two streets at least.
He agrees, although unclear what Dimitar has hiding in his holding. Also unclear what Shemyon's got. Black King on the end. Rapid check from Dimitar.
Clearly a better card for the pre-flop raiser. You wouldn't expect the big blind to have the king unless it's like king 10 or king x of hearts that check call at the flop. And Shemyon, even if he just had like an ace 10 or like two jacks with one over that came on the river, he can still actually value bet those hands and really put like a weak 10 in a tough spot.
Oh, he's ripping. And a snap count request there from Dimitar. And if Shemyon's light, that's not what you want to hear.
No.
Going for it.
The board is 10-4 deuce 5 king. No flushes getting there, as you can see there. And the way he kind of just jumped out of his chair the second he heard the all-in makes me think that he's holding some kind of 10x.
He's got time banks. Doesn't need to panic.
Oh, set of fives on the turn. Overtaking top pair.
I mean, this is just never, ever a fold. It's going to feel like a nit roll to Shemyon once he gets shown. Or other way around, forgive me.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot with no kicker.
Had the hands reversed briefly there, as the graphics did finally come through. And Dimitar passing a massive bundle of chips over to Ole Shemyon. Danchev had just been dethroned by Luke Greenwood in that prior exchange against Badziakuski, as Luke had taken the chip lead, and now, with Danchev losing that one, he will tumble down the leaderboard. We'll get you the updated chip counts shortly, but sign up today at the world's biggest online poker room, GG Poker, to get yourself some rewards, bonuses available. And then you can hop right into the Bounty Hunter series, kill the villain, and win. 50 million guaranteed in that one, and of course the $1 million flip and go. It all takes place at the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker. $600 match deposit bonus, free $50 GG Millions ticket. Just use the sign-up code Triton_2023. Ren Lin was on his feet putting on his jacket.
Officially? Was it one of those put it on and double up situations?
I mean, it's pre-flop.
Oh, he's sitting back down.
Got nervous for a second. Thought we missed out on something. By the way, I said we were going to give you an updated chip count. Ole Shemian has now moved into second behind Luke Greenwood. As Donchev tumbles all the way down to 10th. Just north of the average stack of 1.7 million. Good for 34 bigs with these 25 and 50K blinds.
This is Shemian's second Triton stop. Debuted in London, where he won his first trophy for 1.35 million. He's a dangerous man to have a lot of chips.
Oh, yeah.
He's won so many tournaments in his career. Tough competition in the big, Jalvera.
King Queen, obviously playable kit.
One of Portugal's finest players. Playing off a 40 big blind stack. A lot of post flop to be had right now.
Especially off of that newfound depth in Shemian's stack. Vieira 6th in chips overall, by the way.
Check.
Comes into this one with 40 bigs after the defense. The King of Diamonds working. With the Ace-9 in front and action checked over.
It's a dry texture, but Ace-9 usually wants to try and check this one down, which it does on the flop.
Wheel gutter, courtesy of the 5, the development for Shemian. King Queen remains adrift.
Difficult for King Queen to bet the turn, as he wouldn't expect Ace-X to fold. Also, King Queen does show down the winner occasionally.
Check.
Against worse King X's, so I'm not surprised he's checking. Most likely a repeat from Ole Shemian. I like that style of check. Did you see?
Mm-hmm.
Open the hand, one knock, close it back up.
Board pairing tray on the end here. As played, it certainly feels like Shemian's happy to get to showdown, but also with enough hand to be bluff catching if Vieira were to have made an effort. Would have had to have been a big bet, and even then,
Yeah,
Ole
but
knows
the
how to
thing
sniff
is,
it out.
King Queen just wins enough that he doesn't need to take a shot at it. Not a lot, but just barely enough.
Yeah. Might have noticed a number of our players throughout the festival thus far rocking that hoodie that Javier is wearing. Bombay. One of our partners here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, who actually gave away super yacht excursions to both the winner of the 200K Invitational and the winner of the main event.
Is that right? You know, me and you were talking to Vogelsang right after he won. Do you think we can get an opportunity to join that yacht ride?
I mean,
I think I would get on before you.
did Vogel get the yacht? Because Vogel won the 100K.
Oh.
So I don't know. Ibinger.
Darn, I was just buttering up the wrong guy.
And then Dan Smith. Those are the two guys, I think, that if we want to set
Hold the
sail,
final table.
we need to start chumming up to. You know? What can we bring to add value to the super yacht trip? That's what we got to think about.
Commentate on a yacht trip.
There you go. If you guys want to have a little cash game, we'll narrate. Hell, we'll deal. How about that?
Okay, yeah. Let me deal that Badesi game you were talking about earlier.
It's Badusi.
Okay, close enough.
Randy, but Badesi is also a game.
Wait, they're two different games?
Yes, they are.
wrong with that.
Badesi is
Yeah,
the hybrid of
well-
Badoogie, an ace to 5 triple draw. Badusi, the hybrid of deuce to
good you
7
trust your
triple draw. And
instincts.
Badoogie.
Okay, relevant.
We get you in the mixed game streets eventually.
No,
here,
I
Randy.
want to protect and conserve my bankroll.
Just pay a little tuition. You know, nothing wrong with it. Badziakuski off of his high water mark. Wish you guys could all see the look Randy just gave me.
I am not pleased with you right now.
King, Queen. Min raise open here. Kaihan Mokri, big blind, obviously. Happy to defend with an ace-10. Neither player improving.
Oh,
Try
we're
jack high
buddies.
board. We are buddies.
No.
I'm going to help you learn the game.
Come on, do the strategy part now.
No, you know that's your lane.
Well, he's got king queen in a spot that should miss the big blind, and if he does get check called, lots of multi-barrel spots.
65.
65 not going to shake ace-10, but we know this is a multi-street game.
And we know Bads is a guy that can go multi-street. We just saw him do it against Luke Greenwood. Unfortunately, he ran into upper part of Luke's range there.
Test how this is now. That's better, yeah.
So, Mokri, as you suspected, makes the call of the 65K. Another 130 into the middle brings us to 405. A gut shot on the turn, produced by the 9.
It's a great card to strongly consider multi-barreling. You know, there's a lot of ace highs that doesn't necessarily need to be just ace 4, ace 5 that will continue to flop, that just has to check fold. Plus, you've got that added equity with the gut shot against the jack X's.
400,000.
Great play.
400,000 full pot as Makita finds the size that will get the job done. Better outcome for him on that occasion after barrel number 2 than against Greenwood as he tries to work his way back up to the 3 million chip club. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to the other feature table where Germany's Leon Sturm, off of his remaining 150, has picked Jack 9 off suit. 3 big blinds. Thinking this one is better than 2 randoms that I'm going to get in the big blind next hand.
Right on.
Your stud, flatting the king queen from the small. Does Ole want to come along and provide an assist in terms of trying to shower Sturm?
It's not the greatest hand to try and assist offsuit. But you know what? Shemion is just willing to play as many pots as he can. Dry side pot, which is important.
Yeah, when that side pot's dry, then we expect both players to be heavily incentivized not to be doing any bluffing or putting chips in light. You see both Jorstad and Shemion failing to connect on the ace 8-5 board. Same story for Sturm, unfortunately.
Yeah, there should be a lot of checking with the no side pot situation.
The expected round of checks. And now, on the turn, Sturm picks up the open ender. Gutter for Jorstad. 5s, by the way, for Shemi on the oversight on my part. Apologies.
Yeah, so Sturm does definitely needs to improve. Unspoken gentleman's agreement to kind of check this one down.
Yeah, often.
Oh, that was a fancy check. Did you see? It's
He's
a
got all
flick
the
of a
moves,
finger.
and now Sturm's got all the pot, courtesy of a 9 on the end, rescuing him. And he's got to feel good about it, given the 2 checks on flop and turn out of the players involved in the dry side that he's up against.
Above average situation. Man, that's a new move once again. Jeez.
He's been around a long time. He's had an opportunity
Bag of tricks.
to explore and practice these things.
I see the hand.
You see the smile on Sturm's face. Part of the new generation of Germans, quite a bit younger than the rest who came before him. About 8 or 9 years prior.
This is Sturm's second series. Went to London, now Monte-Carlo. Got 3 cashes under his belt, not including this one.
Not bad.
His biggest score was a 6th place finish in the 50K for 313,000 in London.
And that'll help keep your head above water.
Would have preferred my experience if you
As those dry spells can get incredibly expensive here on the Triton Super High Roller Series.
Thought about it. 5 not enough. 3 5. Yeah, 3 9. Very light.
King 9 on the button now for Espen.
2 Germans in the blinds. Just under 20 big blinds. Definitely a hand he could try and attack with. He does need to keep in mind that Sturm is very short, so if he raises, he needs to be willing to call it off against the Sturm potential rejam. Not too much of a hand.
Not at all.
Suited, he definitely would be at least seeing a flop. Offsuit, though, not much prospects.
Came into this one with 10 big blinds, 20% of that stack. Forced in there in the form of the big and the ante. And he will lay it down. Espen able to work that button to some profit.
On stream anyway.
That's a shirt we don't see every day that
Can you
Espen's
come back
rocking,
a bit
by the
later?
way. Part of the Triton collection, you see the logo on the sleeve and then the Chinese characters on the left breast.
Since you're more knowledgeable in Chinese than me, what does it say?
Okay, knowledgeable in Chinese and able to read Chinese, Randy. 2 very different things. I don't think anybody is thinking you've exposed me now because I can't read the shirt.
Okay, it probably says Triton.
Did you just mimic what producer James came into your ear and said? No sooner do we raise the levels on producer James in the headset than you begin to parrot what he pumps into your head.
Please stop exposing me. I tried my best to.
I counter-exposed you there.
You got me. You got me.
You don't want to try to terrorize me, Randy, you know? Just
No.
careful with that.
I knew we weren't friends. I just knew
Come
it.
on.
No.
Yeah, Randy.
Maybe
stop.
tomorrow. Today I'm done.
Wait a minute. Is this the mean Randy that we chronicled on our social streets? Have you activated?
No. Pocket deuces. Let's go.
What do you mean? You want the man to jam?
Maybe.
Be
It's definitely a
serious.
play. No, I am being serious.
Oh, my. Donchev picking a rough time to get it all in. He is slightly in front of the ace-king. As
That feels so
Espen is
unfair.
pipped. Suddenly we've got a 2.2 million chip pot involving
Not a king
former
comes,
chip
I guess.
leader.
Yeah, I think I
Then
got
it's
one.
And these
more than
stacks
fair.
were fairly big, over 20 bigs for Jorstad coming in, and he outflops the deuces. King 10-4.
No more red
Sometimes I
cards.
know things.
Now things don't feel very fair whatsoever. And might it all be unraveling in a hurry for Donchev. Third king for Espen on the turn. Doesn't really change matters at all.
I'll take a king.
1
Safe
million?
river.
I can just one of these or
1.1, I think.
Man, Dancho's been on downward spiral. Was our chip leader. Now at 645,000.
1,075.
Not looking good for the Triton freshman.
You like the jam
Played
with the
it like
deuces
an
there
expert.
against Espen?
I don't mind it. It's just that you really can jam a lot of these small pocket pairs against late position opens around 20 blinds or so.
Like
Just
the
because you
expert
got so
are.
much fold equity. You saw against Ace King, he was just flipping. It is a little bit more variance, of course. But the thing is, you call pre-flop, you're looking to hit a set. If you don't, you just auto-bleed those two blinds. So it gives you an opportunity to win chips. I know you seemed a bit surprised when he did do it pre.
I was. You know,
I think it still counts as a champion.
I just wonder whether or not
I get to keep that title for the rest of my life.
pressing those, you know, best case scenario, if he does end up
That's
finding
it.
a flop,
You could
spots
lose-
where
you
you
could
have
lose it, I guess.
such a small edge and you're going to have to C5, isn't sort of a needless way to approach the matter, still having so many chips. I know you want to fight for every chip you can,
We're the slow guys.
obviously.
We're the slow guys.
But just as a macro strategic sort of thing, you know, and maybe even also if I've just lost a pot, you know, looking inward and asking myself, is this a play that I would have made if I hadn't, you know, lost that
Right. That's a good
10-6
point.
against set of fives? And if it isn't, then why am I doing it now? You know
Mhm.
what I mean? Just
I see where you're coming
staying
from.
consistent, honest with myself in terms of approach. Shemian, meanwhile, ace-9 offsuit. He was the beneficiary of the first big helping of Donchev's chips.
You know, these ace offsuit type hands have come to
375.
3-bet bluff at a pretty high frequency these days because they don't play that well post-flop. And let's just say you call pre and you flop an ace, you can easily lose a decent pot. But now you've got a blocker to a hand that can call your 3-bet or 4-bet you. Plus holding that little dangler that's low unblocks the spots that the hands that would raise fold off the cutoff, like the 9x's, the 10x's, as you saw ace-9 offsuit, for example.
Played like a champ.
It's really just been popular lately, from what I've seen.
The little wheel aces.
Ace-4, ace-5 off, yeah.
In particular, we always call ace-5 suited solver bait. That one very much feels like it activates with high frequency. As we saw Vieira out of the big blind, pushing back. Shemian concedes. Well, I've got some breaking news, Randy. Back-end team here at Triton has just advised that we are closing in on 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. We've got 9,000 concurrent viewers across all platforms at present. We're just about 500 subs away from breaking that 200K threshold. That would be a monumental milestone for us here. And so I implore those of you out there watching live now, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, why risk ever missing a beat? Especially given we ask for nothing here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just seek to provide the best in poker live streaming entertainment to you each and every time we're at a festival, and even in between. Mouse over, click like, click subscribe, help us get over that hump.
Get us there. Let's do it.
Fuck.
4-5.
Gonna have to double you up then.
Your start. Jack 10 suited. The open faces the jam, and you could see us been saying I'm going to have to double you up now, but it isn't a given.
Solo, huh?
Sturm.
I mean, if you have 10, I think it's like...
Ace
Oh
king
yeah, for
suited.
sure. But with that speech, I always thought you had like ace-8 offsuit or something.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, look like a 4.
Even like 8.
Great spot to be in with your back up against the
Oh,
wall
not
as
that
the
one.
shorty in the
Not
field. 875 in the middle and
Especially on
holding
that
on the 9-7 tray board, but backdoor diamonds. Two
Queen of
overs in the
diamonds.
gutty for Espen.
Not to be
Yeah,
greedy,
let's make
but...
an offsuit queen. King of diamonds. King of diamonds is cool.
Yeah.
Turn
not
card. Nice and clean.
You promised him the final table.
The German. Hang on. No! The 10 of clubs on the end. A dagger. As Leon Sturm will not be notching another cash here in Monaco. Another casualty.
He did cash, just to clarify.
Oh, yeah.
He did
Sorry.
cash.
Yeah, that was a bit of a story.
But he won't be finding an opportunity to get
Sorry,
a deep
Leon.
run. GG Sturm.
Dajem des 12 blind.
Against the German.
Pocket kings now for Agnian Dimov. 3 betting and open from Bads. Ace-4 suited, understandable, 110. And equally
Big
understandable.
stacks. You know, the ace-4 suited is the type of holding that likes to get involved, whether it's 4-bet or call.
Oh, this one's going to be on you.
We know Makita's a fighter.
We also know Dimov is a newcomer to Triton. You talked about the fact that he's been out there doing it. Could be a known commodity to a guy like Makita, who also does play online.
Unsure.
Comes with the call, though. 7 1/4 in the middle, and dust for ace-4 suited. Lovely board for Dimov.
As good as gets. Good spot to just fire and hope your opponent's got some pocket pair that's going to pay you off for 3 streets.
Seems like he agrees.
375.
Game over?
Yeah. Nowhere to go for ace-4 suited, obviously.
The punt actually going to vault Dimov to the tournament chip lead. 4 million in chips.
Keen eye being kept on an ever-shuffling leaderboard here with just 16 remaining after that 17th place departure for Leon Sturm. 61,000 going to him, as well as our next finisher.
We should start it now because we played the 2 hands.
Are the other table playing?
It looks, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously this hand is still live, yeah.
we're on the 3rd hand. What is on him?
Do we play this one?
Yeah, we have to. It's been.
Oh, Kulev is down to 90,000. And he's dealt 7 deuce of clubs.
Okay, whatever.
Not what you got in mind when you got a short stack and it's folded around to you in the small. He can obviously lay it down and afford to
Looking at the stacks.
play a free orbit.
Oh, I see. Okay, John.
He has the shortest stack in the room. Using a time bank. Desperately trying to get his bearings. See the dealer ushering that phone away from the proceedings. Kulev does decide to take the stand with the 7 deuce. Smokry wakes up with ace-jack suited. The only good news is that the 7 and the deuce are clean, but they are in bad shape.
But only clubs. That's the, you know,
Only
seven deuce of clubs.
Will you
That's
tattoo them?
Yes.
Will you tattoo the hand?
No, I won't go that far.
Oh, wow.
Now you have to.
You're in.
All clubs on the board here, and there is no path to victory for Kaihan Mokri.
He can improve
Let's
to a
say
straight
you-
flush if he wants to.
If you win,
Unneeded.
Say 140? Is that it? Yes. No, 125.
how about you gonna?
A much-needed double for Kulev,
You
who,
really tried that move, huh?
remember,
Well, you started with
actually spun
140,
up a
you know,
pretty
I have to
big
lower it a
stack
little
where
bit,
most of the
and,
damage
this
took
is
place
fair.
for
How
Kulev
about you
was
gonna tattoo it in
pocket
case
nines
you win
against pocket
one more hand in
jacks
this
up against
tournament with 7 deuce of clubs?
Agnian Dimov.
If I win this tournament,
That pot Dimov.
Like,
I will tattoo something.
I don't even know
related
why
to the
they're
situation.
doing the hand for hand.
Min raised up front.
1,000.
I don't know.
Kulev flatted the button.
I know, but it's like
With the
61,000
nines,
and then
flop came jack,
67,000
7,
and
7. So it was jacks full on the flop. Dimov
Waiting for each other.
check,
Yeah,
flop,
yeah.
and turn.
No breaks.
I know.
Kulev check both streets behind him and on the river. When Dimov fired,
Okay.
a upon the arrival of the 9 of diamonds, which gave Kulev 9s full of 7s. He was always cooked against jacks full. Alex raised it. Dimov jammed into him, and Kulev made the call. So that was a very bloody exchange between the two Bulgarians who have gone hard at each other.
Okay, well, now at least it's going.
And there you can see the smile on Dimov's face, courtesy of all those chips he picked up in that pot. Formerly resting in front of
It's also
Kulev.
sick because a lot of the flushes you can at least.
By the way, those hand recaps, like I just took you through, that's the kind of stuff that's available to you, we here at the desk, everybody in the field, on the Triton Poker Plus app. Free downloads in the App Store, in the Google Play Store.
Do you know what's going on here, Ali?
Looks like an all-in and a call situation. Juan Pardo, I'm being told, was the man that got it in for 100K? No. It was Henrik Hecklin. So pocket 9s.
And Webster had ace queen of clubs.
Here's how it shook out. As I mentioned, Pardo, 100K open. Henrik jammed. Webster then jammed over the top. He and Hecklin would play the ace-queen against the 2 9s, and Henrik able to hold 4-3-3 king 9 run out. So then we flip back over to the feature. 8-6 tray. Badziukuski pair and a flush draw here. A lot more that we can say for Mokri.
No connection for Mokri.
Limp BVB.
No club in hand.
5 seconds.
Looks like he did take his time to fold.
Yeah, every now and again in those spots you feel like maybe somebody's going to go RBF, random berserk factor.
RBF, I like that one.
But not this time. And so with that, we will officially be sending the players to a break. And I feel like it's one that has been well earned given the bloodshed, the carnage, the dizzying movement of chips here. Still early on day 2 in the 30K, where we will be playing down to a champ, Alex Kulev. Bouncing off of his low point, 280,000, still plenty of work to be done for him. 5 big blinds, bringing you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you. I don't know about you, Randy, but for me, the story of that particular frame would be that of the chip leader coming into the day, Dimitar Donchev. Didn't observe everything that happened out there, but the 2 big chunks being taken out of him, and maybe, just maybe, the 2 deuces, a spot where he was pressing unnecessarily. Not one to criticize, but speculate.
Definitely can speculate on that. And, you know, before that hand happened, he lost that monster pot to Ole Schemann, where he made a call with just a pair of 10s, even though the king arrived on the river. So he was probably maybe thinking, get some of my chips back with those 2 deuces. You know, he did get in as a pure coin flip, so you can't really blame him.
Yeah.
But it's never a good feeling when you go from the chip lead down to the near bottom of the chip counts.
No question about it. But a Bulgarian still occupying the top spot on the leaderboard, that being Ognayan Dimov. We'll talk about him and the rest of the field, as well as how things are shaping up with 16 left when we come back from the break. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
Wow, so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
biggest
event.
poker
Now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
You saved me. I would have to call.
What do you have? Sorry. Uh-oh, you're taking me out.
Bads quickly out of the way after Ren does jam as Lewis.
I really wanted, but I would have to. So like, I was really interested. So you jam.
Maybe you'll call your win too.
Awaiting his fate as a 9% favorite.
They came in the window.
To the flop we go. Ace and king free, much to Lewis's delight as he now has far more comfortable advantages. 3-1, 2 to come. Things getting better and better. Just got to avoid the ace or king. And he's done just that. And that's going to be a pretty deep wound.
Did you say a spoonful of medicine? Is that not from The Sound of Music?
It is, actually.
Yeah, never seen it.
I think a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
That is
like
right.
That,
That is right. What about 2 8s?
3 bets in front of the 8s, though. Imad Dervish getting rid of them.
Yeah, you don't blame him, right? A raise in a 3-bet, super deep stacks, hard to play. If you flat call your hands a bit face up, they can kind of just barrel you off.
Yeah.
But the 3-bet is very small, so it's not going to shake Danchev, who is dominated, though. Proceed with caution.
330 in the middle and 2 spades on the board along with the jack. Danchev, nut flush draw up against top pair, top kicker. This one is flammable.
Dynamite. And Chidwick is just thinking, this is the best flop in the world. Got top pair, top kicker. My opponent often has some pocket pairs that will check call. A very small bet might entice Danchev to check raise. Check raise is also nice because maybe you can kick out like an ace, queen, ace, king where, you know, you hit your ace, it's not necessarily good. Then again, we're 31 remaining and maybe we don't want to bloat the pot, but there we go. Apply the pressure.
Check raise to 225. Chidwick with a lot of hand here. 645 back.
There's actually merit to just calling and then just get in on turns to widen your opponent's range that gets it in bad. Certainly a hand he's willing to get all the chips in, but just how? When someone check raises the flop too, they're pretty much representing sets and flush draws in general. Maybe some Jack X.
Je peux avoir un peu de sel. Ah, il est là.
Chidwick going to play it as a jam. And Donchev practically beats him into the pot. Always knew what he would do in response. 1.78 million chip pot involving the overall chip leader. And a not at all lean stacked Chidwick, who's vulnerable, but in the lead. Better than a 3-2 favorite. And a disastrous turn. The deuce of spades, icing things. As the mighty Stephen Chidwick. Maher Noida up front, Jack 10 off. $60K open. And he's promptly run into Badziakuski's aces right behind him.
And keep in mind, he raised so often at this table already, so he's going to look a little bluffy. But this is sneaky, just smooth calling. And I guess he feels there's so many short stacks behind him that might find the opportunities to squeeze jam on him. Plus, it doesn't let Nora get away with just folding pre, and he may get committed on flops that are favorable to him.
Pads trying to lure somebody into some trouble behind him, unable to do so, and Noida mercifully unable to improve on a 7-high board. And when you raise under the gun, you get flatted right behind. You know that the opponent's got something.
He's got something, but he raised off a stack where pocket pairs likely actually 3-bet or just outright fold.
Who are we talking about?
For Makita, so he wouldn't flat against Maher's undergun off of that stack that he's playing with like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 6, something that can continue to a flop bet.
So he would have 3-bet those hands pre-flop?
He would either 3-bet to commit or against the short stack, or he'll just outright fold them. So that's why he's c-betting still on this board, because he thinks it's unpaired broadways a lot of time.
Okay. Good insights. 75 bet and called. Pot up to 345, and now suddenly Noida with outs against the aces, courtesy of the gut shot developments.
It's tough to resist the temptation once you turn extra equity to multi-barrel, but he needs to really think about the range that he put his opponent on pre, and then how it changed once he got called on the flop.
Noida using a time bank.
It doesn't seem like he can resist the double barrel.
$110,000. As Noida unaware just how bad a shape he's in against bads.
Maybe Makita asks for it all now because Maher should technically have a pretty strong hand to bet twice off of this stack.
And unblocking the diamonds, Bats could be looking to charge
Nice
a
slow
draw.
play.
And just flatting.
So little behind, just 240,000 in the stack.
And so little hand now, officially, after failing to hit the 8 on the end, just jack high.
if you were to kind of triple barrel.
And welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series at Monaco. Ali and Randy here at the desk. Day 2 action in the 30K. And Randy, during the break, I reveled in this delightful French citrus carbonated beverage. I'm sure some of you out there on the more cultured side of the spectrum may know about this thing. They are not an official partner or sponsor whatsoever, but maybe this will be a little pro bono. We can get some pallets of this stuff delivered. Do you guys know about this? Orangina, a pulpy delight? You got in on this. Back me up here.
It's good. I don't know if it's good enough to bring it on during our breaks.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It showers like Fanta and Sunkist. This is really. I'm just saying. You got something to talk about, don't you, here, Randy?
Yeah. I prefer Coca-Cola. That's what I got.
Randy, come on. Why are we now? It's a beverage war. You're really gunning for me here today. All right. Look, let's get to business. Ognian Dimov is up top of the leaderboard, diving into the Triton Poker Plus app. We find the Bulgarian displacing the original chip leader coming in, Dimitar Donchev, as Donchev obviously has not had things going his way, now sitting 15th of 16 runners. A name that I haven't really called at all. Also here in the final 16, Travis Endersby. Take a look at him in his first ever Triton event. 50K Turbo Bounty, failed to cash. Here he is, deep run under the Aussie banner. We'll keep our eye on Mr. Endersby as things go on. His day has been a fruitful one. Average stack currently 1.8 million, 30 big blinds, and Lucas Greenwood, 3.6 million. Running in second right now. The brothers Greenwood like to make their mark here at Triton. Lots of storylines emerging here. Juan Pardo currently in third. So then we will send you back into the arena where action will be continuing momentarily. We will be playing down to a champ here today. And obviously Juan Pardo would love to be the man that we talk about once that champion is crowned. Looking for his first title. 2.8 million. In front of Pardo, there is Dimov, the other boss stack at the blue table, 4 million. Now we're getting an update from producer James. Travis Endersby, who we talked about earlier. Randy, if you had to guess what the average buy-in on his resume is in terms of poker tournaments, what would you say?
Okay, so he's playing a 30K.
Yeah.
Usually you gotta play at least $5,000 right at a minimum in order to be able to play these ones regularly. That seems like a fair guess.
If you were taking a shot, right?
Yeah, if you're taking a shot.
You're close.
Thanks.
$15.
You said I was close.
Yeah, I was trolling. 15. Let me say that again, Randy.
15. Okay, so how many X was
$15. I don't know, but he is way out of his normal comfort zone, and yet looking pretty good. Not pictured here, though, in this exchange between Greenwood and Dimov. Both players flopping a piece. Pre-flop, it was Greenwood, opening as one of the big bad stacks, but this is the other big bad stack that he's picking on right now. And Dimov having top pair, facing a 100K C-bet. These are the collisions that neither of these guys expect to be searching for.
No, but then again, did he? He
So
said something
1.5?
verbally. Check raise?
325.
Well, you were saying that maybe he doesn't want to clash with the other big stack, but he's check raising this medium kicker. And it actually might get Greenwood to take one off in position. He probably doesn't expect too many Jack X's to check raise the flop, so he feels this is often a flush draw or straight draw, which you can kind of maneuver based on what card drops off on the turn. Just a really nice merge check raise value bet by Dimov.
Another 225,000 invested by Greenwood, as the deuce of clubs is the kind of card that could keep Luke interested.
It sure can, because if for him to call to flop. If he thinks he's up against flush draws and straight draws, the deuce changes absolutely nothing, and he would still be ahead.
Excuse me, do you see service around?
Dimov
I just
keeping his
need a
foot on
cup
the
of
throttle.
water they could bring. Yeah.
225 though.
That's the price that's gonna get Greenwood to stay curious, keep his opponent honest.
Yeah, it's not open throttle. Just the gentle acceleration of a chauffeur. So, 2 1/4 as the milking continues by the Bulgarian. 1.4 in the middle now, and a 4 on the end. Not at all problematic.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't change too much.
Ace 5 of hearts specifically would rate to be the one that is an issue. Maybe there's some Ace 4 of hearts that now has showdown.
He got a lot of value out this Queen Jack. You know, really not fearing big stack versus big stack confrontation.
Didn't go for that third barrel though, Randy. You surprised?
I was kind of expecting a bit of a block bet, to be honest, just to try to get some crying calls. But then again, he just has Queen Kicker with his Jack. Maybe he was looking to check and deuce from busted hearts. Regardless, it's a really nice pot for Queen Jack. Definitely not a standard line.
Perhaps a touch of meat left on the bone. We'll never know. But taking chips from Greenwood is always going to be good for business in terms of dim-off. Now 28 bigs separating them. Obviously, they'd love to be separated by more than just chips. Being at one another's table is a challenge. What have we here?
See Red Lin.
He's got that black disc in front of him, Randy. You
Yeah.
know that that means all in. It was an open from Ola Shimyan to 120,000, met by a 3-bet from Vieira to 780,000, and here is that jam from Ren Lin.
Action on
Ole.
Shimyan.
Yeah. In the foreground, there he is.
There's 2 players who have announced themselves, so he needs a really strong hand in order to continue in this spot.
And it looks like his hand is not strong enough as he gets back over to Vieira. And is this a snapper out of Zhao? Yeah, he flicks a chip forward. That means we're going to have to C5. What is it? Ace King for Ren Lin. Ace 4 for Vieira. Hearts.
Why do you wake up?
Great spot for Ren, who's already avoided elimination on multiple occasions. And 6-5 deuce, a bit of a threat. Board pairing 5, and now opportunities. But a clean 8 on the end, and Ren with the double fist pump.
Ren Lin has won a lot of all-ins of Ace King today.
Yeah, he has. And Kulev
Was there a double up or
has won one of his own. Taking real interest in what's going on elsewhere in the room as we are on a page jump.
How much are we talking?
61,000 for 16th, 67.5 for 15th.
They were already
Kulev ultimately
someone bust quicker than you.
calling off after raising 200 of his 280 up front. Mokri 3-betting to 350. The extra 80 into the middle. We play for 710,000 in the hopes of Alex Kulev, who wants to hang around with the remainder of the Bulgarian delegation. Can he do it? King, Queen, Jack. Got himself plenty of outs. Behind still against Kings and Jacks, but with the open ender and a clean Queen. Or is Dusty.
The worst part of this flop was for you to see a jack.
Kind of.
King was great. Queen was fine.
Kulev
Yeah, bro.
won't be joining us any longer.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
On his feet, unable to realize the pay jump. He'll take home $61,000, give the rest of the field an extra $6,500.
This is his 5th cash at a Triton stop, adding to his $693,000 Triton career earnings.
Believe it or not, with his departure, his countryman Dimitar Danchev, the chip leader, overwhelmingly coming into the day. Shorty with 8 bigs at present.
It seems a little bit off to force us play 2 hands of 4-handed.
Yeah. I just don't think they need to keep like if it's on a bubble or something, I get it, but
Doesn't seem like a big deal.
yeah, it's like, you know, it's a $30,000 tournament and like the buy-ins or
Ace Queen's a big deal.
1630 total.
1630 total.
Yeah.
Getting
Should I
trappy.
use one of these?
Limping for 60K. Trying to catch Kehan Mokri, getting greedy with 8-4 suited.
200.
Bad time to be speedy. This is exactly what Lucas Greenwood was hoping for. Just an opportunity to just limp re-raise, fold out all these dusty hands.
All in.
Mokri playing right into Greenwood's plot. And that 200K is bid farewell by the Norwegian. Luke, by the way, you'll remember, picked up a title in London. First time that I had seen him on the Triton Tour. You, obviously, being the most tenured of us at the desk, were more familiar with him. He had been absent. For those unaware, Sam and Luke lost their father at one point, head of the business. Luke stepped up to decide to take over in his absence, making the compromise to not carry on as much traveling and playing. Sam, of course, given the opportunity to do just that thanks to Luke's compromise. And now Luke got himself back in a place where he's ready to hit the road again.
But, you know, Luke has kind of just picked off where he left off. You know, he came back in London, won the very first event he played for $897,000, and also had many deep runs, a 10th, a 9th, and 2 8th place finishes so far in Monte-Carlo. So, looking good.
Ace-8 suited. 125 from the cutoff. Out of Dimov. That's deliberates.
Kind of offsuit jack. It is connected enough and middling enough to continue.
He agrees.
He usually doesn't expect the 8 to be dominated. Is in this instance.
$996 board. Limited connections for both parties.
But more backdoor prospects for ace-8 of spades. Betting lead is important on these paired boards. You can just fire relentlessly. I believe he went small. 80K. He's cruising.
That he is.
You're getting a new player now, yeah?
Adding to what was already $4.5 million plus going into that one. Now he's going to knock on the door of $5 million. It has been a green graph
Thank you.
for Dimov on the day. Kind of guy that you probably wished you had a piece of right now. In the money here in this 30K. Just get a look at what kind of returns you'd be enjoying if you had taken a piece of former World Series of Poker main event winner Espen Jorstad. Returns looking pretty mighty for as little as $100. You want to get involved with our official staking partners over at PokerStake? Head to pokerstake.com or scan the QR code on your screen and get a piece of the action with still several events left. And some opportunities being put up on the board by quite a few of our Triton regulars. I know Michael Soiza, I think, consistently posts.
He does, yes. You know what? Maybe we just take our wages and just take a look at that board and just randomly draw a name out of a hat.
I think we should rent tuxedos and go over to Casino Square here in Monte-Carlo, order a couple of martinis, which obviously we're not going to drink, we're just going to hold, stir them to look cool, and then just get it all on black or green. You think they
Black
got those?
or green?
I mean black or red,
No,
sorry.
you said green.
I did
you
say green.
fish.
No, I'm going for the long odds. Let's just put it all on 0. You think they got those shiesty 000 wheels working out here? You know that happens now in Vegas.
I've never seen a 000. I've seen double.
Well, see, what they do is it's 0, 00, and then like the logo of the casino as like a third green installment.
Yes.
It's like the bankrupt sliver on Wheel of Fortune, that third 0. I mean, really. If I ran a casino, every time it came one of those zeros, I would play the Pac-Man death song. You know that little like that, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure you would get a lot of people coming to your casino and not breaking things.
I would run a casino that's designed to max tilt everyone.
Yes.
But everyone would know it. You know what I mean? Like, people actually go to those restaurants where the wait staff is abusive because they want that experience. It's like part of the whole shtick. That's what I would do. I would hire, like, rude dealers, you know. All the game administration would be on the up and up. But, you know, we're just here to tilt you. It would be called, like, you know, Tilties. And then it's a little small casino.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm not saying it's a good business plan, Randy. I don't recommend you
It
investing.
sounds like you would make, that's like the complete opposite of the Triton Poker Series. You know, you just have like the worst dealers, the worst floor men.
It's reverse Triton.
Yeah, and just...
9s here for Dimov.
It's got all the drunk players showing up.
Getting a walk. Yeah, we intentionally overserve. Maybe we'll even spike your drink. If you're winning a lot, just understand that's fair play in my casino. You know?
I guess the buy-ins would be quite the opposite as well. The $15 buy-in.
If you're up huge on the trip, we'll just have our cashiers wring their hands and be like, there's something wrong with the wiring system. I'm so sorry. Can we offer you an extra night? But we don't even give it to them for free. We still charge.
You're dirty, man. Gosh.
You know, I think it might be fun. Get the evil out.
How much it win? Both. You can do both. We're playing the million one. Sorry, the million.
As well. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm going to play, but yeah, hopefully.
Ace
It's
Jack.
not easy to arrange $1 million in cash.
For Greenwood.
It's not easy to arrange $1 million.
He too gets a walk with something that he would have been happy to play with.
It's the easiest thing. Yeah.
Welcome Webster Lim. Brings with him just 12 big blinds. A deuce. Obviously not the one.
But this could be the one for our tournament chip leader. There we go.
Well, not the one. Like he's willing to play for stacks, but you know he can open with
It's not
it.
the one you're gonna marry. Yes, you're right. Not the one.
The A7 suited.
Could go on a date with King Deuce of Hearts.
You might be able to go steady with A7. At least make out.
Maybe more.
Relax. It's just A7.
Just all in.
Got to use protection.
Okay.
What's wrong with us?
What's wrong with you?
Don't put it all on me, Randy. You walked us down this path.
I'm just saying he's probably going to go all in. He's big blind versus button. He's got just north of 20 blinds. Very reshovable against the chip lead. Big stack.
He knows it.
Oh,
hang on. Let's put a pin in that one. Looks like we got stuff brewing elsewhere in the room yet again at that outer table. This time, Espen Jorstad, an ace-jack suited up against pocket eights. Board 10-7-7, a 10 on the turn and a 9 on the river. And Vieira, the beneficiary. As that is going to do it.
that is a big, big pot. Nice hold for Jalvera. Sends him up to 2.9 million in chips.
Espen raised to 125,000. Joao jammed for 1.4. Jorstad making the call. Oh, I like how he paused on the trophy there as we flip back over to the feature. Cameraman getting his steps in here, and Webster Lim trying to find a spot to get his chips in. 10-3 offsuit in the hijack. Using one of those red time banks. Fast action system in play. Uses a second one as well.
So this may seem strange to you, but I think the reason is there's probably a redraw given we're playing a 7-max tournament with one more bust out, and then maybe he can just dodge the big blind next hand.
Interesting, nuanced little thought there for Webster Lim. Nothing lost on him as Greenwood wakes up with the goods on the button, and Mokri with sixes.
He's in trouble. He's expecting Greenwood to open wide. He's got a pocket pair against the button open.
By the way, he did end up jamming that ace-7 suited against the king deuce, won that pot. Might he have more of the same on his mind here from the small blind? A 3-bet to 1.5 million is practically the same thing. Greenwood snap asking for the remaining 55. And Keihan Mokri being shown the awful news here. This is a delight for Webster Lim. This is exactly what he needs, is a bust out and a redraw to avoid going into the big blind as a short stack. He is obviously not the focus in this spot, though, as Mokri needs to get very lucky here. 4-1 dog, and the 9-5-4 isn't going to cut it. Backdoor straightiness available. Understandably on his feet. Board pairing 4. Doesn't add any sweat. And the river double pairs the board and makes it official. Keihan Mokri will be our next victim here in the 30K. Will take home $67,500 courtesy of that 15th place finish.
Yeah, and Kaya Mokri had 3 cashes and 1 million earnings. We'll be adding.
That he will. Let's bring you up to speed in this one. Henrik Hecklin, open to 120. Yarashevsky flatted. Flop. Ace-8-4. Yarashevsky's check brought the 75K barrel from Hecklin, which he called with the spade draw. Now picks up a gutter of his own. Hecklin barreling once more with his now double gutter.
Yeah, and they both got high card. Very similar hand. And if Yaroshevsky can actually check jammed is. He could blow off the 6-5.
Got 1.2 million back.
It's a tough play to make, especially with one card to go.
I'm all in.
Nice play from Igor.
That is not what Hecklin wanted to see, and dejected, puts it into the bin. So annoying. But the product, obviously, of getting after it on the turn, understandably. We open ourselves up to moves such as that. Well timed from Yaroshevsky. So then, a peek at the chip counts as word has come down that a redraw break is upon us. That peek brought to you by BetACR.eu. See Endersby, 16 bigs in front of him. We'll keep an eye on that storyline as a guy that plays $15 tournaments is living the dream right now, continues to ladder up. Currently 15 runners left. If I'm not mistaken, was it 15? Did we just award Mokri 15?
Yes, 15.
Yeah, we did.
We're down to the final 14. Seven-handed tournament.
Yep. So, redraw. 2 tables will be what we come back to momentarily. Randy, any quick thoughts before we go to the break? Not much happened.
No, it's
straightforward stuff.
Straightforward stuff. Lucas Greenwood at the top, followed by Onyan Dimov.
All right, then. Let us cut to a quick commercial. It isn't going to be a long one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here to Monte-Carlo in just a moment's time for more coverage of the 30K.
GG Poker. Crushed more so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way! Что происходит? Что происходит?
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of event number 7 here at the Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu. It's the 30K, and it's now down to just 2 tables. And we've got those 2 tables set, so let's dive right in to the Triton Poker Plus app. First glimpse at them there, Randy. I'll take table number 1 first and foremost for you. Walk us through it.
Well, we've got the big chip leader, Greenwood, as you can see, but a lot of strong players sitting around 2 million in chip stacks, Bazikuski, Yarashevsky, and Pardo. It's a tough one, and we do have that start of day chip leader on the short stack there.
Yeah, just 8 bigs for Dimitar Donchev. Things really have not gone his way thus far here today. Backing out and bringing you that other of our 2 remaining tables. How about Janessa Khan from Hong Kong, the unknown to you and I here at the desk, and obviously everyone in the field living the dream, along with Endersby, as it looks like
they're just disappearing. It's a Squid Game or something.
There he is. Endersby has been repopulated. That was very scary. Squid Game was a wonderful read there. But he's going to have his hands full with the likes of Hecklin, Dimov, Shemion.
A lot of first-timers on that table.
Yeah, Khan, a first-timer. Renlin, the first-timer. Endersby, a first-time. Dimov, yeah, absolutely. One of those storylines that we're always talking about. So then, we're going to have a feast for the eyes, and obviously one to watch at that red table. We are going to send it right back down into the arena. Blinds of 30 and 60,000. This peak brought to you by GG Poker. Dimov, overall chip leader. Bulgaria continuing to occupy that spot, but not with the man who brought it in. Donchev, just 8 big blinds as we touched on. Endersby going to be the shorty at the red table, but 16 big blinds, obviously plenty more off of which to operate than Donchev has.
Very healthy stacks for our table chip leaders. Let's go. Business time.
I know we've been staring at that sleeveless hoodie all day, but it's the first time that I suddenly got like Pikachu Halloween costume vibes. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was Halloween that just passed. You think he went to the party dressed up as Pikachu and just didn't wear the hat and tail today?
Halloween hasn't passed.
No?
Randy, it's October 30th local.
Okay, but at the party they were dressed up, so give me a pass? No?
Oh, now you want to pass? When you defriended me earlier during the broadcast?
Definitely. You gone from defriended to blocked.
Greenwood, 2 10s. He is getting defriended by Yarashevsky's ace-queen.
This is a little tricky for the 2 10s. They're playing a relatively deep stack. He's out of position. He raised in first position, which should appear strong for the 3-bet for Igor. It's a hand where he's never folding, but he could 4-bet jam or call and try to maneuver. Looks like he's going to play a call. And he's basically looking for one of those non-ace king type boards to continue.
Keeping things a little snug. Just given the depth of Yarashevsky, it would be a lot of chips to be playing for if they had found their way into the middle collectively. One overcard to the 10s on the King 8-4 board.
This is a great board for Igor to fire a C-bet. He's always going to hear from Ace King pre, so he can really just bet here and represent the Ace King. And also holding the Queen is really good for him because the hands that contain a King that call a 3-bet are King Queen, and you block that. And you also wouldn't expect like a King Jack or King 10 to call your 3-bet out of position. It wouldn't surprise me that he even follows through with a turn barrel if he gets called on the flop. So it looks like the game plan is to keep Yarashevsky honest for at least one.
250K ahead, adding another $500,000. King on the turn, and it's actually a good card for the 10s.
It is. It also makes it harder for Yarashevsky to put in the 2-barrel just because there's less combos of King X now. The way the hand's played out, it does seem he usually is up against 9s through 10s. Maybe not jacks. Jacks might rip it in pre. But a little bit of jacks, but does check.
Seven on the river, and now we're feeling pretty good about these 10s. No pair for Yaroshevsky. There is a number that Luke could come with that would get paid.
I would say that the number he comes in with is more in line as setting the price himself, not really looking to play a guessing game where his opponent might just rip it in. He might be comfortable putting in like a third or quarter at best, but going to let his opponent decide.
Equal parts caution and induction from Luke?
You know, it's a tough one. But I guess he doesn't expect Igor to check back the turn and bluff the river, just given the run out. But he likely would have had to pay off against a small bet. It's never easy with 2 10s or 2 jacks.
You can take this one. Perfect, thank you. Thank you.
Ace King, big slick in the cutoff for Juan, currently sitting in 4th.
$140, says Pardo.
Greenwood's got all of the chips.
5.6 million now.
One more.
When you have all these chips, you just got the luxury to see so many flops.
Queen 8-2 hard board here. After Greenwood came along, dominated. The defending range out of Greenwood doesn't have to be involved in this sort of...
No, and also when your opponent has this many chips, they've got even more hands that just completely whiff, so C-bet just prints.
$90K is all it took.
He's starting to look more like Pikachu with the hoodie up.
Yeah.
I'm afraid if he gets up, I'm going to see that zigzag tail. Webster's been chilling. He's out with the Jack 10. Espen.
Just got a big bite taken out of them before the break. That outer table by João Vieira.
Yeah, he lost 1.4 million chips in that pot with a coin flip. He's actually just open ripping the stack. It's quite a large size, and that's actually going to shut out the King Jack, I would think.
You surprised to see it?
800.
A little bit surprised, but there's definitely nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, is it like 1.1?
Just a high variance line.
Yeah, okay, too much.
There's definitely pros and cons to it. well, now that I realize that Dimitar Danchev's so short, it makes a lot more sense why he open ripped it in.
And look at him feeling like he's in the blender. Pocket threes in the big blind, just 350K left. Shortest stack in the field. He's going to need to double at some point.
There's an important side note is that we're on a pay jump bubble right now. So there is reason to kind of just hang around and try to collect a little bit more, hoping someone else busts first.
Now, this red time bank, not the right one to be utilized by Danchev, given that this is an open pot.
Right.
He'll be advised when it's time to pay the marker.
There's a Super Mario. Big laydown.
Yeah, ultimately does find the fold, as you see. Dealer Daniela asking for the blue one. Or green, as it were. Just get a load of that 92 big blind stack. Knocking on the door of a 2-1 chip lead over Juan Pardo, who's been unable to keep pace with Greenwood here. Starting to run away from the pack. Badziukuski, been an up and down day for him. Currently 2 million, had over 3 at one point. Yaroshevsky, 1.3 million. Playability for all but perhaps Webster and Dimitar.
You're right. There is a lot of playability right now, especially at this table. 23 is a lot to maneuver with. Clearly, Chip League can do whatever he wants. I do think that pocket threes hand was pretty close. Didn't really want to force the action.
I put threes in your hand in the big blind there off of that stack. With things the way they are right now, do your chips get in?
Honestly, I think they do. I think I'd just take a shot at it.
I think
because
I
I'm
like
so
the call
short
there too. Yeah, because he's got to do something. He knows everybody's going to be basically forcing him to spin his way back into playable depth. Juan Pardo now with a couple of eights. When I say his full name, I feel like I say it in a way like it's his first and his middle name. You know what I mean? Like a two-part kind of deal instead of like, I almost feel like he must think he's in trouble every time I say it that way. You know how your parents used to say, Randy Lou?
Full name, yeah.
No trouble, though, as he's able to take that one down. By the way, we reached into the same closet this morning, did Juan and I.
Thank you.
It would appear.
Did.
You got the memo. Where's your Triton swag, Randy?
Please don't call me out right now on stream.
Did you not pack your
I
Triton
did not
merch?
pack it.
Oh, did you do what I was doing and underpack Triton merch because you were going to buy new drop here in Monaco?
I did kind of expect that.
Appreciate you
Yes.
But
nice save.
No store.
Can I add you as a friend now? Like, you know at the end of Social Network where he tries to add the girl? I don't know if you've seen the movie.
Time out. Did you just bring up a movie and ask me if I remember something? Really, Randy? I've mentioned 100 movies on the stream. 2 of them you've known. Now you're coming at me? Okay. I don't really remember that. It was a great movie, though. I loved it.
You just really don't remember every scene that I know of the movies we've shared.
That's true.
It's weird.
It is a little bit weird. Meanwhile, a peek at the chip counts at the other feature where Javiera, with chips that look like they once belonged to Espen Jorstad, sits in second behind Agnion Dimov. He's up at the top. Hecklin has slipped down toward that 10 big blind territory, a little bit dangerous.
There's Portugal's one of the best players out there. Laying down to 2 ducks despite the very healthy 3.6 million chip stack.
Looking for a better spot to get his biscuits gravied. I don't think I love the way that one came out.
No, I didn't. I realized actually that I don't have to reply to everything that comes out of your mouth because most of it's utter garbage.
Randy, when did you get so mean? Remember sweet Randy, everyone? Seven, 8 offsuit for Henrik.
It's okay. Breathe, my friend. Oh, A7 for Janissa Khan.
Dominant.
Yeah, this is a great spot.
But is it one that she's going to want to take?
It's a decent kicker. She's got to imagine all aces jamming here. There we go.
Yeah, she knows the game. Not going to let the bright lights or the moment influence her. And now she holds Henrik Heklin's fate in her hands. With 68% equity. Almost $2 million in the middle. 10-5-4, all diamonds. All of a sudden, the gutter and the flush draw for Henrik Heklin looking very threatening. A favorite, in fact, with 2 to come. That no longer the case, though, as the board pairs and Heklin misses. Is he going to be able to find the needed assistance on the end? No, a queen of clubs and former Triton main event winner, Denmark's Henrik Heklin. Going to be our next casualty in the 30K, a 14th place finish.
What a stressful hand. And that's it. 17 cash for him, 2 Triton titles for Heklin.
Not many left.
6.6 million in earnings.
And 67,500 to that 6.6, a modest tally. Perhaps of more interest is add the rest of his stack to Janissa Khan as she continues to chip up, and everyone has just laddered up. Pay jump to 74,000 for the final 13. 12th, a flat payout of 74 as well. As we flip back over to the other table. Absent one Henrik Heklin.
$160.
160, the number declared by the overall chip leader. Bad's surveying the landscape. You see his eyes darting around to the stacks.
Yeah, he looked at every single stack.
Ultimately folding the ace-9. King 10 suited, a pretty one for Yaroshevsky.
Yeah, not so sure if he's going to be folding this, and it's interesting because he's off of that stack size that's not too short, but then again, not that deep either. It does qualify as a hand he could rejam with, or even flat call, and looks like he is going to go flat call. Does allow Juan Pardo to maybe come along trying to set mine multi-way.
Can Juan Pardo ever approach this in a different manner? Squeezy from the small?
If you do, you would just 3-bet rip it, and I think that would be too excessive given how comfy his stack is with 13 remaining.
But you know, you might range Yaroshevsky down just given that with Greenwood expected to be opening quite wide regardless of position off of the massive stack.
Right.
Igor would be looking to just 3-bet and take it down himself. Instead, he flats. And that makes it feel like maybe, just maybe, if Greenwood is out there dancing, I can take this down uncontested. But
I hear you.
Nevertheless, the flat from Pardo, Webster able to take a lovely price as one of the shortest stacks in the room, but not able to improve on the 8-4-3 board. Different story for Greenwood, of course. Top pair and the flush draw. Way out in front.
Didn't realize you can flop this good with King 8 suited. Yeah. 4 ways as well.
No kidding. Not to be overlooked, the fact that that king was dominated by Igor Pre. 5s of Pardo could potentially stay interested here, depending on what happens in front of him.
You're right. it's the hand that can most likely give a little bit of action, but for Greenwood to bet into 4 technically is stronger. And actually checking. I am very surprised. You would think maybe he would want to bet and try to get Webster to check jam worse 8s or 4Xs.
Round of knuckles. Queen of hearts on the turn doesn't help anyone.
It's a pesky card though, because usually someone's got a Queen X when it's flat called this many ways pre.
Yeah.
It does kind of seem like we're going to see one more 4-ways. Don't think Greenwood wants to open the action now with an overcard that comes about.
$350.
Oh.
Yaroshevsky can't take it anymore. 3 more checks in front. And he's just going to try to take it here. And this is a very credible sort of kit to be flatting on the button, a Queen X that got there.
Right. Like I said, usually someone's got a Queen X when it's 4-ways, plus flatting in position, not rejamming, usually is broadways. You can see King 10 of clubs is a very similar type hand holding in this spot. But, of course, Greenwood can't go anywhere with his once upon a time top pair with the flush draw.
We will carry on, courtesy of the flat by Greenwood, understandably. 1.4 million in the middle. And the 5 of spades on the end. No pocket 5s would have made the set, while Greenwood would have made a flush. Instead, rates to be less eventful, given Yaroshevsky has unimproved King 10. But let's see whether or not Sam wants to slip some rope over.
I would think he would want to check this, but no, he just out of position jams. Okay. He must have felt that Queen X was just going to check back.
Snap fold from Igor. Never any considerations.
Yeah, quite an interesting line there on the river. It's hard to represent bluffs. Regardless, though, does pad his chip lead.
That chip lead. Now has him at 6.2 million, while Dimov sits at 4.5. Vieira and Pardo rounding out the 4-pack above the average stack of 2.2 million. Then it is Shemian and company all the way down to Dimitar Danchev. Shortest stack in the room, Webster Lim, second shortest. Igor slipping to 11th of 13 runners after that one.
Yeah, Igor Yaroshevsky has been fighting. Sitting on around 13 blinds or so. Really needs a spot. Oh, Webster's got opportunity, pocket 4s.
Small blind.
It's a little bit scary, though, to jam into the cutoff open off of 13 blinds.
Why is that?
13 blinds technically has got a lot of just open ships, so it's a bit polar.
He
But
is
great
going to take his
deduction.
chances, though. Able to clear your stats, so big blind and big blind ante money. Slides in. Yaroshevsky wants a count.
I mean, the price is good. The problem, though, on the flip side is that, let's say he calls and loses, he's down to dust, which has no playability.
And he knows way more often than not Queen Jack is just in a bad way against Webster's shoving range.
He really only does okay against these pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Is the price good enough? Nope. Looking good from 670 to 990. No showdown. He'll take it.
Look at Donchev. Just been such an awful unraveling
Yeah, you
for him.
Kind of feel the downward energy, right?
Oh, gosh, yeah. No doubt. Obviously had higher hopes for the way that this day was going to play out for him.
With his stack size just down to the mercy of the cards he's being dealt. Looks like another dusty hand straight in the muck. 10-5 off, that is.
Donchev, by the way, did notch second in a 25K turbo for $299,000 in his last event, so he is playing with house money, so to speak. But
he's looking at that top prize, and it's right now out of reach, just barely. Oh, and Greenwood wakes up with 2 queens, putting Webster at risk.
Can't blame Lim for jamming King 8 suited. That is familiar kid. Greenwood had it not long ago. Won a pot, but it isn't looking like it's going to perform all that well in this spot.
I got my face painted, so it was good luck.
paint.
Yeah, lucky paint. So far, at least.
Lucas's queens holding on a Jack-9 deuce board. 1 spade working. Webster looking stoic and drawing thin. 3 outs, 1 time after the board pairs on the turn. And there is the 3-outer on the end. No response whatsoever from Webster. Never even flinched, Randy. Double me up and let's play some poker.
Business time. Yeah, I would have flinched. I would have jumped out of my chair.
How about that? I mean, at least crack a smile or something.
It's like, been there, done that.
Grizzled vet, Webster Lim.
That's right.
He is a vet. You're right. He's been playing our Triton series since
90, you said?
2018, Montenegro. The inception.
Montenegro was your first ever Triton
It
stop,
was,
wasn't it? But
that's
not in
right.
2018, earlier than
Oh, was
that,
it 2007?
right?
No, 2018.
That was the same one? So you and Webster?
Yeah.
Same time?
We always walk by each other. We give each other like a, a little chin up.
No, you don't.
We do. We do.
Do you? Hey, I remember you, 2018 Montenegro, right? My first visit.
No, I don't say those words. We don't speak a single word to each other. We just go, and then we move on.
That's a weird friendship, Randy. 2.1 million now, 26 bigs, as Webster can exhale.
It's better than our friendship.
Ouch.
Continue your words. He exhales, then what?
Now, I don't want to have to do this, Randy, but if I disappear, you'll miss me.
You'll disappear like forever?
You know, watch what happens to the stream if I all of a sudden get quiet for a long period of time. You're left to do all the work.
It sounds like a delight.
I don't want to have to discipline you into appreciation, Randy. I've had to invoke that tactic against Schulman as Pardo.
Okay, don't do it then.
Ace King
Continue.
suited. He's going to invoke the open tactic. 185. Donchev, Queen 5 now. Took a pass on a couple of 3s earlier. Just continues to whittle away. Again, deploying the wrong time bank, but that's all right, no
It's
matter.
a first timer, okay?
Yeah, the bigger issue for him is when am I going to draw a line in the sand?
I feel like he's got to commit at some point, right? Like,
but Queen 5 off?
I don't know. He passed the 2 3s earlier, which I would have loved to see go in.
Well, right, and if we are passing up with 2 3s, then really the queen 5 we know is not the one. The trouble is now he's down
to have to stack
4 bigs.
It doesn't help that Juan Pardo actually sized up a little bit too, which gives him a little bit worse odds. So if he doesn't play this hand, then he needs to, well, it looks like he will be playing.
Doesn't love it, but is going to put the rest of that 240 out there and spin the wheel of fortune against a very mighty looking ace king of hearts, queen 5. That upon which the hopes of Bulgaria's Dimitar Danchev rests here in the 30K. King Jack 7, a devastating development. 2 unders to top pair, could draw dead on the turn, and that's precisely... No,
Not
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Precisely not it.
Broadway Gutty, hang on. Is there a 10 in the deck? There is, but not on this river. So then, Danchev dispatched, and I think this one is going to be living in his mind for a while. This is the kind of day that proved very traumatic for him. The big one, the 10-6 flopping top pair up against Ole Shemyan's 5s, which turned the set. Thought about it pretty long and hard. King on the end. Didn't buy what Shemyan was selling. And I think that was the real turning point.
Yeah, that was the main hand, because after he called, it got him to that stack where he can't really make plays anymore and open up his game. He'll definitely be reviewing how he played this tournament. But if you look at the results he had, a second place and now this deep finish, it's pretty good for his first Triton stop.
Yeah, nothing to hang his head about. $74,000 going to be added to his tally here at his first festival. And that'll be the flat payout for our next victim. 12 remaining. Yaroshevsky. 10-7 suited. E2 beginning to work his way down into one of those lean stacks that needs to pick a spot. 11 bigs for now.
Cowboys.
Saddle up. Espen Jorstad, 13 bigs. Besides, there's no need to put them all in.
Oh.
And the min-raise could very well tempt Greenwood to apply pressure with an ace-queen on the button.
That lasso is over Greenwood, and he's going to get the chips in there. No questions asked.
$400,000.
Music to Espen's ears is the big stack doing big stack things, and it's going to get sexier as Badziakuski, unfortunately, wakes up with a couple of queens. The only mercy, of course, the fact that he's got Jorstad covered and Greenwood smothered.
And Greenwood has actually saved himself from losing more chips by not 3-bet ripping this in, which he easily could have done.
So when the rip comes in from Bads, the ace-queen crumbles?
I would think so, because he will see 2 all-ins in front of him.
Well, to be fair, Bads' all-in is behind him, but nevertheless, fact remains, it's 2 players willing to play for stacks. In a spot where that willingness should be attached to real strength. So there it is. The rip from Bads.
Well, Espen's definitely in with 2 kings, and it just seems like you got to fold the ace-queen.
I see what you mean, though. In a way, the Bads rip is in front of him, given that the decision comes back to him with it already having taken place alongside Espen's. There it is.
Okay.
Didn't take clairvoyance to work out how this would shape up. Once cards were revealed, out of there is Greenwood and Bads. Can't believe his bad luck. With the queen in the muck, no less.
I think. Two February.
He is just trounced here. To the flop we go. 2.5 million. Jack 8-5. Will there be a knock at the back door in the form of a 9 or a 10? No, there won't. And it is just one out, as we know one of those queens is already in the muck. That your stats kings need to fade. And they've done just that. So Espen will bounce back from the blow dealt by Vieira when we still had 3 tables.
And Makita just cannot believe his luck. Had 3 million in chips, was playing really well, lost some key pots, this one included. Still in it, but it's looking a little grim.
That it is. We await the updated tally for Bads after he loses this one, sub 10 bigs. He's getting the update, no doubt. Triton Poker Plus app with phone in hand. Deflating, but really nothing he could have done. It's not one of those spots where you need to beat yourself up and think, oh, I should have played differently. Just
no, it's, yeah.
Cold deck.
Pocket queens just north of 20 blinds. Even had that 400K overlay from Greenwood. It was just a lovely spot.
Normally.
Yeah, sorry, normally.
$160.
So then, we hear from the Spaniard. As we march on, 2 tables left. 160.
Looking down at an offsuit ace in the small.
Is it going to be enough?
Shouldn't be. It's quite a weak hand in this spot. He's out. The other short stack, Yaroshevsky, Jack 6 offsuit. Not much of a hand either.
So a nice little orbit's worth of tokens.
Remember Juan Pardo, the man who folded 2 kings pre at our Triton tour?
Oh, yeah. He had the assist. He had the assist from JNT, but...
Kind of, yeah. But I know what you're saying.
That's the hand that made me shower myself at the desk in London. Those that don't know what I'm talking about, I emptied a bottle of water on my head when we came back to the break desk after what was one of the most insane pots in all of the years that I've been commentating on poker that I had ever borne witness to, adulterated by an out-of-action Jean-Noel Torel, saying all in before Pardo could act on 2 kings pre, with plenty of other action in the form of Chidwick and Jungle Man Dan Cates, who had ace-king and pocket jacks, respectively. JNT had the aces. And Pardo was in disbelief as he folded the kings. He went deep into the tank and was just like, I really don't see a world in which I can do something other than this. It feels insane. Yet he did it.
Correctly.
Incredibly.
Well, Igor does pick up an ace in the small blind, sub 10 big blinds. He needs to just try to survive and definitely going to want to jam this one.
Owen.
And let's see if he gets any action. Nope, not 9 deuce. Wrong game.
What game is the 9 deuce good in then, Randy?
Blackjack.
See, I knew you had DJ vibes, man. I'm just telling you.
And
you
you're
know,
supposed to double down.
I might have to go have a chat with the floor personnel in these Monte Carlo casinos. Find out if you've been burning the midnight oil. The Baccarat streets.
And you know, sometimes you ask me, like, what did I do all day? Well,
Yeah.
now you know where I'm at.
I just can't wait for one day you to come in wearing the same thing that you had on at the desk the previous evening. Looking unshaved, unshowered, you know. Be like, Randy, where are you coming from? Look, man, my stack's still at the Baccarat table. Can we just get through this? I get a text from Selena. Have you seen Randy? I don't know.
Yes, yes.
Nine, 5 off. Obviously, you'd love to have something you could rip on the button here as Igor, but that just doesn't qualify. And thank goodness, given Pardo with a couple of aces.
Qualifies, you think?
I know. One of the few times, Randy, I know.
You know, this is also a good hand in blackjack. You can split it, win double the money.
But then they only let you take one card.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know
I
what
hate
mean?
that. I like the places that let you double down after or split once again.
No, there's nowhere that lets you do that, is there? Because if there is, me and you might have to take up blackjack. Queen 7 here for Webster. Let's see if he wants to take up a call.
Shouldn't. Not a good hand.
No.
Juan. No. At least he didn't get a walk. Still picked up big blind Andy. Two tables remaining here in event 7. The 30K. On the smaller side in terms of buy-ins as we front-loaded the schedule here from the second stop of Season 3 on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Monte-Carlo playing host. Blinds up to 50 in 100,000. Current overall chip leader, Lucas Greenwood. 47 bigs officially.
Time to act. Ace jack of clubs.
Bad's shortest stack.
Raise to 620.
We're just at that phase where short stacks are just looking for any spot they can get.
Does leave himself 5K back. Just in case. Seeking patrons. King 7 suited for Espen.
What's annoying is the blind is 100,000 now. So he's getting a better price than normal.
And he's going to
Fight.
take that price.
5K back.
Yeah, Mikita pointing out that Espen pushed a stack forward that qualifies as just a call, as it wasn't more than what Mikita raised to. And this is not the first time we've seen
You have something good,
the
Mikita?
awkward nature of
You have
this.
something good? Cannot fail you.
Espen getting a chuckle. Mikita with just 5K back. 1.4 in the middle, a club in the window, but no added clubs. Ace-Jack
Illegal
is
bet.
still in front of King High. Espen
Okay.
flicks in the request for the rest, obviously. Mikita never going anywhere.
Tough decision.
We're on a pay jump bubble in case you're wondering why he's taking a little bit of time. From 74,000 to 84.8.
On his feet looking over at that other feature.
Is there anyone on?
Only other table in the room.
Should I spend it or not? I just did. First one. You have the best seat in the room for this. Yeah. So what is he doing? Is it? There is some large bets, but I guess not all of it, huh? Yeah. He didn't more cards. Okay.
There we go.
Took his time just trying to find a bust out elsewhere in the room. But only willing to use a single time bank. Might need those. Club draw on the turn, removing the king and 7 of clubs, but adding some 6s to the party. For Jorstad, can he ruin Makita's day? No. 3 of hearts.
3,
That'll
5.
be a decent-sized double there for Bads.
Yeah, it puts him in a spot where he doesn't have to necessarily just all in or fold.
Just 5K. Okay, just 5.
Nice try, Nikita.
Sneaky keeping it there.
I don't know why they still been here.
Espen riding the roller coaster on the downswing here. Sometimes you look at some of these chip graphs in the Triton Poker Plus app in terms of how a day is shaped up for a player, and you get dizzy, you know. Well, we'll take a moment to remind you that those of you who have failed to do so to this point thus far, despite the number of occasions on which we have encouraged you to do so, get busy. What are you waiting for? Get in on our exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Learn more by typing !giveaway in the chat or scanning the QR code on your screen and getting a whack at a nice package that we'll be sending to you full of Triton gear that you can then put on. Take some pics in it. Post it to socials. Tag us. We want to see you out there rocking the brand. Like I was while walking through Monte-Carlo, and then the guy stopped us.
You tell
take
him.
issue with me taking a video of a car that wasn't expensive enough for someone wearing a Triton hat to care about. That was amazing. Nine seven suited. Little one gapper for Webster, who's doubled off of his low water mark.
He doesn't want to play this hand because it's the chip leader in the big who's going to give him a fit.
5 seconds.
So Espen, King Jack of Hearts in the small. Very healthy stack. Something where maybe he even comes in with limp or maybe open jam. It's hard to say. But he definitely would be willing to commit all the chips against the chip leader if necessary.
5 seconds.
310.
Race for 310,000.
310K. That's the size up from the small when it's BVB. Invoked. 8-6 off. Relinquishing. Always a relief when you get after the big stack.
Like, do I really have to call this one off?
The 10 pre-flop thing is like tricky. It's that like, but the red things, you know, sometimes
you one, right?
by the time I like peel my cards, they're like 5 seconds.
I don't know.
You think Espen's got a wicked skincare regimen?
A nice view.
You know what I mean?
I'm not really checking out our players' skin.
I'm just
care,
saying, you know, I'm
but,
getting up there. I'm
let me know.
45 now, Randy. I'm wondering maybe.
I think it's
Should I be
bad for the
doing
TDM
something?
stuff, right?
I'm all natural. I don't know about you.
Fine. Well, you got good genes, Randy. You might be 90, and we just don't know it.
90. I mean, I was born in 85. I don't think that's 90. I got a little bit of mathematics in me.
18 or 19?
Very nice backdrop.
85.
I was like, what are you talking about? All right, stop responding to everything you say. That's
Come on, let's keep it fun, Randy.
Oh, no. It's
It can be a
serious
little
out
bit of a
here. A
grind.
million up top. Lots of good poker, and you want to talk about really silly things.
There's nothing silly about skincare, Randy. You should take it seriously. One day, you too.
I'm just going to turn it to a prune.
I don't know about that, but Yaroshevsky been shriveling Under the gun, ace 3, 850. Qualifier?
I don't think so. Six-handed?
5 seconds.
Yeah, he lets it go.
Would have been pretty surprised if he went with that one.
Pardo, ace 6 suited.
This one, though, with this stack, playtime.
Second floor.
200,000.
He really doesn't want to see the third floor.
Fold.
No one walking him in that direction. Queen 9 suited for Bads, though. He's got that playable stack depth now, courtesy of the double through Espen.
Yeah, this is the hand we'll stay on the second floor. Definitely C3.
Yeah. Oh, wait a
sorry,
minute.
I'm sorry. Third floor we go.
Detective Pikachu running an investigation here as to how strong Pardo's kit is.
Wow. He was right.
Yes, he was. Those are the little moments right there, Randy, just when you think you know what's going on. That little deviations like that set the talents of a guy like Badziakuski apart. That's a nice little pickup for him, by the way.
More, I guess.
1.6.
Get a look at the mystery bounty
Notice
underway.
the blinds are up.
Elsewhere in the room. You talking about the curtains?
Yeah,
in the
so yes,
back?
that's
Yeah,
what I meant,
okay. I was like,
curtains.
blinds are up. No, they're not.
Yes, the curtains. It's beautiful out
The
there.
view is so stunning, honestly. It's a bit overcast, a bit chillier here today in Monte-Carlo, but nevertheless, just one of the most stunning settings. And for my money, the prettiest place that you could ever hope to play poker, this venue here.
I agree.
One befitting of our Triton Super High Rollers. Ace 8 suited. Webster getting through a couple of threes, but this is a pair that won't be going away. Greenwood on the button.
Definitely going to the third floor. Might come in with a small 3-bet. Oh, okay. Just
Far
all of
from
it.
small. Piles it in. Sixes for Bads. He's doing him a favor by playing it this way.
He is. Although I don't think he would have put it in anyways, even if it was a small 3-bet in front of him.
And the jack's not enough hand to get cute and slow play. On the button, invite the blinds in at a price. Another pocket pair. This one belonging to Yaroshevsky in the big.
The fourth pocket pair. It hurts.
You know, some days you get out there and it feels like every single spot is murky and annoying. But Yaroshevsky does concede properly, as does Webster.
Wait, did you collect my small blind?
Greenwood.
Too late now.
Could you maybe count it?
Yeah.
Bringing the soldiers home, but note that Badziakuski wondering whether or not his small blind was a part of the pot that just got scooped in. We'll check in on that, but first,
Here's Travis.
Shemion, 10-9 suited in hearts. He is smothered by Endersby's ace-queen suited. Most of it comes forward in the form of a 3-bet. That in case of emergency manner. You can see only trying to work through if this is enough.
Does he want to gamble?
That's really what he would be doing with 10 high at the end of the day. And
You're only get yourself in a lot of trouble there.
so he does.
Coin flip.
Huh?
Coin flip.
Knock it over.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know, yeah. Could be coin flip. If you had a baby pair or something, I don't know. No, you're dominated. Smashed. Oh, okay. You got 40% or something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's not too bad.
10-9 suited.
10-9 suited. Hearts?
Yes.
Yay! Ace queen.
Hearts?
Yeah.
Honest exchange.
Fun. Be a fun flip.
You know, normally it's a guy like Travis, or you remember Mark Rubithan out in Vietnam, Weasel?
Yep.
That you count on for all of the emotion if they're able to become triumphant, win a title. That's why it was so cool yesterday, 3:30 in the morning, when Vogelsang eventually bested Barbero. To see him, if you didn't know any better, being every bit as excited.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Pocket tens generating a little excitement for Vieira. Haven't seen much of Janissa Khan here at this table. Randy, there was that one spin that sent Henrik Hecklin packing.
A7 against the 8-7.
Other than that, largely quiet here.
Nothing wrong with that if you're going to just cruise to the end.
Sure. With pay jump still available. Ace 10 suited for Ren Lin. Now at 20 bigs.
It is an undergun open, but six-handed. Oh, he's going to go aggressive. He's going to get snapped off.
Yeah, it does feel like Zhao might have beaten him into the pot here. Did he already say call, or did he ask for a count?
Asking for a count.
Okay. 20 bigs, though.
Shouldn't be folding.
Late arriving, no gamble, no future. Zhao going to take his time.
It's for most of Zhao's stack. Here we go.
Yep.
It's official.
As expected, the call does come in. Ren Lin concerned clearly as the ace-10 suited was playing more to take it right then and there than to be shown something willing to play for 20 big blinds, which, as we can see, has Ren in rough shape. The 10, a poor side card. 3.9 million chip pot here, Randy.
Big pot.
This would really catapult Vieira up toward the top. Queen 8-6. Ren on his feet. And this time it very much feels like with good reason. Stand by.
King.
Jack on the turn. Double cutter now for Ren. Can he find an ace
lucky today.
or a king? 9 for a chop.
Yes.
River.
Unlucky.
Deuce. A big brick and a big end.
Oh.
To Ren Lin's time here in the 30K.
In your world, I know.
His elimination in 12th. Good for 74K and a pay jump for the rest of the field.
Yeah, his very first cash. It's good to get one under the belt.
Breaking the seal. That ace-10 suited one he could have played as a flat?
He could, actually. Nothing wrong with jamming. I wouldn't mind just flatting because it was the very first position opening. If it was later button cut off, I'd probably lean towards jam. But definitely nothing wrong with this play, just more variance.
Some have the appetite for it, some don't. Ren fearless, but unable to find the needed help on the river there. So absent Lin, we march on. Yaroshevsky getting shorter and shorter. Finally, ace-8 able to open from the hijack for all of it. King, queen for Webster on the button.
It's a good hand, but it's for half your stack. 2 people and a half behind you. I would say it's a tricky one.
5 seconds.
There we go.
Webster just going to rip it over the top.
I would say it's the same difference given how many chips he's got remaining. Key all in.
Yeah, the call would have been for a good chunk of limb stack, so he decides to put the rest in there. Realize some fold equity in terms of the remainder of the field between he and Jaroszewski. So he and Igor will spin the wheel as Webster pulls back some chips, but plays for $2 million. 9-6-5, looking good for Jaroszewski. You can see him quietly rooting to keep this paint free. Running pair there, Jaroszewski able to double.
850,000.
Accounting complete. Dust settling. Igor, 20 bigs. Patience rewarded, by the way, Randy. There were a couple of spots where it felt like maybe he could have gotten his stack involved. Ended up finding a good spot.
Yeah, and patience is so important in this game, and timing, as you know.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Folded around to your stat. A little suited one gapper on the button. Let's see how he feels about things.
So over to Lucas Greenwood in the small.
Yeah, after the Espen fold.
See number 8 from Germany with 4.1 million. Please put your hand together for Ole Skemio.
Greenwood limps, an ace in the big for bads.
All in.
And he will jam, wagging a finger at Greenwood's efforts to find a cheap flop. Safe to assume that Greenwood isn't playing trappy out of the small there all that often?
He shouldn't be, because he shouldn't expect the small stacks to attack him when he's got such a big stack. Those big hands tend to just open raise.
There's limpo raise fold for me, so.
I would still prefer raise fold.
Yeah. I didn't really have the right cards. I mean, if you have pocket fours, maybe I should have just shoved. Who ran it with my...
With your 5 of spades.
Working our way toward a final table. That FT will be set. Once we're down to 8, just 3 bust outs away. As we play 6 and 5 with 11 remaining.
5 seconds.
It's Webster's turn to take a shot.
He agrees.
You
Queen
short?
Jack in the hijack. No need to bring height into this, Randy. The sigh brings me so much joy.
I mean, he is definitely
Relax.
not the tallest guy out there.
Okay. It's fine. Not his fault.
No.
Hey, what though? When you look at Webster's resume,
What you got in there? He's got 2 Triton titles, right?
you willing to make that your final answer, my friend?
This is my final answer. Bet it all.
See, now I'm starting to get worried, man. You know, you're a dad now, Randy. The bet it all thing, you got to come off that. You know, that stuff gets dangerous. Efforting, by the way, the official resume. Of course, wouldn't you know it? Brief internet disruptions.
My friend, 2 titles confirmed. I looked it up myself since you can't rely. I can't rely on you.
Getting in there before mine.
Like,
did you give me a virus?
What kind of virus we talking about?
Relax, Randy. Okay. Friends, no benefits. Everybody breathe easy here. Jack 9, Bads, getting after it on the button. Ace 9, Pardo dominating.
This definitely a hand he could rejam with, especially if he knows how aggressive his opponent is. But does make the call.
Plays it as the flat.
Dominating, but isn't the pre-flop aggressor.
King 6 deuce board. Pardo playing it as a check. Does have the only club between the two.
The club's important to determine whether Juan Pardo will check call the flop. Of course, the sizing as well.
5 seconds.
He went small. Very small.
Yeah, 100 into 550. But a tickle. Min bet.
You do tend to see sizing scale back a bit when we're this deep into the tournament, just because of all the ICM pressure. It is going to allow Juan Pardo to continue, especially with that club in hand, but oftentimes ace high is good, as you can see.
Now the ace on the turn, turning into a lot better than just ace high top pair. And it could be trouble. Juan, you see, playing it as a check, maybe allowing Bats to try to rep that ace.
You're right. It's a bad card for Baz because Juan probably 3-bet jams a good amount of his aces pre, so we discount that a bit, which makes betting the turn seem like a nice idea. We know it will never work.
250.
250,000.
Up we go to 250,000 as Bats, an exercise in futility, drawing dead.
The play here for Juan Pardo really is to just come in with call. Let your opponent bluff away. Try to make it seem like you've got a king or a 6 that's in a tough spot to try to get your opponent to fire once more.
Love the way Pardo's playing this one. Baiting Bads into a river barrel. And now the 9 on the river actually just might leave Bads checking back. Unclear if had he not improved whether or not that would have been the case. But the showdown value.
Yeah, I agree. It's enough showdown value now. He beats 6x, especially like the 6x that's coupled with a couple hearts. I wouldn't really expect him to bet once more.
No, he does shut it down, and he'll actually be kind of happy. You see him whistling. Could have been worse.
It was a fortunate river for me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's racing.
There we go. Our answer.
Sounds like Makita was going to fire that third barrel And it was going to get called by aces and nines, no doubt.
And he'd be walking away.
That's right. Yeah, he realizes it. Just cheated death. You ever had any near-death experiences, Randy?
Me? Do I look like a Henry Kilbane to you?
No, listen, just because the man's got kill in his last name doesn't mean that he's had a
but he
near-death
really
experience.
did have a near-death experience.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, do I look like someone who would find myself in that
You
situation?
look like a guy that may have had a few of them without even realizing it, Randy, but it's going to be very much deadly for Espen Jorstad if he elects to continue with this ace-jack. Let's see how Greenwood wants to play it, though. Under the gun, hijack. Aces don't have to 3-bet, do they?
They don't, because there's a lot of short stacks behind him, but I did kind of expect him to do this exact 3-bet sizing.
450, just north of 2x.
And Espen's probably expecting Lucas Greenwood to 3-bet him at some point. And when you're holding a hand like ace-jack, you might convince yourself that your opponent's up to no good.
Yeah, that expectation not necessarily associated with just Greenwood waking up with a good hand, but rather Luke looking to do big stack things. Can Espen avoid a devastating declaration of all in?
It's a rough one.
Peering over the edge of this cliff.
What a laydown, nice. You can see he really wanted to do it.
I mean, just 250 more, we take a flop, and yet somehow Jorstad able to escape even at that sizing.
Final table is 8 or 9.
This is why he's one of the best in the game.
Put some respect on that man's name. That main event win wasn't an accident, and those that watched him throughout that one, he was far and away, I think, the player most prepared for the W. You know what I mean? Just in terms of fundamentals, mindset, stamina, just good decision after good decision got made. That wasn't a sun run kind of affair.
Right. I kind of checked out when the guy was taking like 20 minutes or whatever in some of those hands. You remember that?
Which guy are we talking about?
The guy he got heads up with. Attenborough, I believe it was.
Oh, yeah.
And I came back and, you know, still the same hand.
Yeah, he took us deep into the aquarium on more than one occasion.
Nice spot for Webster, trying to steal these chips, which should get it done.
Small blind rip.
Blind's 125K, by the way, so the short stacks are even shorter.
Yeah, makes a difference. Note the small blind stays flat.
He's given this some serious thought, though.
King deuce. Just 2% edge.
Yeah. Oh, he's made the call here. He's really going for it.
Espen digging in, and he is the favorite. We're playing for 1.9. And when that king deuce gets shown, statements are being made. Jack 5-4, open ender backdoor spades for Webster, still behind, but now the favorite. No longer as a king smacks Jorstad. Sixes and sevens will no longer do the trick. It must be the straight. And instead, it's a 4. So then, Webster, who hit a king of his own, by the way, to work his way into this 11th place finish, was a pure 3-outer. Does outperform
Yeah, and Webster wasn't able to kind of just get his train going. Does have 2 titles, his 16th cash, 5 million in Triton earnings for the Malaysian OG.
Yeah, 11th is going to pay him 84,800. That'll be the same payout for 10th. Meanwhile, we flip back over where we find another one brewing. This 8-7 deuce board connecting with João Vieira, who defended from the big blind against the Agnion Dimov Open. $250,000 ahead, and now 175K C-bet, the product of the Vieira flop check. A flat from João. Safe enough looking turn.
It's a great board, and I would say usually he checks, but it wouldn't have surprised me if you do lead sometimes, just because the player in position doesn't multi-barrel this card, and the jack comes right in.
Nasty river there. Looks like it could be innocent, as João took the hyper-conservative approach to this one. Not a criticism, just an observation.
Observation, that's right. There's nothing wrong with actually coming off a lead, a bit of a block bet. You got a pretty strong kicker. You really only fear the jack, although, yes, it is in D-Mob's hand. You're going to set the price and get called by worse. Bad news incoming.
Yeah, 350K price set, but a price paid in the end as Dimov snap flicks the call in there and shows the bad news to the King 8. Just get a load of his stack. Is he in front of Greenwood? Yes, he is. Back on top.
Yeah, by quite a solid margin. 6.4 million in chips. Greenwood sitting on just north of 5 million.
Just an absolute sea of white chips in front of the Bulgarian.
There's Janissa Khan. 3 stacks of whites. Trav has just been hanging in there.
That he has. Currently sitting on 10 big blinds, mulling over this King 3
he's
suited.
Fighting. This is aggressive.
Half his chips being put forth. Janissa on the button. Ace 7. And we know with this size, it is a commitment, is it not? There's no open fold.
Correct. It's a commitment, but if there's 2 all-ins behind him, he likely will get away. Just because the hand won't perform well against 2 opponents.
Note.
There we go. Do we show the 3 now?
Janissa did
I might
fold
have-
that ace.
yeah.
Showing the
I
3
didn't
is
know
probably
how
not
flash
great
them
for
out.
business, Randy. Okay, that's cash game behavior.
Average buy, and you say $15. That's the same as a cheeseburger here in Monte-Carlo?
You might get the fries for 15. The burger's going to run you about 35. Last
Oh.
I checked. I think the most affordable place to eat is actually right here inside the tournament room. Our menu,
it's
kind of
good.
a bargain.
I hear you. It's where we meet several times a day. Get our
That
food
we
in.
do, yeah. Does that make us food nits? No, we went off
And we
at that restaurant.
on that one.
At least
We had to-
$450 each we
yeah,
spent on that?
it was a lot. We had to balance it, a bit, right?
Wow, yeah. We went broke on on a 3-star Michelin meal to start the week, and now we're just ordering from the snack bar for the rest of the festival.
Our average buy-in was quite high. We had to get it down.
Five deuce suited in the small, mucked around. Shemian.
375.
Karina?
Is he raising into the chip leader of 5 deuce suited?
I had to just pause for a minute Because that's a lot gutsier than it looks on the surface from Ole.
Norwegian aces. Norwegian aces.
Shots fired at the Scandinavian delegation by
I've never heard
Shemian.
this one before.
Norwegian aces. 5 deuce, huh?
Wow.
I would think
Like we weren't going
Norwegian
very
aces
slow.
would be like
They must
pocket
be,
sardines.
racing. Maybe they've all run out of time banks.
Are
But I don't think that's
We're
a nickname
behind.
for any hand.
Yeah, like we're pretty much.
I'm not going to
Oh,
respond.
I guess
Go.
there was a couple of big
just did?
hands. But
Okay. Cool. Cool.
Sardines, by the way, just for the record.
Canned fish, yeah?
Disgusting. We've talked about it.
You think so?
Unfit for consumption.
Okay.
Anchovies, same deal. You eat canned fish,
When I was younger.
and then all of a sudden you developed
Palate. What timing?
Janissa Khan has a taste for Jack 10 suited. High Jack open to 250,000 as limited involvement from her has just rendered her in this top 10 able to sit back, relax for the most part, spectate.
Well, it gives your raises more credibility, especially off these 12, 13 big blind stack. But never mind.
Yeah.
On Demo, I was just saying.
He's like, I don't care how low your
2
VPIP
kings.
is. I'm happy to rip, and all too happy to see it as Endersby behind him.
VPIP this.
Ride him, cowboy.
He didn't fly all the way from Australia to lay this one down.
Well, there's a lot of cowboys in Australia, as I understand it, in the Outback.
There we go.
This time, Travis the man who saddles up. This is an all-in and an all-in call-off. I mean, there's no world in which Genesis Jack 10 continues to show interest.
Formalities.
I think she's just milking the clock a little bit, perhaps.
Here we go. Big all-in for Travis.
I've
Probably the
showed down
biggest of his
twice
career.
today, and I had the same situation. Lucas, 10s, ace 3. He got me.
Something here.
Literally twice I've had to show my cards today.
That's what I mean.
Same spot both times.
$3.25 million chip
Oh, best man.
in the hopes of the Australian, who plays $15 tournaments typically, hanging in the balance and a very threatening 2-club board here.
Can't do the dirty.
I did not. But
The club, the filth that Travis is seeking to avoid. So far, so good. An ace would be deeply bacterial as well.
Queen of Hearts.
Can Travis fade it all? Yes, he can. As running threes leave him with a boat and a mighty double up there.
Nice hand, mate.
He's your countryman of sorts, Randy. You're from down under now.
Hence the mate.
You can do better, though. How about a good on you?
Good.
That's also
I reckon that's the
distinctly
right way to
Aussie,
say it.
You know?
因為個 big blind call 咗我 full 咗咯，跟住 big blind 係傾傾。佢 A 白數都要 full shuffle 㗎嘛，而家真係 small blind A 白。
Throw another few stacks on the Barbie for Travis.
And one against the good feeling.
I know, it's hard to beat a good feeling sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's massive. Maybe
Funny.
you just felt the flush draw coming though.
So, after that one, Dimov
Oh, yeah, yeah.
will be off of his high water mark.
Felt like.
Sitting with 4.7 million now, just a hair in front of Lucas Greenwood, but the more notable development is the arrival of Travis Endersby into the top 4. 26 blinds. All it takes. Now then, Jack 9 suited for Joao. Second floor.
dust for Janissa Khan.
Yeah.
Dwindling.
Joao taking the orbit's worth back after nobody gives him any action. King 10 off up front. Let's see what kind of appetite Ole has.
Well, if he's raising 5 deuce suited into the chip leader in the small blind, he's certainly raising King 10 off.
Those were Norwegian aces.
Oh, so I see what you're saying.
Ace 8
Top
suited
of
now.
range.
Dim off, cut off. Flat off.
Yes, the flat off and the cut off.
Trav off, fold off. 7 off for con off.
Good luck.
I don't really
Stopped
know
working
if
a
that
long time
really,
ago.
That did
I
not
know.
work.
I
no.
tried, you know, they can't all be winners.
Oh, Janissa. All in.
Definitely.
As good as it gets for Dimov.
Snap fold from
而家我喺度驚啊！
Ole. And Wagner gonna give her a spin.
Stressed.
No.
Oh, look at her. It's a nervy moment
死啦點算啊？
for the Triton first timer.
你可唔可以過嚟？
You got any translations for us,
She
Randy?
says she wants someone to come over and take a look.
You're making that up.
No, I'm serious.
I don't
Watch,
trust
you'll
you.
see. You'll see. Oh.
Oh.
Followed by a 7.
The Devastator in the window and Salvation in the form of a 7. Now she takes her seat, realizing the flush draw is not an issue.
Good shape.
Great shape.
唔知啊。
And with the deuce, the ace 8 draws dead. You know, I wouldn't go checking Janissa's pulse right now.
Maybe an 80, I think.
I think the heart's already outside.
Most cardiologists would probably admit her to the hospital with that sort of BPM is my guess. She's going to end up with 2.5 million plus when it's all said and done here. 20 Bigsville. For real though, Randy, you made up the translation, right?
She did. That's why she's talking to someone. She said go live.
No, but like literally,
No.
I mean, there was a
not
lot
just
of-
like speculatively.
No, I'm sure.
Service.
But then they
please?
said you can't come to the featured table because, you know, it's a closed off area.
Who said that?
I'm adding some extra words.
Randy, see, Randy, I know my man. I'm just telling you. Stop bluffing me out here, okay?
I'm actually going to take some Chinese courses when I get back. I'm going to go to Chinese school with my daughter.
Are you going to put her in?
She's already going to Chinese school.
Okay,
She's
there
learned
you
Ni
go.
Hao.
She's learned Ni Hao.
I mean, her and the same.
She already is
amount of
more
work.
proficient than her dad. BVB. Ace for Zhao.
Two healthy-ish stacks. Open ripping into Shemion's 22 bigs. He's saying, I don't want to play post-flop with you.
Maybe not with King 3 suited, at least.
Zhao's been looking sharp this today here, thus far.
Yeah, precision instrument.
Just slowly chipping up.
Yeah, hasn't been on the wrong end of many.
Can you change, please?
As I recall, so far on the day, it's just been
Just
slow
one
and
key
steady.
flip against Renlin, but yeah, it's been just cruising. Pocket jacks.
Yeah, the deck running rich for the Aussie. Most of the time this late in an
Quarter
event,
million?
when we're talking about an Aussie, it's Michael Adamo. But
Have you ever heard anyone say $250,000 for their open raise? That's what he said.
it's not wrong.
It's not wrong, I know.
I don't think it's that weird, Randy.
Okay.
10 seconds are great for the bubble. I think they are really back now.
Ace in the big, min raise.
Yeah, I agree.
Things haven't been going his way lately.
No cause for concern that he has slipped to third.
Yeah.
3.7 million left in front of him. Jack 4-3 board does give him a pair, but he is absolutely barbecued
Because
by
people
top
do
set.
stall, I guess.
150?
I like the small bet just because he's expected to continuation bet this board. It allows the bigger stack to try to make a play at him, or continue, of course, with the bottom pair.
150 a man as we take the turn, which is merciful to the ace-3.
And double espresso.
It's a pretty nice card for Ender's B. Can represent a lot of multi-barrels, diamonds, straight draws. There's a lot of straight draws exits. Ace-5, 10-9. Love the sizing too to kind of entice his opponent to call, because when you're holding 2 jacks, it's hard for your opponent to hold top pair.
Of course.
So you need to size down.
If she comes back, can you get me a fruit
Although
salad?
some
as well?
dampness on the turn,
Thank
big blind
you.
defense range could be associated with some gutties, some backdoor diamonds.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, dim off. Just surrendering here, and now we're starting to see some signs of frustration
Where is she coming
on the
from?
Bulgarian. Quite the opposite, of course, for
From
Travis.
there? From the corner?
As he surges.
Okay.
Yeah, well, Dimov had, what, 6 million chips at one point. Close to half now, 3.2.
The thing is, he's still plenty deep, right? But psychologically, it's like the upstuck phenomenon, and all of a sudden you convince yourself that things aren't going that well. But look around and have some perspective. There's still plenty of stacks that are worse off than you, with plenty of pay jumps remaining. You can coast your way potentially into that FT.
You're right. You know, that's what professionals are able to do well in poker. Janisikon, ace-10 in the hijack.
Well, she's definitely become the darling of the chat here, as they are all pulling for the first timer. See if Ole wants to test her
580.
resolve. Yeah, we get our answer. He says 580.
I feel like he's trying to pick on her because she may appear to be playing a little bit snug and really just needs the goods to play back. And Travis, ace-jack. It's
And
the
then the
best hand, but it's tough, right?
The thing also, I mean, Travis is aware that Ole is the kind of guy on the button over here, in context, could be picking on Janissa. Did she act,
She
by the
out
way?
of position implied she was going to fold.
Oh, and that obviously greases his wheels a little bit. I thought maybe she was implying she was going to fold. Forgive me.
folded out of
I
turn.
mean, call.
Almost made it easier for me to jam. I would feel bad.
Yeah, it actually works the opposite way. If she's showing that she's going to fold, makes it easier for him to jam. As we flip it back over and find the classic. Queens against ace-king. This is an insanely big pot. Pardo, open the button to 275. Your stat just ripped. And then heard call. And you always know something strong is coming your way. 6.1 million in the middle. Your stat can't find the ace or the king. Two pulls at it remaining. as the queens
He's
hang
clearing
on.
Barcelona.
Safe so far. And they remain that way.
It's the Malaga hand,
Yes.
not Barcelona.
Espen Jorstad, a victim of Malacca styles.
Is it
Juan
final
Pardo.
table or no?
A 10th place finish for the former World Series of Poker main event champ. $84,800 going his way, as well as a payout, or pay jump rather, to the remainder of the field, Randy.
That was a tournament chip lead pot. One of the big stacks down for Espen, our one-time title champion.
And the Spaniard vaulting to the top of the leaderboard as we flip it back over to the other feature. Javier, Jack 7 suited, hijack. Big blind, Janissa Khan knows this ace-jack rates to be best quite often.
Yes,
And
I love this play.
summons the courage to jam.
I think she's becoming aware of the pros just trying to attack her a bit. Nice.
Make no mistake, whether or not you see moments of jitters, trepidation for Janissa, she didn't get here by accident.
No.
Right? Been navigating quite fine.
Playing solid.
Yeah.
What you got to do. I mean, we haven't witnessed her play too much, right? It's always been at the other table.
Sometimes staying out of the line of fire.
Mystery.
It's a function of playing solid, though. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Keeping your hands from getting dirty. Shimeon, by the way, he's a guy that's not afraid of the
I went
mud.
in between.
He's like, let's get in there. Let's
You
wrestle.
have to go when there's table break. Like
I knew that when you played the Norwegian Aces, okay?
Right. Quick peek there at the chip counts. Endersby, the boss on this side of town. Tight cluster, though. 28 bigs down to 21. Janissa still the shorty at her table, but that's a plenty playable stack. Makita Batsiakuski, though, down to 8 big blinds on the other side of town.
You play 1 million? 925.
Look at that mountain of chips for Juan Pardo.
Well, I mean, those were tokens formerly in the stewardship of Espen Jorstad.
250,000.
He's in his element.
That he is. And he's one of those types, by the way, Randy, that strike me as when you give him this big stack, he's not just going to sit back and admire it. Going to put it to good use. Unafraid to risk maybe coming off of the chip lead by becoming more active and increasing the VPIP. He wants to...
He's eyeing the top prize.
Yeah, keep a thumb on everyone here. He looks stunned. He's like, where'd these come from?
Do you notice that he doesn't have the drawstring to his hoodie?
I did notice that.
And
By
you
the
do?
way, I confess, I have my drawstring. But what I don't have is both of the metal weights at the end of the drawstring. One of them fell off. I have no idea where.
Got it. Thank you.
Gonna need a glue gun for some repairs. Did manage to get a replacement part for it, but maybe that's why everyone's pulling the drawstring out. They're like, yeah, lost some pieces here.
Okay.
Anyway.
Nice.
Get in the way. You know what I mean?
I regret bringing it up.
Do you ever pull the drawstring? Who pulls the drawstring? Unless you're in South Park.
Orange hoodie, I get it.
Kenny.
Yes, I know, Kenny.
Don't get irritable, Randy. Everything's all right. I side with you on that one. Now, these guys are going to have to play four-handed versus the other table where we play five-handed, and that plays right into Pardo. 2 6s.
250?
Beyond the requirements for him to open. Snap fold to the queen 10. Bads the shorty and ace.
There's no more fast action now, James.
This is weird because ace is usually good against the chip leader open, but he doesn't really want to force being all in a very marginal spot. But ace jack for Igor Yarashevsky, this is clearly got to go in.
12 bigs, and what a bad spot it would have been for Bads had he decided to dig in here.
Igor's got the fold equity.
1.3.
Is he priced in? 2 sixes? I think
We're about
so.
to find out. He's reaching for the call.
Got to call this one, otherwise he has to defend his wide raises.
1.370. All in call?
And we could be on the brink of an FT, which will be set 8-handed, provided Pardo can claim a pelt. That of Igor Yarashevsky, but it looks like we've got developments over at the other table. Put a pin in that situation. Joao Vieira with a couple of deuces has the bottom end of a gutter, but the best hand on the paired flop. Holy shimmy on the pre-flop raiser to 250,000, a flat out of the big in the form of defense for Joao. Check, check. Brought us to this turn. Shimmy on the 2 overs. Better version of the gutter. Facing a bet of 300.
So Shemion can try to pick off the 5Xs, clubs. Does have high card, which is good too. A draw to a nice straight. Should be continuing in this spot, which he is grabbing his white chips immediately.
Call is made. And a big long gaze being cast over at Vieira by Shemian. Doesn't even bother to look at the river, and look at that. The 5 of hearts. Joao with the 6 high straight. Shemian, the 7 high straight.
Yeah, this is a big disaster for Joao, and also he might feel it's worthy of a value bet, as he could technically still represent busted clubs as a bluff.
This card is from outer space. As the airlock has opened up, things depressurizing. Vieira, 700,000. Of course, the pair on board could be of some concern in terms of the big blind defense, some of those connectors.
Right, he could be up against like a 6-5 that boated up, and maybe he doesn't want to value own himself. You would only raise here if you think you could get called by worse or blow your opponent off of a chop.
Call.
Keep it safe.
Yeah, the
big
flat
pot.
and disgust for Joao Vieira. Was able to avoid bigger sizings on the river, but no casualties as we do come back to where we left off. Yarashevsky's ace-jack against Pardo's pocket 6s.
El clásico. Barcelona versus Malaga.
Almost 3 million in the middle, and the hopes of the Ukrainian, which are leaning out, courtesy of a queen 8-3 flop. Ace and the jack failing to make the necessary cameo on the turn. Will they present themselves on this river and keep us from a final table? No. King of clubs on the end, and the GGs are issued to Igor as Pardo continues to compile chips, an overwhelming leader. Yarashevsky out of there, ahead of Badziakuski, by the way, who had half as many chips. 9th place finish for him. Earns him 100 grand. But our final table is going to be set now. 8 remaining with the blinds at 50 and 125,000. And you can see Bads all too happy to be given that pay jump to 126,500. That is the guaranteed number. It will be going to all remaining combatants as we bring you back to the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And it was, well, a story of patience for some, like Janissa Khan. For others, it was a matter of forcing the issue, some cold decks, a little bit of all the ingredients that make for an interesting frame of play. But eyes upon Juan Pardo, surging and in search of his first title.
And we've seen this situation where we have a massive chip leader going into the final table. They haven't been able to close it out just yet in Monte-Carlo. We'll get to see if Juan Pardo will be able to do so. But he's got some tough competition. Lucas Greenwood, Ole Shemion, and a lot of newcomers at this featured final table. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Endersby, Dimov, Janissa Khan, all newcomers, all at an FT. Love to see it. Not a lot of data, perhaps, upon that group there. So there's your glimpse. As we will compile, draw for seats, it's going to take us about 25 minutes to get through the administrative business of getting you to the final table. So grab a snack, do what you got to do, but come back and see us as we work toward a champion here in day 2 of the 30K at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Randy and I are going to check out, and in come Henry Kilbane and Maria Ho to take you through the rest of it. See ya.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Foresee an all-in call coming shortly, unless there's some heavy action right behind.
All in.
Good luck.
So there's the all-in.
Good luck.
And KCG picking an awful time as his impatience brings in his last 160,000 with an ace deuce. Bads is going to have that hand in trouble, but Makita lagging behind Martirosyan.
It's not a good card for you.
Side pot, the larger of the two, as Artur plays for
3, 4, 5.
the whole enchilada. 980 on the outside with Bads, and then add KCG for the 580 in the main.
It felt like KCG just saw the ace and just went with it based on how he revealed that one. But here we go. 3 to come.
8-7-3 board, an over pair for Martirosyan.
4 of diamonds.
Pretty hopeless looking texture for KCG. Now the ace deuce drawing dead. Bads looking for an ace or a king and finds the king of diamonds. As we've got double showers. Nasty. Lucas with a little flair on that 90K. Ace jack under the gun. King 10 off on the button for Bads.
Yeah, he's been cruising so far today. King 10 is actually one of those hands where you tend to 3-bet or fold. Not too many flat calls.
Sorry?
250.
I did.
Congrats.
Thank you. You said you got a girlfriend as well, right?
Kind of.
He's expecting Lucas to play pretty honest when he's got such a healthy stack. Ace-Jack's a tough one to take out of position. Occasionally you see him actually come in for 4-bet. Not sure if he wants to be that aggressive, but you do see it.
You have a speaker on yours? Sir? You have a speaker?
Makita's
Looks
got
like
the
he is going
stack
just flat.
to go picking on people right about now if he wants to. And obviously with King 10 off suit, he demonstrates that he is in the mood. Greenwood, though, doesn't concede as he will continue for the added 160,000. This one grows to 580 pre.
Wanna buy my ticket? Wanna buy my ticket?
Ace in the window followed by a jack. Greenwood, top 2. Just hoping Makita's got an ace.
3.5K on
Bads with just the Broadway gutty.
It's still a nice spot for Makita to fire a continuation bet
10.4K
with this little straight draw. Clearly he represents all of the big aces still.
I mean, if I'm going, yeah, why not?
100. I'll give you this.
That is small.
Give you a friendly discount.
And normally I would expect Lucas Greenwood to just check call given how strong his hand, but it's pretty enticing to check raise now just because you want to build the pot when you're holding a hand as good, and you must realize that ace, king, ace, queen would never get away to a check raise.
You play catch?
Wow, nice slow play timing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a sizing that did feel like it could warrant
It did, yeah, yeah. A lot of people talk to me
Greenwood.
about it. I just, for tournament, it's kind of limited.
just check raising to see what's what, but he's got so much hand.
The thing is he's good enough.
Nice turn card for him, by the way, this 4.
He's good enough for sure to beat the games. Like, that's why I said, like, if you want to do it, I can.
Ah, Boris. Okay, the other Boris. Okay.
Yeah, so Makita is trying to wait whether he should fire once again against Jack X, other type similar hands like King Queen, straight draws that would have to just check fold.
It's 15:30, and you can play 7:15, and also 25. The 25 on that.
It's not so much the selling part. It's the issue is what he wants.
These are chips that Makita will never find
That's true, yeah.
If you cannot do
again in this pot.
I mean, you can.
And Lucas has got to love this. Top 2 pair.
It's up to you, like. I'm not
It's
gonna-
quite hard for him to represent bluffs by check raising.
You're not making troubles. We're just talking.
But like for
So he
money
might just
purposes,
kind
for
of hang in there, try to
for
look
you,
weak.
Like it's super good. I already have like 3 or 4 people in.
Yeah. Nice. Are there any?
They're playing 2-5 and
Are
shit.
there any issues with?
No, money goes through me. So.
And I
$500,000.
can never take, like, any funds or anything.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Being taken under advisement here.
just download
As
the site?
Greenwood obviously just thinking at how can he chart a course for max value with this hand? Charge a price to any of the nonsense draws that might be lurking?
It just mainly depends on if he was to check jam, would he get called by ace king or not, or ace queen, and he's not sure, so he'd rather just not let those hands make a big fold on the turn.
That flat now brings this one to 1.8 bats, being very aggressive here and an absolutely dry river.
It's always better at the beginning. That's what I said, like.
So when Makita bet the turn, he must have felt that Jack X would usually fold, as well as some weak clubs, as well as the straight draws. So he usually is up against an ace.
Well, what are the Jack X combos up front that he expects Greenwood would be willing to open with? Because
Jack 10 of clubs, Queen Jack of clubs makes sense.
Okay.
But then again, I don't think he would expect those hands to be here still on the river. It's actually better for Makita if he had like Queen 10 if he wants to follow through one more bet, just because he could block Ace Queen a bit.
And he could open up King Jack as well. Two very different things. I don't think anybody is thinking you've exposed me now because I can't read the shirt.
Okay, it probably says Triton.
Did you just mimic what producer James came into your ear and said? No sooner do we raise the levels on producer James in the headset than you begin to parrot what he pumps into your head.
Please stop exposing me. I tried my best to.
I counter-exposed you there.
You got me. You got me.
You don't want to try to terrorize me, Randy, you know? Just
no.
Careful with that.
I knew we weren't friends. I just knew
Come
it.
on.
No, no.
Yeah, Randy.
Maybe tomorrow. Today I'm done.
Wait a minute. Is this the mean Randy that we chronicled on our social streets? Have you activated?
No, no. Pocket deuces. Let's go.
What do you mean? You want the man to jam?
Maybe. It's definitely a play. No, I am being serious.
Oh, my. Donchev picking a rough time to get it all in. He is slightly in front of the ace-king. As Espen is pipped. Suddenly we've got a 2.2 million chip pot involving
Not a
former
comes,
chip
I guess.
leader.
Yeah, I think
Then it's
And these
more than
stacks
fair.
were fairly big, over 20 bigs for Jorstad coming in, and he outflops the deuces. King 10-4.
Sometimes I know things.
Now things don't feel very fair whatsoever. And might it all be unraveling in a hurry for Donchev. Third king for Espen on the turn. Doesn't really change matters at all.
I'll take a queen.
1
Safe
million?
river.
I can't just one of these, or
1.1, I think.
Man, Dan chose
9,000 concurrent viewers across all platforms at present. We're just about 500 subs away from breaking that 200K threshold. That would be a monumental milestone for us here. And so I implore those of you out there watching live now, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, why risk ever missing a beat? Especially given we ask for nothing here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Just seek to provide the best in poker live streaming entertainment to you each and every time we're at a festival, and even in between. Mouse over, click like, click subscribe, help us get over that hump.
Get us there. Let's do it.
fuck.
4-5.
Gonna have to double you up then.
Jorstad, Jack 10 suited. The open faces the jam, and you could see Espen saying, I'm going to have to double you up now, but it isn't a given.
Solo, huh?
Sturm.
I mean, if you have 10, I think it's like...
Ace
Oh
king
yeah, for
suited.
sure. But with that speed, so I always thought you had like ace 8 offsuit or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, look like a 4.
Even like 8.
Not even
Good spot to be in with your back up against the wall as the shorty in the field. 875 in the middle and holding on a 9-7 tray board, but backdoor diamonds. 2 overs in the gutty for Espen.
Not to be greedy, but
offsuit queen. King of diamonds is cool.
Yeah.
Turn card. Nice and clean.
You promised him the final table.
The German. Hang on. No! The 10 of clubs on the end. A dagger. As Leon.
Okay, whatever.
Not what you got in mind when you got a short stack and it's folded around to you in the small. He can obviously lay it down and afford to
Looking at the stacks.
play a free orbit.
Oh, I see. Page on.
He has the shortest stack in the room. Using a time bank. Desperately trying to get his bearings. See the dealer ushering that phone away from the proceedings. Kulev does decide to take the stand with the 7 deuce. Smokry wakes up with ace-jack suited. The only good news is that the 7 and the deuce are clean, but they are in bad shape.
But only clubs. That's the, you know,
Only
seven deuce of clubs.
Will you
That's
tattoo them?
good.
Yes. Will you tattoo the hand? No, I won't go that far.
Oh, wow.
Now you have to.
You're in.
All clubs on the board here, and there is no path to victory for Keihan Mokri.
He can improve
Let's
to a
say
straight
to-
flush if he wants to.
If you win, I would
Unneeded.
say.
140? Is that it? Yes. No, 125.
How about you gonna?
A much-needed double for Kulev. Who
How much are we talking?
61,000 for 16th, 67.5 for 15th.
They were already all
Kulev,
calls, so like,
ultimately
someone busts, he busts quicker than you.
calling off after raising 200 of his 280 up front. Mokri 3-betting to 350. The extra 80 into the middle. We play for 710,000 in the hopes of Alex Kulev, who wants to hang around with the remainder of the Bulgarian delegation. Can he do it? King, Queen, Jack. Got himself plenty of outs. Behind still against Kings and Jacks, but with the open ender and a clean Queen. 4 is Dusty.
The worst part of this flop was for you to see a jack.
Kind of.
King was great, queen was fine.
Kulev won't be joining us any longer.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
On his feet. Interesting, nuanced little thought there for Webster Lim. Nothing lost on him as Greenwood wakes up with the goods on the button, and Mokri with 6s.
He's in trouble. He's expecting Greenwood to open wide. He's got a pocket pair against the button open.
By the way, he did end up jamming that ace-7 suited against the king deuce, won that pot. Might he have more of the same on his mind here from the small blind? A 3-bet to 1.5 million is practically the same thing. Greenwood snap asking for the remaining 55. And Keihan Mokri being shown the awful news here. This is a delight for Webster Lim. This is exactly what he needs, is a bust out and a redraw to avoid going into the big blind as a short stack. He is obviously not the focus in this spot, though, as Mokri needs to get very lucky here. 4-1 dog, and the 9-5-4 isn't going to cut it. Backdoor straightiness available. Understandably on his feet. Board pairing 4. Doesn't add any sweat. And the river double pairs the board and makes it official. Keihan Mokri will be our next victim here in the 30K. 7-8 offsuit for Henrik.
It's okay. Breathe, my friend. Oh, A7 for Janissa Khan.
Dominant.
Yeah, this is a great spot.
But is it one that she's going to want to take?
It's a decent kicker. She's got to imagine all aces jamming here. There we go.
Yeah, she knows the game. Not going to let the bright lights or the moment influence her. And now she holds Henrik Heklin's fate in her hands. 68% equity. Almost 2 million in the middle. 10-5-4, all diamonds. All of a sudden, the gutter and the flush draw for Henrik Hecklund looking very threatening. A favorite, in fact, with 2 to come. That no longer the case, though, as the board pairs and Hecklund misses. Is he going to be able to find the needed assistance on the end? No, a queen of clubs and former Triton main event winner, Denmark's Henrik Hecklund. Going to be our next casualty in the 30K, a 14th place finish. Then, so he is playing with house money, so to speak, but
he's looking at that top prize, and it's right now out of reach, just barely. Oh. Oh, and Greenwood wakes up with 2 queens, putting Webster at risk.
Can't blame Lim for jamming King 8 suited. That is familiar kid. Greenwood had it not long ago. Won a pot, but it isn't looking like it's going to perform all that well in this spot.
I got my face painted, so it was good luck.
Paint.
Yeah, lucky paint. So far, at least.
Lucas's queens holding on a Jack-9 deuce board. 1 spade working. Webster looking stoic and drawing thin. 3 outs, 1 time after the board pairs on the turn. And there is the 3-outer on the end. No response whatsoever. Evoke that tactic against Schulman as Pardo.
Okay, don't do it then.
Ace King
Continue.
suited. He's going to invoke the open tactic. 185. Donchev, queen 5 now. Took a pass on a couple of 3s earlier. Just continues to whittle away. Again, deploying the wrong time bank, but that's all right, no matter.
It's a first timer, okay?
Yeah, the bigger issue for him is when am I going to draw a line in the sand?
I feel like he's got to commit at some point, right? Like,
but queen 5 off?
I don't know. He passed the 2 3s earlier, which I would have loved to see go in.
Well, right, and if we are passing up with 2 3s, then really the queen 5 we know is not the one. The trouble is now he's down
to have to stack
4 bigs.
It doesn't help that Juan Pardo actually sized up a little bit too, which gives him a little bit worse odds. So if he doesn't play this hand, then he needs to, well, it looks like he will be playing.
Doesn't love it, but is going to put the rest of that 240 out there and spin the wheel of fortune against a very mighty looking ace king of hearts, queen 5. That upon which the hopes of Bulgaria's Dimitar Donchev rests here in the 30K. King Jack 7, a devastating development. 2 unders to top pair. Could draw dead on the turn, and that's precisely... No,
Not
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Precisely not it.
Broadway Gutty, hang on. Is there a 10 in the deck? There is, but not on this river. So then, Donchev.
Cowboys?
Saddle up. Espen Jorstad, 13 bigs. Besides, there's no need to put them all in.
Oh.
And the min-raise could very well tempt Greenwood to apply pressure with an ace-queen on the button.
That lasso is over Greenwood, and he's going to get the chips in there. No questions asked.
400,000.
Music to Espen's ears is the big stack doing big stack things, and it's going to get sexier as Badziakuski, unfortunately, wakes up with a couple of queens to open.
A very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbay, stepping in for Arlene Najad and Randy Lou, who got us all the way down to the final table here in event number 7, the 30K 7 max, meaning that less players at the table, wider ranges, a little bit more action, a little bit more loosey-goosey. Maria, what can we expect here with a 29 big blind average and $1 million up top with this star-studded lineup?
Well, I feel like Juan Pardo having a pretty significant chip lead is going to be able to dictate pace of play quite nicely. You know, we have seen in the other final tables leading up to this event that there have been pretty significant chip leads, but sometimes when it gets down to 2 or 3 players, obviously that starts ending up shifting. So Juan Pardo, I think he knows what to do. He knows how to close these things out, but being able to execute in no limit hold'em when things are so unpredictable is not, you know, the shortest of orders.
It's been the theme of the series. We've had overwhelming chip leaders. Again, to reiterate, Adrian Mateos. We had Mario Mosbach. There we go, getting helped out by producer James Dempsey. But it's the same storyline. Last night we had Nacho Barbero with an overwhelming chip lead coming second in the end. Perhaps Juan Pardo going to be the man that finally puts an end to this, coming in with the chip lead. 69 big blinds as I turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app. A couple of short stacks, most notably is Mikita Badziakuski on 6 bigs. And Maria, I have to ask, is this now a bit of a waiting game for the likes of Can, Dimov, and Endersby, who are all comfortably in the middle of the pack but wouldn't want to bow at an 8th?
Definitely, but also, you know, with the presence of, I wouldn't say wild cards, but just, you know, a couple of newcomers to the scene, maybe, you know, they really want to make that ladder, so we'll have to
stop you there,
see.
Maria.
Yeah.
Luca Vivaldi can introduce
Incredible 145 entries join this 30K 7-ended event. We're down to 8 players. They're going to battle for a first prize of $1,010,000. Please allow me to introduce you to them. In scene number 1, with 750,000, please welcome Mikita Badziakowski.
The man that looks like he belongs in the front of a rock and roll magazine, 4-time Triton champion, looking for his 5th here.
In scene number 2, from Canada, 4.6 million, please welcome Luke Greenwood.
One of the Greenwood brothers that just seem all too consistent at a Triton Super High Roller Series final table once more.
In scene number 3, from Spain, we have our chip leader from Spain. Please welcome Juan Pardo.
Got a funny feeling that man right there, Juan Pardo, is in fact from Spain. Chip leader, Juan Pardo.
Scene number 5, 1.8 million from Portugal. Please welcome João Vieira.
One of the true legends of the modern game. Number 1 on Portugal's all-time money list. Vieira looking to get it done here in Monte-Carlo.
Scene number 6, from Bulgaria with 3.1 million. Please welcome Ognian Dimov.
Online Bulgarian poker legend. Live poker legend. First time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series.
Scene number 7, from Hong Kong with 2.5 million. Please welcome Janissa Khan.
Love to see the ladies being represented here in Monte-Carlo, reaching a final table in her very first Triton event.
I'm here for
Scene number 8,
Let's go.
from Germany with 4.1 million. Please put your hand together for Ole Skemion.
Ole, ole, ole. Oi, oi, oi. Ole Shemian. One of the true OGs of tournament poker. Another final table.
Last but not least, scene 9, from Australia with 3.5 million. Please welcome Travis Endersby.
One of the storylines of this tournament, perhaps. ACR Stormer Twitch streamer with the opportunity of a lifetime here. Talk about stepping up to the challenge. Travis
We're going to play the last hand of level 22. The button has been drawn in scene number 2. 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. Ivano, shuffle up nil, please. Best of luck, everyone.
So, with that introduction from Luca Vivaldi, we have our final table, event number 7 of the series. Chip Count's brought to you by GG Poker. And I have to apologize, Maria, because I did cut you off. You were talking about the presence of Baziakuski on 6 bigs and
and
some handcuffs, ICM handcuffs out there.
And as you mentioned, 3 players here, first timers to Triton. And you know, perhaps some of them, the money means a little more to them as they're not high roller regulars. And because of that, maybe that allows somebody like Juan Pardo, who is already extremely aggressive, somebody who understands how to apply pressure in these types of ICM situations, to even be a little more aggressive than normal, which I don't know, it's hard to picture, but it's very possible.
Malacca style being more aggro, I agree. But yeah, that's a great point. Janissa Khan from Hong Kong, first ever Triton event, has reached the final table. Travis Endersby, as I mentioned, an ACR Stormer who qualified, and here he is, you know, played the 50K. Playing this, and opportunity of a lifetime for him. And you're talking about the aggression of Juan Pardo. How about having aces as well?
Well, I don't think people are going to be giving him credit for hands as big as this, but Zhao, nothing in the big blind.
Aces for the man from Spain. Juan Pardo.
Oh, nice.
Some online legends here. So have Ognan Dimov. Some Bulgarian fans in the chat. Bulgari, Unity.
Sorry.
Online legend. João Vieira, Mikita Baziakuski, Lucas Greenwood, Ollie Shamian. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Another stacked final table that Maria and I have the pleasure of coming into. Randy and Ali doing all the heavy lifting today.
Right, this is the fun part.
It really is.
This is where people are playing for huge sums of money, and we're just here to watch somebody turn into Triton champions, perhaps for the first time.
There's a lot of people that are looking for their first title. I believe 5 of the remaining 8. Only Lucas Greenwood, Shamian, and Makita with Triton trophies. And I must say, I'm looking forward to watching Juan Pardo execute this final table. The chip lead that he has, his play style, arguably one of the most memorable hands and biggest folds of 2023 back in London. I mean, that one went viral. The Kings against the Aces of JNT.
And for some people who perhaps weren't that familiar with Juan Pardo before that hand, that obviously turned him into this online legend. But he already was, you know,
He
this
was,
person playing online under Malacca style, people in the high roller community and in the elite circles all knew that Pardo would, of course, you know, once he started playing more live, would be putting up results, would be making it tough on all his opponents.
There he is, 32% of all the chips in play with 8 remaining. really does open the door.
And I think we just took a look at Juan Pardo's rail out there. Looks like his parents are in the stands rooting him on.
Love to see the support, not just in terms of the viewership around the world, but people's friends and family coming in. We saw Adrian Mateos' dad coming to support him at the final table. Juan Pardo's parents, both of them here for this one, as Makita, shortest stack.
And his decision here is all going to be about how tight and how narrow of a range he believes Endersby to be opening from under the gun +1 in this ICM situation off of 23 big blinds for somebody who, you know, found his way here off of $15, was it?
Don't really recall the exact amount, but regardless, quite the story.
If we're talking about standard ranges, you know, granted, Endersby doesn't need to have a hand as strong as Queens.
Can you put him on top, please?
Makita deep in the tank, understandably so. Maria, you mentioned the perception of how tight is Endersby going to be opening from +1. Yeah, I can't fault Bads for folding the king-queen there. I mean, Travis, against this lineup, these players behind, he's currently 4th in chips, comfortably in the middle of the pack. Is he really opening from +1 with a marginal holding? Doesn't feel like the spot he would be.
Thank you.
Picks up the blinds and the big blind ante.
And that's the part of the game, you know, where you make some deviations that are opponent dependent, and you really just have to be tuned into the way that your opponents have been playing on the way to the final table, you know, understanding maybe their poker background, their story, how they got here, why they're here. All of those things can factor into the decision that you end up making at the poker table. Another premium.
Wow. Talk about biggest spot of your career. Waking up with the goods. Queens from +1, followed by ace-king from under the gun. Didn't get any action with the ladies. See if Shemian wants the tango with Travis. They are practically tied in chips. 5-4 suited. Feels like a defend. Shemian obliges. And well, Shemian, who perhaps is going to find a way to victory on this 8-6-3, flopping an open-ender. Backdoor clubs, does check through. It was a relatively quick check from Endersby once check 2.
Maybe we'll have to keep an eye on just how balanced his timing is in these spots. Not the best turn card for Shemian in the sense that when Travis checks back, of course, he's going to have 2 overs, some big aces, some big king X's containing some queens, but Shemian might want to go sizing that prevents hands that still haven't yet connected to the board from continuing.
Does come with the turn probe.
Ace-king, while it still might be the best hand in the presence of a lot of straight and flush possibilities from the flop, might not know what to do on certain rivers.
Oh, bravo, Travis. Unfazed by the German Titan. Correctly calling with ace-king high. That feels like a bad river for Shemian to continue on. Although maybe we could remove hands like Jack-10, 9-10 for Travis opening from under the gun. Diamonds brick. 1.8 million out there.
Yeah, and similar to the spot where we saw Makita fold the king-queen against Endersby's under the gun +1 open, this is a spot where, based on Shemian's perception of his opponent, may decide to put the hammer down, feeling like Endersby won't be able to make a big call at a big final table, perhaps based on the lack of experience that Shemian perceives Endersby to have.
On the flip side, it feels like a bad run out for Endersby as well, all things considered. Shemian with just 5 high. Gonna look to target precisely these kind of holdings.
$2.1 million.
And
Ollie, Ollie, Ollie. The river overbet.
can't say that I'm surprised to see Ole come with this bet on the river against this particular opponent. Endersby unblocks diamonds, but Shemian could have quite a few 2-pair combos. You know, he's going to be defending, I believe, all the suited combos of, you know, 8-6, 6-3 suited. I don't think
do they go overbet though?
I think so, with the presence of all of the missed flush and straight possibilities. I think they do go big. I don't think that this sizing obviously is indicative of a turned queen. I think those...
We're saying 2-pair plus.
That's what it feels like in terms of what story I think Shemian is trying to tell.
Travis does let it go. Got to give credit where credit's due. Took his time before folding, but ace-king high, putting on the cape on that board would have been quite the ask for, well, anyone at
You would
this.
have called, Henry.
Obviously, but, you know, I'm retired.
You would have called.
That's not because of good reasons. That's because I'm a station. It wouldn't have been because of some read or, you know, game theory breakdown that I had in my mind. Ollie, I don't believe you. I call.
Didn't want to put too few.
Yeah, that's it.
Fantastic pick up there. Perfectly executed from the German Triton champion.
I wasn't calling, I was thinking about shoving.
Huh? You hear that? Endersby says he wasn't thinking about calling, he was thinking about shoving.
But could have shoved too.
Would have been.
Would have worked, would have been bluffing with the best hand. That's always fun.
That is fun. Janissa Khan on the button with Shemian and Endersby in the blinds.
300,000.
Endersby with a legit holding once more. Ace-10 does cover. How does he want to proceed?
Feels like as the covering stack with Badziakuski out there with 5 bigs all in is going to put so much pressure on the majority of Khan's range. She just simply can't really call it off light at all with Makita out there off of 5 big blinds.
well executed from Travis. Everyone guaranteed 126,500 as they get comfortable, prepare themselves mentally for the long grind ahead. Not going to be an easy one to close out. For $1 million for first. Ognian Dimov joining the ever-growing group of Bulgarians venturing out to Triton Series. From Veliko Turnovo, Bulgaria. Third on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Best live cash. Could be eclipsed here today with a win. As it's Endersby. Jamming into Makita. Makita on just 4 bigs. Travis
Doyle.
doing it for Doyle. I mean,
That's a good reason.
Doyle would be proud. Final table with $1 million up top, blind v blind. In it goes, the king in the window and things looking bleak. For Travis saying it's a fun way to go about it. It would be a fun way to go about it, Maria. The runner straight is the only way for him to get there in terms of back doors, but doesn't get there on the 7 of diamonds, river and bads in the hunt for title number 5.
I love the for Doyle sentiment, but that hand only really works for Doyle.
That's true.
From my limited experience playing 10 deuce myself.
Button moved.
I first joined the Triton commentary team in Madrid of last year. Makita and Jason Kuhn were tied for most Triton titles with 3 apiece. They both then picked one up in Madrid, tied for 4 apiece, and it looked like that was going to be the rivalry that we were going to get to be a part of. And, well, it's been all Jason Kuhn ever since. Makita unable to pick up a title this season so far. Did come second to Michael Soiser in, I want to say, the 50K in Cyprus earlier on this year. Juanito activating from under the gun. Well, looks like Makita's going to be involved back-to-back because Ace-Jack, even against this under-the-gun open, against the chip leader who's going to be perceived to have a wider range in this position. We happy to get Ace-Jack in?
Yeah, definitely. He still has enough fold equity for Pardo to raise fold some of the weakest hands that he's willing to open.
I wonder how many tens of thousands of hands, or maybe not tens of thousands, but thousands of hands these guys have played against each other online. How many flips have they showered each other in, and have any of them been as big as this one with 7 figures up top? 5 cards to come, 3 million in the middle. Things still looking favorable for Pardo on the 5-4-3. Does need to now fade a duck. Parents on the rail.
Good card.
That is a fantastic card for Juan. Removing more of Makita's outs.
9 of hearts.
Big smile on the Spaniard's face, and perhaps even bigger now, the 6 of spades completing the run out, and the chip leader extends at the top of the chip counts, crossing the 10 million chip mark.
It's as if there's a magnetic force surrounding Juan Pardo, because those chips went straight from Endersby to Makita to Juan Pardo.
The 4-time Triton champion adding another final table to his resume. Title number 5 will have to wait. He stays in the 4-time champion club with Danny Tang and Wai Kin Yong. Phil Ivey sat on his own in the 5-time champions lounge.
I didn't really get to see what chat thought about what Makita was wearing, so this may be an unpopular opinion, but I really liked that fit he had on today.
I dig the fit. Looks like he belongs on the front cover of Vogue magazine. Poker edition.
Best of luck.
Janissa Khan open jamming from the hijack. Everyone now secured that ladder. Means that she is currently 6th in chips. Going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Everyone guaranteed $172,000 for their efforts so far.
And so far, Janissa seems quite composed, calm, cool, collected.
Well, she's rocking the Hong Kong flag. And based on who we know here at the Triton Super High Roller Series from Hong Kong, perhaps that comfort and sense of belonging, a byproduct of watching friends like Danny Tang and Elton Sang getting it done at the highest stakes. Endersby just picking up another legit holding. Gonna pick up the blinds at the big blind ante. We'll have a little browse through Hendon mobs. Obviously going by the Triton track record of Janissa. It's her first ever event.
Here.
The final table. Yeah,
Not ever.
At a Triton Super High Roller
Okay,
Series.
I thought you were referencing her Hendon mob, saying she has no prior results.
Well, we're about to find out. That's how things stand. Juan Pardo eclipsing the 40% of the total chips in play mark with 7 players left. Well, it's coming up empty on Hendon Mob.
What a boss move it would be for your first Hendon mob result to be a 7-figure score. I don't know how many people could say that they've done that before.
Yeah, it's coming up empty. Well,
Let's get it.
have to get someone on the production side of things to perhaps ask her on break. Travis Endersby, 480,000 in total live earnings. Best live cash prior to this event was 59,000. $59,212 came in. Deep run at the Aussie Millions in a side event. So he's already guaranteed 3 times his career. But I love these kind of storylines. This is what I'm here for. It's the reason I got into commentary. Just like that Cinderella story of online grinder. Typically plays, you know, $15 average buy-in tournaments. Comes to a Triton series as Ognian Dimov, man from Veliko Tvrdovo, Bulgaria, my hometown. Went to the same school as me.
Really?
Yeah. He went to, I believe he's a few years older, I believe. I don't even know if I should be am I doxing him here? Yeah. He went to the math school in Veliko Tvrdovo, PMG. It's quite the online record. Can't remember his online screen name. I'm sure someone will remind me. Oggy back in the driver's seat. Happy to just chip away once the chip leader gets out of the way. Is tangling with second in chips, Ollie Shemian.
Shemian just also an online legend in his own right, of course. Has been playing for a very long time and has also just been someone I think that has been feared. Always manages to apply a lot of pressure and just know when to pull the trigger. Not afraid, doesn't back down. But it's hard to stick around on a king-king deuce with 9 high.
Coco Jumbo, that's it. Appreciate you all reminding me. That is a fun screen name to have at your table in any event. Online, venturing out here with the likes of Alex Kulev rather, Dimitar Danchev, Faradin Mustafov.
Pardo just making sure he's not outpacing himself, even with the chip lead. You know, still willing to pass up on some spots as we saw him fold the 8-5 suited from up front.
Ollie Shemian currently sits 6th on Germany's all-time money list, and you could argue behind perhaps only the United States. That is the toughest poker money list in the world to try and rank your way up. Best live cash, 1.8 million. Any guesses as to Ollie's first recorded cash, Maria, what year it was? Not to make people out there feel old.
I'm going to go with 2009.
Ooh, close. 2011. First ever recorded cash. Came at an EPT in Berlin. It was an 1,100 euro buy-in, and he won it for 54,000 euros. And perhaps you could ask yourself, was that the tipping point in his career?
Shemian came out of the womb closing, you know?
Sorry, he came out the womb doing...
Closing. It's a closer. It's a lifetime closer.
Okay, okay, okay. Happy to close this one out. True legend of the game.
Okay, nothing against Ole, but I do feel like you use
you
the
very
word
much.
legend a little too loosely.
I do.
Like everybody's a legend,
Everyone's a
according
legend.
to you, Henry.
I mean, we're all legends
We
in
have
our
to.
own minds.
We definitely have to reserve.
There are
the
different
word.
tiers of legends, okay? Same way there are different tiers of wizards. GTO wizards out there around the world, the viewers at home, if you haven't already, downloaded the #1 app for poker players where you can take your game to the next level. You can analyze your played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and solve any spot in the game. The GTO Wizard AI. You can scan that QR code to get involved in the giveaway quiz, where you stand a chance to win exclusive memberships as well as premium subscriptions and merchandise. Now, back to the legend conversation. There are different tiers of legends. You cannot deny that for me, in 2011, when I was 16, 17, watching Shemian navigate deep runs in the Bahamas and Europe and all over the world, that I idolized a lot of these
This whole
guys.
flex about how young you are is really getting old, Henry.
It's the first time I've mentioned it this entire trip. But yeah, I wasn't even legally allowed to play poker when Shemian was bossing it up. But you're right. Ivy's on a different pedestal, you know. Seidel's on a different
450.
pedestal. Daniel Negreanu. Galfond, Antonius, the list goes on. These guys are separated. You tell me a
We
legend.
should play a game where
Legend
I
or
name
not
two,
legend?
Well, I name two people, and
Okay.
only one of them can be a legend.
All right, go on then. Let's do it.
Okay. Phil Hellmuth, Juan Pardo.
That's ridiculous. Why would you do this to me?
You see what I'm getting
But you
at.
cannot deny.
No, of course not. Of course not.
Sure, Hellmuth is a legend.
No, but it's also
Stateside.
not just about. No, I disagree that Hellmuth is just a legend stateside. I feel like Hellmuth
He's a legend.
is one of the most well-known names
Yeah,
in
even
poker
even
worldwide.
outside of poker.
Even outside
yeah,
of poker.
people know Ivy, Hellmuth, and Daniel Negreanu.
He might have even broken through outside of poker more so than Daniel in some
I would say
regards.
so,
In
yeah,
terms of,
I agree.
Listen, the man did a Carl's Jr. commercial.
He's best friends with Tiger Woods and Chamath. But then Malacca style. So perception versus reality, okay? Maria, it depends on who you ask. There's some 22-year-old kid out there that's been put in the absolute blender by Malacca style in hundreds of spots in online tournaments and views Juan Pardo as a legend.
$650.
I've got one for you.
Oh, okay, let's go.
Phil Ivey or Linus Love? Yeah.
Come
How do you like it? No.
It's obviously Phil Ivey. I really think that that's not even close. No offense to Linus. Like, Linus is sick. That's what I think is different. Like,
That's crazy.
sick elite
There's so
players.
many people shouting at the screens right now.
No, because I think being a really elite player doesn't necessarily make you a legend, right? There's a few sickos who, if you asked me who I would take in a heads-up match versus Ivy, I might pick them. But if you put them up against Ivy in the legend category, I still have to say Ivy.
I'm joking, of course. That was the easiest setup ever. I gave you an easy one.
I thought I was giving you an easy one.
It's not even close. Man, the amount of highlight reels of Phil Ivey that I've watched over the years when I was, 15, 16. Watching YouTube highlight reels back in the day. Some were against you, I think.
Probably. Okay, I get it. I'm also old. Henry, we've gone through this. It's very rude to talk about a woman's age over and over again.
You don't need to bring it up. Only one elimination so far at this final table. Nikita Baziakowski. Running ace-jack into that man's pocket eights. João Vieira on short stack duties now through no fault of his own.
Yeah,
Has just not had the chance to get anything going. Perhaps this is his moment. Jamming out of the small.
675.
The 3.5 bigs. And he's in rough shape, Maria. It's about as bad as it can get.
Yeah, unfortunately, just had to take his chances in this BVB spot, not expecting to be dominated very often, but unfortunately is.
That 10 of spades was a little sweat for us all. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Both players connecting the form of middle pair. Vieira out-kicked. And now reduced down to just 2 outs once. Oggy with the diamonds covered. Title number 1 will have to wait for number 1 on Portugal's all-time money list. Nazar adding another cash to his Triton track record. $172,000 for his efforts, taking his total Triton earnings up to $250,000 as he joined us for the first time in Vietnam earlier this year. Nice to get a cash here in Monte-Carlo after a rough stretch in the 50K, 125K main, a couple of the side events. Would have been hoping at least a few more spots and perhaps a few more chips to really show us what he's capable of. Always frustrating for us here in the booth as well as the players out there when you have the talent of someone like Vieira handcuffed on the short stack, really unable to showcase why they're such elite players. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him. You battled with Vieira?
Yeah, I've definitely played my fair share against Vieira, against Shemian, you know, played a little bit against Pardo. And all of these players, of course, when they get to the final table, they know how to play all different stack sizes, as we see Khan move all in from the big blind against Shemian's under the gun open, which, wow.
I mean, bravo. Talk about timing.
Right?
8 big, she still has fold equity.
And this looks very, very strong. Granted, she is the shortest stack, but still, Shemian, who has Pardo to act behind him in these spots, isn't going to be too out of line despite being second in chips or close to second in chips. And
oh, he's made the call. Cards on their back and a smile from Janissa Khan as she has to table the ace-deuce off. A real chance for Shemian to separate himself from the rest of the pack. If he can just hold here, not only would he get us down to 5, but he'll move up to second in chips overall. There's that 7 in the window, and can now reduce to running deuces or running queen 8.
Just one, two.
How about an 8?
Oh, it's not
Dead on the turn.
Yeah, lovely playing with you. All the best.
Love to see a lady not only in the mix, Maria, in the booth, as well as at the final table. As she
Yeah, I didn't expect that either.
Heads on over to
Yeah.
Ken Tong. Reached the final table of the main event. Janissa Khan from Hong Kong, first ever time playing a Triton event. 30K 7 max.
Let me check.
Well, I hope to see her again because that move just told me that she's willing to go for it, which is probably how she found herself at the final table. I think sometimes women do get underestimated at the poker table, and we could use that to our advantage.
100%. She's going home with 232,700 for her efforts. An ill-timed rejam running in to Ollie Shemian. Now 300,000 guaranteed for these final 5. Always coming 7. I mean, we should have known. He is German. A few quick bust outs at this final table.
Not even
Is it
going to defend the big blind named after you.
Travis Endersby now locked up a 5x, or 5 times more than his previous career best cash.
It's got to be exciting, not only to be able to have a chance to play, of course, against the best in the world, but to really be able to eclipse your best live cash by so much.
Lucas Greenwood, someone that we haven't seen all too much of at this series. Getting involved with the King Jack 5-handed now. He's also looking to beat his best live cash. 897,000 that came in the 25K GG millions during the London series. Shemian just flat calling with the ace queen does open the door for Endersby to flat and see a flop on short stack duties now.
Kind of surprising that Luke Greenwood doesn't have a 7-figure cash, actually, but he did take a couple years away from the game. Now that's an interesting flop. Top for Shemian, open-ender for Greenwood, the pre-flop aggressor.
How about this for an action-packed setup? Shemian incredibly under-repped. Greenwood checking back and what a disgusting turn card. Brutal development for Shemian, turning top 2. Greenwood turning the nut straight. Shemian going to look to do a Nacho Barbero. He's going to get out of jail in this one.
Checks it over to Luke. You know, Luke checking back on that flop. And then, of course, a turn card appears that should favor Greenwood's range, even though, of course, we mentioned Shemian being under-repped, going to be calling from the small blind with a lot of the strong ace X's, a lot of the suited ace X's as well.
600.
1.2 million out there. Greenwood coming with delayed C-bet for half pot.
And troublesome for Shemian because, of course, there's going to be some Jack X here. There's going to be some King X. A lot of the flush draws probably would have gone ahead and c-bet the flop, plus Ole has the ace of hearts as well in his hand. So there's certainly going to be some of these semi-bluffs in Greenwood's range here. You're not just going to go ahead and concede that your opponent has Broadway already here when you have top two. And that might save Shemian some chips.
Time and time again, we talk about the different forms of variance. That river card, as Maria correctly pointed out, perhaps actually going to save Shemian from playing a monster pot against Greenwood. Still has 5.3 million back. Action killing river card.
$1 million.
1 million.
Are you an announcer when you're at the table?
I try not to, just in case I feel like my voice. What if my voice cracked in the middle of announcing a bet and someone chooses to read into that? So
I couldn't agree more.
I always just cut it out. But then you also have to be really certain that you're going to be precise, because what's worse, giving something away or betting more than you want to or betting less than you were planning to or trying to.
Shemian, stubborn.
Ooh.
Throws the million forward and...
You know what he's thinking in his head?
Yeah.
It could have been worse.
100%. Almost one of those ones where kind of okay with losing the pot. Is he?
A thumbs up.
Fix it.
Way to go, Greenwood.
Flicks a thumbs up our way.
Yeah, and Greenwood on the end couldn't really go big there, as there's 4 cards out there to make a straight. Look at Juan Pardo smiling at the interaction between them two.
So 5 players remain as we've reached the halfway point here near Monte-Carlo. Triton Super High Roller Series.
How much you have now? 7?
4, 5, 6, 6 point, yeah, 7.
Only Juan Pardo and Shemian have bagged a 7-figure cash on the live felt throughout their careers. Endersby. Blind v blind. Fearless. 11.5 bigs.
Got the rail, got the rail.
It's got the rail, indeed. Has a lot of love.
Always good for morale to have a rail.
What's your most memorable rail?
Probably when I got heads up for a WSOP bracelet.
Yeah, that must have been insane.
Yeah.
Was it like a tipsy rail?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Beers flowing.
10 mil?
Oh, no, give my friends something much stronger than beers, Henry. They had
I could
posters,
imagine that being
they had
really
signs,
messy.
they had shoe bombs.
I can, yeah, I wish, you know, I was there for that.
I wish we were friends back then, too, because you would have been a nice contribution to the rail. I only wish that I could have delivered on my part and taken the whole thing down, but...
Who did he lose to?
Alan Barry, who you might not know because he's before your time, but he was very good friends with Jason Mercier, ran in that circle, and he actually said openly he had been playing poker for a while, and that was the closest he had ever gotten to winning a bracelet, and he said, if I win, I'm going to quit poker. And he did. So at least I feel good about losing to somebody who, me bowing out in second, so graciously gave him the opportunity to leave poker for good. You know, I like to think that I maybe let him win, we'll say. I let Alan win.
Interesting. He's now on his way to being an astronaut, or pursuing whatever career it was outside of poker.
He actually ended up starting a restaurant/cooking class, I believe, which I think is so cool. Honestly, the most interesting stories I hear about poker players are what they do after they leave poker.
I have to agree. It's not easy to just hang up the gloves. Pardo is going to put the gloves on against Greenwood, blind v blind. They are first and second in chips. Greenwood knows it would be absolute disaster to bust in fifth. Bottom pair and an open-ender does not want to see a jack. The top end of the straight would improve Pardo.
Wonder how much pressure we're going to see Pardo exact in this spot. Of course, Greenwood.
That's the perfect hand, right?
Right. Greenwood will have a lot of just one pair hands.
1.1 million.
Oh, I love it. Put this guy at any feature table, ladies and gentlemen, and he is going to deliver in terms of his entertaining play style and just ferociousness when it comes to putting people to the test, leveraging the ICM situation that Greenwood's in. And you could put good money on a non-spade, non-board pairing river that Pardo's going to be going for all of it, and Greenwood
guys, by the way.
unable to see a river.
And that's the tough thing when you play against Pardo is you know when he fires a turn bet, most likely you will be facing a big river bet too, and players not really wanting to contend with that sort of aggression at this point. They want to preserve their stack.
Oh, Pardo cooking on some serious, serious gas, as Patrick Leonard would like to say. Shout out pads.
Love pads.
Love pads. Would love to see him here, either in the booth or at a Triton series. You can imagine the Instagram stories of pads on break at a Triton event.
You play 4 million? 4.5.
I just played a massive hand against Jason Kuhn. We're cooking on some serious, serious gas.
Like, I have a love-hate relationship with social media because of things like that. I would have never known that Pads was so funny and had that personality without his Instagram stories.
I agree. Big fan, Pardo. Happy to open jam into Oggy's big blind for 20 effective.
And Pardo doing a job of remaining in control without overpacing. Sometimes as the chip leader, you might feel a little tempted at getting too out of line. Pardo, just the right amount. It's like testing his boundaries, but not going overboard just yet.
Million?
Pocket sevens for Travis, effectively jamming from under the gun. I must say, he's just been fearless at this FT. Talk about stepping up to the task, unfazed, undeterred by the bright lights and the cameras and being on one of the biggest stages in the world, just playing his game. Looks comfortable out there.
A little bit much. A little bit.
Big smile on his face.
Look at my race sizes a little bit.
Hit the gym clearly this morning. Love to see it. I mean, dude, I want to get a workout in with this guy after the FT.
Well, listen, you can approach it one of two ways as Endersby, right? You can look at this as a free roll of sorts. You're already guaranteed your biggest live cash by a decent margin. You're here at a Triton final table. So why not give us a show and show everybody what you've got? Or, you know, you can play really tight, fold, ladder till a few pay jumps. But I think we're beginning to see which stance Endersby is taking.
Yeah, I agree. I do love it. These kind of storylines emerge at Triton Super High Roller Series. Oggy opening on the bottom with the King Jack. See what Travis wakes up with in the big 7-4. Going to hit the mark. Yeah, we're going to hit the gym with Travis. I'm going to send him a DM. If he wins, I'm going to let him be in charge of the workout. You're going to see me crawling in to the commentary booth as if David Goggins has forced me to run 50 kilometers around Monte-Carlo Bay. Do have more action, of course, at the conclusion of this event. We only have 2 more Hold'em events, actually. The 40K Mystery Bounty and the 50K. No, that's a lie. We have the 25K GG Millions and the PLO events. And let's be
how much is it?
Taking the
About
spot
2.9, probably 2.875, I'd say.
Like 3
on
million?
the small blind.
Yeah, that's fine. I fold.
Endersby chipping up nicely. Just trying to get
Honestly,
out of being the short stack.
It's weird.
Yeah,
I
it's awkward,
can't
isn't
see
it?
like any of your chips because of the clocks with the way.
Yeah.
I was mainly
so much
asking
so
for
that
like this hand.
He's now only a couple of blinds
I mean,
behind
I had a good
Shemian.
hand, but not a 3 million good.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 1.5 million good.
I should have made it 1.5.
Yeah, I'm not sure. might have just been like, you know, like 40% for me or whatever.
How are we doing on the like and subscribe account? Maria, have we given the viewers around the world enough to rave about, enough excitement, enough action in order to ask them to take a couple of seconds to click that like button if they haven't already? Would love to get up to over 2,000 likes by the end of today's stream. We've got more action, as I mentioned, after this final table. We're jumping into the 40K Mystery Bounty of the likes of legends like Ivy and Seidel and everyone else.
Thank you.
And we're almost at the 200,000 subscriber mark on YouTube.
If you haven't liked and subscribed yet, may I suggest you watch the heads-up match between Adrian Mateos and Matthias Eibinger. If you guys are wondering, if you guys are getting your entertainment's worth here.
For the click of a button.
Yeah, that 2-hour epic heads-up match.
What about the heads-up match from last night as well? Barbero, Vogelsang, finally, at long last, getting the monkey with his back, taking down that 100K.
His winner's interview was so pure and so gracious.
I'm waiting to find out what he had. Yeah.
I could hear Travis waiting to find out what Shemian had in that spot. He is such a gracious character. Wouldn't expect anything less.
600.
Greenwood. Looking to extract an additional 600k on this turn, and Pardo, no nonsense. Not interested in playing a guessing game for a big pot on the river. Just giving Greenwood credit for a legit hand, and rightly so. He retains his chip lead. 40% of the chips in play. With 5 players left, all guaranteed 300,000. Endersby, 16 bigs.
Yeah, and some of the other spots that he chose to take, a little more clear cut, you know, 7s, then the BVB shove. Here, just a marginal spot, decides to pass on it, especially with the 2 big stacks to his left.
Yeah, just correctly picking up on the fact that now he's comfortably up to above 15 bigs. Coming in for a raise off of that stack does open the door for the bigger stacks to really just push him back down.
Yeah, and the chips that he gains from perhaps, you know, raising and taking down the blinds and the big blind ante isn't worth it versus the potential collision effect of something happening behind him as well.
On the rail to the right, Travis Endersby's crew. On the rail to the left, Juan Pardo's parents. All here showing support. Let us know who you're rooting for in the chat. Who do you want to see reach heads up?
Certainly nice, you know, for the Europeans when you play out here and you make a big final table, because it's a lot easier for friends and family to come and fly over that 2-hour flight, pop down to Monte-Carlo. But if you made a big final in the States, obviously, sometimes that gets very tricky to get a last-minute rail.
Can confirm. Shemian's actually now shortest stack does. Jam.
How much?
Out of the big. Greenwood asking for account blinds have gone up to 125k, 250k. This feels like the line for Greenwood.
3.5.
King Queen we're calling. King Jack is
too much.
Close. You hear him say too much.
Yeah, I don't think that with that particular holding, Greenwood can risk his chip position at the moment. Second in chips behind Pardo. And as these stacks get shallower, of course, it's just going to be an even more significant portion of the covering stack to call off, even against a quote-unquote short stack.
There's your chip counts. 3 quick eliminations at this FT. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. It's Mikita Paziakowski out first for 126,500. Then it was Portugal's numero uno, João Vieira, busting in 7th. Janissa Khan with an ill-timed rejam out of the big, running into the German phenom. Not allowed to call him a legend anymore. Ollie Shemian.
You're a quick learner. You're a quick study, Henry. I like it.
I'm trying.
I didn't know it'd be that easy. I'm gonna start.
A well-trained, eh? Like a golden retriever. Ollie Shemian in the small. few options on the table.
725. 725.
The close to 3x. Endersby with rags out the big. Bit of a separation now as Endersby has passed through the blinds. Quick learner, eh? All right. You and Randy have
Guys.
conspired to...
Henry is great boyfriend material. You tell the guy something, the next minute, he's a good listener. That's important.
Don't be putting that out there. Definitely not.
Oh no, that's false advertising.
Oh, chat. If you'd asked me when I was watching those highlight reels when I was 15, 16, some of them featured the lady I have the pleasure of calling the action with. If 10 years later,
2.7.
I guess
I'd be sat
2.775
next to her and she's
Could I get an exact
wingmanning me in front of thousands of people. Well, you know, wouldn't have expected it. Endersby jamming out the small, 11 bigs. Greenwood asking for a count. And, well, the last one against Shemian, he said too much. This one feels like the chips inevitably have to go in. Blind v blind. He knows that Travis is going to have weaker King X, weaker Jack X, going to be jamming hands like Queen Jack, King 10, King 9. Makes the call, cards on their back. 5.8 million in the middle.
I thought you said 3.5.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Good luck.
All
Thank you,
in.
man. All the best.
Brought to you by betacr.eu. Love that. Love that show of sportsmanship between the two. Biggest flip
Decent one.
Same.
of
Just
Endersby's
a counter out, I guess.
career. 2 to come.
Redraw, potentially.
3-1 favorite.
Okay.
Now improves to an 86% favorite. Needs to fade 6 outs once, which he does successfully, Maria. And the fairy tale story for the ACR Stormer and Pro continues here in Monte-Carlo.
Sigh of relief out of Endersby, as you mentioned, probably not been in a bigger spot than this.
I mean, still not for them, but
Let's go.
Thank you, boss. Thank you very much.
Got a lot of people in chat rooting for Endersby, perhaps because of his story, perhaps they might watch his streams.
Perhaps. I definitely watch his streams. Look at him.
4 million? No? 4 million? 4.2.
2.7.
Comfortable as it gets.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3.2, 50.
And just like that, moves up to second in chips.
3.4.
Yeah, for those of you that weren't with us yesterday, in the early hours of the morning, Vogelsang took down the 100K, his first Triton trophy. As Maria mentioned, you can watch that one back on our Triton Poker YouTube channel. We need to get a heart rate monitor on these players at FTs. Who do you think the coolest cucumber in the room is? I feel it's got to be Ivy or Jason Kuhn. you know.
Yeah. I feel like Ivy. You know who I also feel is super relaxed? Seidel. He always looks incredibly focused and in the zone and just not easily distracted, keeps his emotions in check. No, Ren Lin's might be a little all over the place, but that's also because he's easily excitable.
Yeah, Renlin, KCG,
500?
Elton.
5 million total? Little under.
Juanito, hang on a minute. This is for 20 bigs. Hijack open. Just gonna defend. Augie in the big. Just been completely card dead. Managed to get a couple of jams through, blind v blind. Queen, Jack, 9. Couple of clubs out there. Shemian has clubs covered.
And Shemian now directly breathing into his mic.
Something you're a big fan of.
This is the breath of a man with top. Gonna play pot control on a very wet board with the ace of diamonds rolling off on the turn.
Should I try commentating the same way? Top 2 for Shemian now.
More breathy.
I can't. I have to stay professional. Pardo with a second check. That's a relatively controlled breath from Shemian, must admit. I think his whoop band would be happy. I can't check.
950.
It's not me. It's Ollie. I wouldn't do it to your ears. I've seen how much it rattles Maria. Not just the breathing into a mic. There have been some fun noises that we've heard from feature tables from this festival.
I get that it's easy to forget sometimes that you're mic'd up, but I can't say that I've forgotten, though.
I mean, a lot of people have been enjoying the chicken tenders, you know, and...
Oh, God.
I mean, what can I say? They're fried. Greenwood just doubled up Travis. Is now shortest stack with 13 bigs.
500,000.
Raised to 500,000.
He's 7 of spades. At least he's consistent with the announcing, by the way.
So far.
From what we've seen, yeah, but I definitely agree with you, and you could give something away if you want to read into live tells or speech tells, as Ollie picks up ace king out of the big. Curious to see if he goes for the non-all-in. Not this time. It's all you can eat. And it gets really awkward for Greenwood, Maria, because he knows Ollie's going to have king, queen, king, jack, those suited broadways, but no nonsense from Greenwood. Cards hit the mark without much thought.
If I go all in, do you call?
That's a lie. Someone's saying I called the board moist before. That's never happened. I've never said.
I can see Ali doing that.
I can see. Thank you.
Maybe they're confusing you with Ali.
Definitely, that word is no. Jesus, come on. Nice try. That's what they're playing for. The golden Triton costs about $50 to $100 in excess baggage fees, especially if you're flying back to the States or Asia. If you're flying with EasyJet, you typically just get side-eyed and, excuse me, sir, your bag's 4 kilos overweight. Shout out EasyJet.
Dimov finding a hand. It's been a while. He's just had to hang back and watch a lot of his opponents raise and shove over opens.
Bulgari, Unity. Great to see online players venturing out to the series. I know there's so many conversations amongst a lot of the elites about transitioning from the comforts of one's grindhouse office. They battle on the online felt to start traveling and sacrificing, you know, a lot of the comforts that one can have from the office.
Right, you want softer fields, or do you want to sit in your underwear and click buttons?
Exactly, right? You know, why not both?
Yeah, it's interesting to see some of the best online players transition from playing primarily online to playing live, as some of those things that you have to learn to do in live play that's a little more automated in online play can certainly trip people up. You know, Linus being one of those players who has even mentioned himself that, you know, he's misclicked a few times because it takes a little while to, you know, get used to having to count how much is in the pot by yourself, counting all of your opponent's stacks, which is why, of course, the app helps a great deal, but not every tour has that app. Not every series has everybody else's chip counts at the table neatly tallied up for you.
So again, it didn't take us long to get down to 5. The departure of Mikita Baziakuski, João Vieira, and Janissa Khan. All three now guaranteed $300,000, $100 for their efforts as Greenwood, oh, hello, running in to the runaway train. Juan Pardo, okay, Malacca style. 9 bigs.
Don't flop me dead or something, that's not fun.
Green was saying, please don't flop me dead, that's not fun. I'm sure Juan Pardo wouldn't mind flopping him dead.
Beside the Queen 7.
I do see it. Now that you pointed it out.
Okay, that's fair.
That is fair. Can only be turned dead on an ace.
What's a fun card? 6? No, 8's more fun than 6.
Very fair ace.
Not the 8 of hearts.
0.7 out there, 6 live outs. And well, the appearance of the 3 of hearts, that now reduced to 5.
Black card.
Black card called for from Greenwood as he finds it.
Wow.
The black 7
2.25.
on the river, and Juan Pardo 1 card away from getting us down to 4 and being up to 12 million. Instead, pushing a tower of white chips forward to pay Greenwood. Is this going to be a repeat case of the overwhelming chip leader just unable to close out a final table in Monte-Carlo. Always come in 7, eh?
And yesterday, we were 5-6-handed for a long time, and stacks got incredibly shallow. Wonder if the same thing might happen here today.
I don't think so. I don't feel it.
I know. Close.
Close to be bust or close sharp?
Close sharp.
Yo, why is there a wasp in the booth?
What? I think it was closer to being bust, I guess.
I think you could get that one. I mean, I'm not condoning killing living things in general, but I'm just saying.
Where does it even come from? Like, am I being pranked here? I feel like I'm being pranked.
It's just chilling. I say you go for it.
No. No. That's exactly why you don't go for it, because it's chilling. It's just the, you know. Let's just, you stay over there, buddy. Yeah. We got some poker to call the action on.
You know, do we have a headset?
Go on.
Do we have a headset
Maria.
for
Go
the
join
Wasp?
Maria.
You can make it a 3-person booth.
Where's our producer when we need him?
This is part of his duties now. Oh, James. Fly swatter to the commentators booth, please.
Augie just unable to do anything at present.
These stacks very bunched up. You know, only a couple big blinds separating Pardo and Shemi in first and second. But even the short stacks, only a couple big blinds behind each other.
Yeah.
Very annoying spot for Endersby. Gonna open the 6s, but he knows Pardo, Shemian behind, waiting to pounce, but they can't just bluff it off with reckless abandon. Endersby has more than held his own here.
Oh, right here.
Shemian gonna defend, who got the better of Endersby in an under the gun, the big blind spot earlier on. Not gonna be the case here. King A8 rainbow, no diamond in sight. Sometimes see check raises on these boards out of the big with 7-5, but it would typically be with a backdoor.
One diamond, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's going to be much that Shemian can do here. Just a little too ambitious, even against somebody that he might feel like he can outplay post.
I didn't have suits.
Didn't want me to raise though.
Hmm?
You didn't want me to raise though.
Pre-flop or post-flop? Oh, there. Oh, yeah, of course not.
Shemian still trying to get a little information out of Endersby.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting if you raise. You might be getting it in, and I just pray you don't have the 8.
Oh,
Fair play. No, give him credit. Give him credit. He knows exactly what's up. He knows Ollie's fishing for information.
Just pray you don't have the 8.
So he's going to give him false information back. I respect the hustle. Are you saying that you're
I just usually
an honest Sally at the table? Do you just tell everyone what you got?
I usually don't lie when I know it's going to be shown on stream, but I just won't say anything. But I never really outright lie when I know that in 30 to 45 minutes time.
That's
They're gonna
five
find
right
out.
there, Chad.
I just don't say anything, because then you just don't give anything
yeah.
away.
Thank you.
I started the hand with like just under 5 mil.
Thank you.
I can't wait to play with you. I'm gonna be like Frankie.
Or just over 5 mil, like I think.
Just like, just
but yeah.
every hand Maria's in a pot.
Just tries to go
try.
after me.
Fast forward 4 hours, I've lost tens of thousands of dollars unsuccessfully trying to catch you.
And then you manage to get one 3-bet pre.
One 3-bet pre. Yes.
Through, and you're like, ding, ding, ding.
Shout out Frankie from Next Gen
2,
Poker.
4, 6, 9 plus.
9.
Yeah.
A bit of a gridlock here, 5-handed. Is that Harolabos's football team that Juan Pardo's rocking?
Raise 500,000.
Shemian finds an open on the button with Queen 8.
Sorry, how much you playing? You cover me?
Like 6.3 to start.
Painful roll.
Thank you.
It is kind of crazy that that there's so many like white chips on the table, you know?
True.
It's like I'm just like my open is like 20. I had to put 20 chips into open raise.
There's a lot of white chips at the table, Maria.
Should we go down there and color it up?
Go and sort it out, go on. I'll cover you. He's rocking a Malaga hoodie. Kings for Dimov. He's being patient.
Well, this is one step of the equation to get a big hand, but does anybody have something they want to play behind him? So far, no. The Kings might be a bit of a waste here, but still nice to pick up the blinds and antes, especially when you haven't really got much going through this final table. Just been sitting back, watching everybody else.
It's yours, it's yours.
Well, perhaps the champion of this 30K 7 max is going to have enough money to pick up a Jacob & Co. timepiece, the official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. If you're into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out. They've been embedding a playful spirit into the watch functions. We've seen multiple pieces on display. One of them by that man's boss, Phil Nagy, snagged a Jacob & Co. piece in Vietnam. Was up playing cash games. Believe did well for himself and rocked up to the Jacob & Co. booth and picked up a piece for like $500,000. Then was rocking it on stream. Also had the collaborative pieces going to the main event champions. So Ibinger getting his as Pardo actually tied at the top of the chip counts now with Shemian. As Greenwood got there the dirty way. Blind v blind against Juan Pardo's ace king. Still in pole position, but not the runaway trade storyline we had at the start of this FT.
A bit more.
Welcome.
This is 4.5. 6.225. 6.5 total.
Thank you.
Yandimov, 12% of all the chips in play. Best live cash, $990,655. Feels like a bit of a scam payout, to be honest with you. They should have just rounded it up to $1 million, whoever that was. That's sus. Was that your crew, was it? I bet it was.
What?
Yeah. About to look now. Let's send a mob.
Folded to Pardo on the button with ace-8. Got Shemian, who is pretty closely stacked in the big blind in this hand.
Pardo with the open jam.
Knowing that it's going to be really tough for Shemian to call off there with all of the other shorter stacks out there.
Yeah, Oggy's best score of $990,655 coming in 25K at the PSPC this year. In February, took down the high roller there, event number 59. Career best cash.
PSPC, just a dreamy tournament.
It's
Massive 25K.
How about dreamy situation with Kings in a 145-man filled 30K buy-in with $1 million up top. Espen is not in. See people.
You're a little upset about that.
Upset. Nah. He's alright. He's done alright.
He'll live.
He'll live. Did come in 11th. It's Ace King. No good against Juan Pardo's Pocket Queens, which was a monster pot. It was a chip lead pot at the time.
All in.
Shemian with 2 20 big blind stacks behind him to act. Just decides to shove, which this is why you shove here with King Deuce of Hearts, because, you know, perhaps if you just opened, Lucas Greenwood might 3-bet shove from the big blind with ace-8 with fold equity. But if you open shove, the ace-8 is not going to be able to call off and won't be able to take the pot away from you either.
Pretty flat payouts at the moment, Maria, and I feel like this gridlock that we're currently in reminds me of LA traffic. No one wanted to give an inch. Somewhat surprised is how top-heavy this event is. Not expecting people to obviously just rifle it in with any two, but seems to be a fairly honest match so far.
I'll ask next stand again probably, so for now.
You know, you think that you develop some patience and you don't lean into the road rage that LA traffic can cause. But I think anybody from LA would tell you that that's one thing you never get used to. Just even living there after all these years.
You flip the bird? Yeah, you do.
Let's just say that my horn is very overly used. Unnecessarily, perhaps.
I can actually...
That does need clarifying. You're right, James.
Which
Car
one is this?
horn,
Okay.
you know, guys, come on.
James, behave.
Get your mind out of
no,
the gutter,
that's
please.
Dempsey.
That's like a little bit of a stretch. There's some things that I immediately am like, why did I say that? That one is just
okay. It's
pure
not just
gutter.
Me. Cool.
You know.
It's not just me then. Okay. You've left me out to dry on a few spots. I've been like, Maria, what are we doing? Jack 6 deuce, 2 hearts, 1 diamond. Car horn, okay. Back to the action. Greenwood did opt to bump it up to 800k.
Do you guys call it a horn here? What do you guys call?
Depends what we're talking about.
Okay,
Maria.
forget it. I'm done. Do you honestly? You know, it wouldn't even be a thing if it. Just forget it.
It's James's fault. But yes, we beep our horns in traffic. Why is this even a conversation right now?
I feel bad for the mods in chat because now they've got their hands full.
No,
Thanks.
they don't. It's,
Thanks.
you know, right, you know what? This conversation's over. Greenwood scooping in a pot. I beeped my horn when the driver pulled out in front of me. He didn't hear. I crashed into him, broke 7 bones. So, you know, kind of useless. We need parachutes or ejector seats.
Well, this conversation got real.
I feel like a sibling. I'm like, you started it. Greenwood has been relentless in position.
7.5, I believe.
Here, Monte-Carlo announcing that he's got 7.5 now as it's getting snug out there.
7.5.
Chip leader with 25 bigs. Ogyan Dimov in 5th with 12 bigs. Really is anyone's game now as the floodgates have opened, courtesy of Greenwood doubling through Juan.
Greenwood with a mystery card. Thinking about it. 20 bigs.
Throwing out a time extension chip, and you have to ask, is this an ace-3 suited, a pocket 3s, Greenwood size, darting around the table, just evaluating the arsenal of other people's towers of chips as he does
3.3.
literally mug. Juanito, aka Malacca style. Not known for giving walks. See how number 3 on Bulgaria's all-time money list, Ogyan Dimov, aka Coco Jumbo, proceeds here.
Pardo's going to be balanced in this spot, of course. Has some limp folds, has some limp traps. But Dimov deciding that that king in hand is good enough of a blocker.
You say queens. Coco Jumbo taking the jam spot with the king high. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The golden Triton. We'll be going to the eventual champion. Well, taking down this 30k 7 max. Event number 7 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. 12 events this series. Relatively short trip for us compared to the longer festivals we had in Vietnam, Cyprus and London. Winding down the calendar year. Yeah, Juan Pardo does look a little bit like Antonio Esfandiari. I see it.
Shemian, 23 bigs and Juan Pardo, just 24 bigs to start the hand. So incredibly close. And Jack 6 of clubs, going to be a call.
Well, another one of those board textures that Ollie would perhaps be inclined to go after if he had some form of a backdoor. Does have that 6 of clubs wrapped around the 8-4, but it's currently second in chips. Juan is first. Jack 6 just unable to do anything other than get out of the way.
And Juan Pardo would really like to create more of a separation between him and the other stacks. You know, things got incredibly close in these last couple hours.
Anyone's
even though
game.
Juan Pardo started as a pretty significant chip leader.
Really is anyone's game at the moment. Augie doubles through the chip leader. He moves up to first. Chip leader moves down to 5th. Shemian's just been relentless in these blind v blind battles. Has not taken his foot off the gas.
Yeah, and it's got to be frustrating because usually in these BVB spots, the in-position player feels like they naturally should get a little more respect.
That was clean. Yeah. Good read. What's that, sir? You stick to him, huh?
Hello, I could get the quinoa salad, quinoa crevette. Yeah, salad. On crevettes, quinoa, yep, that one. And
maximum far away is close, yes.
You know, typically at this stage of the tournament, there's a clear favorite for us. You know, we do our best to remain impartial, but we're not shy of calling out someone playing world-class poker, especially when it's obvious that they are the standout player. I can't pick one here. There's 5 left, and I feel like they're all playing equally well as one another. None of them shy of taking the jam spots, running bluffs, seen some hero calls.
All in.
Shemian, the opportunity presented to him. King 10, all you can eat. Going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. I mean, who's your pick and who do you pick?
I mean, I've got to agree with you on that front, but it is hard to not root for Endersby sheerly because of his story. But I also, on the other hand, am really rooting for Juan Pardo simply because he's just so dominant, and these last couple of years has put up a lot of incredible results. it just feels like it's his time in general to just continue to build that resume.
Certainly is one of the more exciting players to watch, not just at this series, but year-round. A name to keep an eye on over the next couple of years on the live scene.
You play 7 total or 6?
7.2, I think.
Brutal bust out on the stone bubble of the $200,000 invitational to the hands of Elton Sang, where, I mean, he just played Sang like a fiddle, if I'm being brutally honest. 4-bet clicking with ace-king suited for 45, 50 bigs each. Got Sang to hang himself with ace-queen-o. Just bounced back, shook it off. Defending here against Shemian's cut-off open.
Yeah, and both Pardo and Shemian incentivized, of course, to not play a huge pot right now.
I'm rooting for the legend.
750.
Which one?
Exactly.
Nobody knows.
This one is a lot closer, though. This one, it's a bit of a toughie. I'm gonna go with Shemian. I think I'm always going to default to the person that has had more longevity in
Live
something
poker.
in the game.
In live poker. The screen name Malacca style has been around for as long as I can remember. When was I 18?
I don't think longer than Wizzo Wizzo, though.
I was 18 in 2014, 2013.
Yeah, but Wizzo's existed since 2000, online, like 2009 or 2010.
Wizzo Wizzo.
So, I don't know. We need to standardize our definition here, though. Something's got to give.
Our definition of legend, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I love Phenom. I think Phenom is incredibly applicable to a lot of the
German
people.
Phenom. I don't know why it fits so well. Perhaps because there's a lot of them. We also need to define, you know, the use of the word horn and when it's applied. Oggy. Oi.
Such a tough
Close one.
spot, especially being the shortest stack.
Yeah, I mean, you know what Nacho says? ICM is for poor people.
Right.
I think Queen 10 gets really dicey. Sometimes you just check the Bitcoin price. If you're happy, you flick it in. If you're
Right,
not,
if you're KCG, you call,
yeah, you
clearly.
know, if it's back up to over 30K, we flick in the call. Kind of like what Danny Tang did in the, was it the 100K?
What you really have to weigh out is how important it is necessarily to be doubling up in this spot, but having to see a run out versus folding and perhaps somebody else busting out before your stack continues to depreciate. And Dimov decides that he might be able to find a better spot. Of course, it's always a little bit tougher to be the person having to call off for your tournament life than the one shoving.
Tres final table.
Fold.
Greenwood was one card away from elimination. Managed to find 7 of spades to stay alive. Augie can't do anything with the jack deuce.
Oh, favourite hand.
Very, very tough spot.
Felt like it was going to be one of those final tables that's perhaps over and done with in the span of an hour and a half, 2 hours. We had 3 quick boss stands. In fact, we had back-to-back hands of eliminations. Janissa Khan literally busted the hand after João Vieira busted. Mikita Baziakuski out in 8th was the obvious short stack. Dimov's going for a walk, as is Shemian, a stretch of the legs. Going to defend is Travis. Out of the big, rare glimpse, that a flop. Haven't had the chance to see many. So we head to the jack 9-5. 1 spade, gut shot, backdoor spades, and 1 over to Juan's middle pair for Travis.
Yeah, perhaps this could get Travis in a little bit of trouble. Might be looking to continue, especially against the small sizing.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like we're going anywhere just yet. Not on that board texture. Does give Pardo the chance to play across multiple streets, as the 9 of clubs gives him trips, and now going to be more than happy to play for it all across turn and river. 2.4 out there.
Yeah, a lot of other turns where Pardo.
Oh, no.
Trouble brewing as Endersby takes the 9 pairing as an opening for him, perhaps to rep some 9Xs, defending out of the big blind. And normally it could work against some of the range that Pardo c-bets with on the flop. But timing poor in this particular situation. You know, it's never fun to be repping the hand that your opponent has. Never ends up well.
Yeah, we've all been there. It is a great turn card for Travis to lead on, so can't fault him taking this spot. 4.1 in the middle with 2.4 back. As we head to the double paired river. Jack of clubs.
The double paired river, though, might have saved Travis, considering, you know, there can certainly be Jack X's that Juan Pardo would play this way, and Endersby blocking some of the straight draws that Pardo could have potentially continued with.
Such a grim spot to just concede in. Like, you check here and your opponent just has like king, queen of hearts. So yeah, looks like he's reaching for chips, but take a lot of heart to find the bet here. Does check on over to Juan Pardo, who's going to be back up to more than 10 million. Conclusion of this hand. It's Been a roller coaster of a start to this final table for him. Lucas Greenwood 1 card away from elimination, would have been up to 12.5 million in chips, and he just held with that ace-king. Instead, he's had to fight. Step into the arena. Pardo just begging Travis to level himself. Going for the 10% block on the river once check 2. As the Spaniard
thank you so much. Cheers, appreciate it.
regains control over the final 5 here in event number 7. 30K 7max. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake as the blinds have gone up to 200,000, 400,000. Is Juan Pardo in pole position, but not by much. Ollie Shemian, the German phenom, in second with 21 bigs, and a considerable drop-off to Lucas Greenwood on 13 bigs, and perhaps now a bit of a waiting game for Dimov and Endersby as turn my attention to the Triton Poker Plus app as we welcome you back to the break desk. $74,000 ladder between 5th and 4th, and we have 2 players at the bottom of the chip counts, Endersby with 7 bigs and Dimov with 7 as well. So given how much money is at stake here, would not fault either of them. Playing a bit snug when we return from break, trying to outweight the other. Is quite the frame there, Maria. A lot of action.
A lot of action, but pretty straightforward in the sense of the type of hands that these players were choosing to go with seem to be by the book. And, you know, just not a whole lot of room to play post for most of these players, getting even more shallow by the minute. So I expect that we will see a couple of eliminations in the next frame, and then I think it'll really start to take shape once we get down to the final 3.
Over 7 figures for first. 3 players looking for their first Triton title. Both Shemian and Greenwood going for their second. Don't go too far. Maria and I heading into this scheduled break. When we return, continuing coverage of event number 7 here in Monte-Carlo.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
using the wrong time bank, but that's all right. No
It's
matter.
a first timer, okay?
Yeah, the bigger issue for him is when am I going to draw a line in the sand?
I feel like he's got to commit at some point, right? Like,
but Queen 5 off?
I don't know. He passed the 2 3s earlier, which I would have loved to see go in.
Well, right, and if we are passing up with 2 3s, then really the Queen 5 we know is not the one. The trouble is now he's down
to half the stack.
4 bigs.
It doesn't help that Juan Pardo actually sized up a little bit too, which gives him a little bit worse odds. So if he doesn't play this hand, then he needs to, well, it looks like he will be playing.
Doesn't love it, but is going to put the rest of that 240 out there and spin the wheel of fortune against a very mighty looking ace king of hearts, Queen 5. That upon which the hopes of Bulgaria's Dimitar Danchev rests here in the 30K. King Jack 7, a devastating development. 2 unders to top pair. Could draw dead on the turn, and that's precisely... No,
Not
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Precisely not it.
Broadway Gutty, hang on. Is there a 10 in the deck? There is, but not on this river. So then, Danchev.
Cowboys?
Saddle up. Espen Jorstad, 13 bigs. Besides, there's no need to put them all in.
Oh.
And the min-raise could very well tempt Greenwood to apply pressure with an ace-queen on the button.
That lasso is over Greenwood, and he's going to get the chips in there. No questions asked.
$400,000.
Music to Espen's ears is the big stack doing big stack things, and it's going to get sexier as Badziakuski, unfortunately, wakes up with a couple of queens. The only mercy, of course, the fact that he's got Jorstad covered and Greenwood smothered.
And Greenwood has actually saved himself from losing more chips by not 3-bet ripping this in, which he easily could have done.
So when the rip comes in from Bads, the ace-queen crumbles?
I would think so, because he will see 2 all-ins in front of him.
Well, to be fair, Bads' all-in is behind him, but nevertheless, fact remains, it's 2 players willing to play for stacks. In a spot where that willingness should be attached to real strength. So there it is. The rip from Bads.
Well, Espen's definitely in with 2 kings, and it just seems like you got to fold the ace-queen.
I see what you mean, though. In a way, the Bads rip is in front of him, given that the decision comes back to him with it already having taken place alongside Espen's. There it is.
Okay.
Didn't take clairvoyance to work out how this would shape up. Once cards were revealed, out of there is Greenwood, and Bads can't believe his bad luck. With the queen in the muck, no less.
I think. ¿Tú eso?
He is just trounced here. To the flop we go, 2.5 million, Jack 8-5. Will there be a knock at the back door in the form of a 9 or a 10? No, there won't. And it is just 1 out. As we know, one of those queens is already in the muck. that your stats kings need to fade, and they've done just that. So Espen will bounce back from the blow dealt by the... Other than that, largely quiet here.
Nothing wrong with that if you're going to just cruise to the end.
Sure. With pay jump still available. Ace 10 suited for Ren Lin. Now at 20 bigs.
It is an undergun open, but six-handed. Oh, he's going to go aggressive. He's going to get snapped off.
Yeah, it does feel like Zhao might have beaten him into the pot here. Did he already say call, or did he ask for a count?
Ask him for a count.
Okay. 20 bigs, though.
Shouldn't be folding.
Late arriving, no gamble, no future. Zhao going to take his time.
It's for most of Zhao's stack. Here we go.
Yep.
It's official.
As expected, the call does come in. Ren Lin concerned clearly as the ace-10 suited was playing more to take it right then and there than to be shown something willing to play for 20 big blinds, which, as we can see, has Ren in rough shape. The 10, a poor side card. 3.9 million chip pot here, Randy.
Big pot.
This would really catapult Vieira up toward the top. Queen 8-6. Ren on his feet. And this time it very much feels like with good reason. Stand by.
King.
Jack on the turn. Double cutter now for Ren. Can he find an ace
Lucky today.
or a king? 9 for a chop.
Yes.
River.
Unlucky.
Deuce. A big brick and a big end.
Oh.
To Ren Lin's time here in the 30K.
In your world, I know.
His elimination in 12th. Good for 74.
Because it was the very first position opening, if it was later button cut off, I probably lean towards jam. But definitely nothing wrong with this play, just more game.
I'm glad the cameras were off for an additional 1 minute there before we went live, Maria. We've welcomed the viewers around the world back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for event number 7, the 30K 7 Max. We are down to the final 5 as we had a flurry of bust outs at the start of this final table with the departure of Mikita Baziakuski going home in 8th, and then in quick succession after that, Zhao Vieira and Triton newcomer Janissa Khan making a name for the ladies in poker. But since then, a bit of a gridlock, a stalemate if you will, with nobody really giving an inch. Pardo had Greenwood with 1 foot out the door, but that 7 of spades, keeping Greenwood's dreams of title number 2 alive. Maria, we're now at that stage where it's getting incredibly shallow, and I feel like we're not going to be seeing many flops. It's going to be a case of winning flips.
Right, and I feel like it's also going to be a case of who knows their ranges better in terms of the ranges they should be calling off with certain stack sizes or against certain stack sizes, the ranges that they should be shoving with. And also the problem I think in the last frame was that card distribution just didn't really favor any one player in particular. It just kind of seemed to get passed around in terms of the people with the opportunity, with the types of hand that could play and enter pots. So maybe perhaps that tide will turn a little bit here.
It's a great point, actually. I must say there wasn't really any big callers going one person's way. It's just evenly split. And, well, Juan Pardo regaining the chip lead at the end of that last frame. 300,000 guaranteed for these final 5, all with their eyes on that top prize of $1,010,000. A couple of storylines emerging here. Obviously, Ognian Dimov looking to become the first Bulgarian to take down a Triton title. Juan Pardo, as well as Travis Ennisby, also looking for their maiden victory here as we throw it down to the main stage once more. 5 left in event number 7 with 7 figures up top. Shemian and Greenwood looking for their second title. Shemian looking for his second of the year, as is Greenwood, actually. Both picking up victories in London. Lucas Greenwood taking down the 25k GG Millions for 897,000 during the London stop. Shemian taking down the 50k for 1,350,000 in London. Juan Pardo, one of the most entertaining players to have at the feature table. So many imaginative plays as... Oi, couple of better hands hitting the mark. King, Queen, and Ace High. Not gonna cut it.
That's the power of the way that the chips are distributed right now, with a 7 big blind stack and a 6 big blind stack. You know, both Shemian and Greenwood pretty helpless to the aggression that Pardo is putting on.
The app was wrong.
They're having this little
I just set it at 5.2, but now I have 5.2.
I did.
We're talking a little bit about how card dead Demoff was last couple of levels, but here, Ace King, 7 bigs.
Bulgari, Unity. Third on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Hanging out with a crew of Bulgarians here. Faradin Mustafov, Dimitar Danchev, Alex Krylev. The top 4 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Understandable that the Triton Poker Series attracts the cream of the crop.
And when you come from a country, you know, that's a little bit less represented in the overall poker community, it's nice to be able to, of course, talk poker with your fellow countrymen, and usually you end up traveling to places together and you create a real friendship. Obviously, poker is one that brings a lot of different people from all walks of life together, and it's always nice to see a little bit of that nationalistic pride.
Yeah. I agree. Not the case for me. I'm a bit of a gypsy. Just move around from country to country. I was raised by Bulgarians and Germans early in my poker career. Pardo piles into Dimov.
These days you're talking poker with maybe Punat Punsri.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
I know.
I'm full on like street dog, you know. There's no pedigree from this side of the booth.
No, I just meant because you live in Thailand.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I'm just saying, like, I have big mixture. International clique. Great news is that they all speak English. And this be down to just 6 bigs now. He's praying that Dimov doesn't wake up with a hand here, as they're tied at the bottom of the chip counts. Well, Pardo just gets to lean, doesn't just jam, and perhaps, fortunately so.
Wow, and even Shemian has a hand here in the big blind, but easy to fold.
Wow. Looks like the money would have gone in had Juan not opened.
Kings. Nice, nice.
You?
We'll never know if that open saved Shemian or Dimov.
Look, I'm good. Damn, just hold on.
What do you think? Do you believe in rabbit hunting?
It feels like a negative free roll. There have been times, certainly in like cash games, where I have, and then I've regretted my decision to do so, and it could be fun, you know, if it's like a VIP kind of friendly private home game and stuff, and you're all having banter, sure. But I feel like in this spot, feels like a bit of a negative free roll.
A little bit of curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah. It's like, got a flush draw, but I'm going to fold. And then it rolls off. You're like, damn. Could have bought another hotel. Shemian. Relentless.
Yeah, Endersby certainly has had a very pesky opponent in the small blind.
Travis with just 3.5 bigs back. 8-6 suited. It's in fantastic shape.
You know, if Dimov had not just got that shove through against Pardo's open, and they were a bit closer in terms of being at the bottom of the chip counts, then maybe this wouldn't be such a decision point for Endersby. It would have probably been in the muck already, but because now he's more of the clear short stack, considering this spot where he does have quite a bit of his stack invested between the big blind and the big blind ante that's in the middle.
It's either this spot or waiting for 4 more hands to wake up with the goods. Makes the call, Maria, flicks in the 1 chip, and he's going to get to see the 6-5 offsuit of Shemian. All in brought to you by betacr.eu to get back up to 4 million. Tie with Greenwood at the bottom of the chip counts. Heard the excitement from Travis as shown the 6-5. He's happy with the chop. It's going to be tough to chop on that board. Queen, Jack, 3, 2 spades.
Chop's fine, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, totally right. I'm not even thinking.
Will the Cinderella story live on?
9 of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Shemian looking for a non-spade 5. Doesn't find it as Endersby improves to the Queen high straight. Just have to double check. The 8, 9, 10 Jack Queen. Yeah, that is 5 in a row. Does make a straight. That slight dent to Shemian's stack. Down to around 5.7 million now. And again, bit of a gridlock now with the double up of Endersby. Juan Pardo, the overwhelming chip leader, but Dimov, Greenwood, Shemian, they double through him and they switch places. Really is anyone's game. 26 bigs, plays 14, plays 12, plays 11, plays 10. That's how tight it is out there, and there's a difference of $700,000 between 5th and 1st.
Well, at some point, something's got to give. So far, the deck not playing any favorites.
Augie, 12 bigs. Looking to become the first Bulgarian to win a Triton Super High Roller Series.
about 4.8.
I'm actually starting to wonder if a Spanish player has won a Triton Super High Roller Series. The obvious candidate would, of course, be Adrian Mateos. We know he's still titleless after coming runner-up in the main. I actually don't know.
What's the record?
Dimov picking up another pot and now well out of the short stack zone. Tied with Shemian for second in chips, actually. And Greenwood's on the short stack, 9 bigs. Wasn't really able to get much momentum going after doubling through Pardo with that 7 on the river, and now looking for a couple of spots to get involved, but so far all Dimov in terms of playable hands, although he does fold the Queen 9 suited.
Shemian starting the hand in third. Does have a covering stack in the big, hence the pitch. Don't do it, Travis. Is that a Triton scarf? Is that the scarf that Randy had wrapped around his head last night?
You know, for the Who Wore It Best competition, I mean, it's not even close. Randy was rocking that scarf.
Don't let Ali hear you say that. Pardo always looks like he's solving something in his mind, doesn't he? Just always like there's just there's calculation after calculation.
Watching Pardo makes my brain hurt.
You
know?
just know. Just receiving confirmation from producer James Dempsey that, in fact, my suspicions were correct. No Spanish champions as of yet at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Juan Pardo looking to change that here. Dimov looking to make history as well.
Greenwood, emergency aces, as I like to call them.
Emergency aces. Is that the sub 10 big blind aces? Yeah, I like it. Emergency aces. When in doubt, get dealt aces.
Yeah, with 8 bigs, just feels like a min raise looks too strong off of that stack, and that a shove on the button looks a little bit weaker and would be more likely to get action, although not on this occasion. I mean, it's not enough to get emergency aces. You have to have a call as well.
Greenwood after picking up the blinds in the big blind ante. There's another orbit or so. Oli Shemian in second with 14 bigs. This man right here, Dimov, in the small, gonna pounce. Shemian not going to be a customer. Dimov moves up to second in chips. Greenwood in 4th with 11 and Travis in 5th with 10. I mean, come on.
And when these stack sizes are so close, just getting a shove through effectively puts you up the leaderboard to second in chips.
For a second title of the year, second of the last 2 series. The storyline of this trip so far has been overwhelming chip leaders finishing runner-up, hitting the crossbar. Kicked things off in the $200,000 Invitational where Mario Mosbach was the overwhelming chip leader throughout most of the final table. Came second to Dan Smith. It's the same situation in the 125K main, where Adrian Mateos held the chip lead from 24 left. Ended up coming second to Mateusz Seibinger, and then similar situation late last night. Christoph Vogelsang overcoming Nacho Barbera at 3 o'clock in the morning to lift his maiden Triton trophy and the 2.8 million that came with it. Travis thinking this one through. It is close. He's going to let it go. That one might pain him for a bit, those marginal spots.
Yeah, and Dimov, who once was firmly the short stack, now almost up to 20 big blinds. Just trying to chip away at the shorter stacks, stay out of Juan Pardo's way. That is a formula to getting heads up.
Bulgarskata mašina is Ognian Dimov. BetACR.eu. Elevate your live sports engagement experience where you can get exclusive live action and prediction options on Triton events. 15% free play, up to $250. And I've been telling you time and time again throughout the festivals this year how much we wanted to have a place where we could put our money where our mouths are, place bets on the outcome of these events, whoever your favorite is, get some money down whilst watching the stream, perhaps.
No.
Emergency aces again, I mean.
It's almost not fair, but I guess if it's fair if everybody at the table takes a turn getting it, though.
Short stacked, high ICM for the poker purists out there. For me personally as a commentator, one of the most entertaining kind of endings to a tournament for me. Look, I love the runaway chip leader, come in like a bull in a china shop and just bulldoze the way to victory. That's fun.
2.6, 2.7,
I agree.
2.8 and change.
From an entertainment point of view, just all in after all in after all in. But this dissection, this operation, if you will, where we just get to watch some of the world's best navigate these intricate parts of the game tree to perfection like a brain surgeon, is just fascinating to me.
Yeah, this is very methodical, very deliberate decisions on the part of these players, and each decision, the difference between 5-figure pay jumps.
My favorite thing to do is to count how many times I would have busted the tournament. Right, yep, that's me out the door. No, wait, Daniel Dvoris folded 8s pre-flop.
Yeah, I feel like yesterday it sounded like you're running out of room on that notepad of yours.
Yeah, I mean, I busted the tournament about 10 times yesterday in the span of 3 or 4 hours. Shemian flopping top set, goes for the size down, 20% pots. I think without the presence of a spade, Greenwood can't go chasing Broadway. Shemian up to 6.1, creating a little bit of room between himself and Greenwood and Endersby. Now, Maria, I'm receiving words from our marketing team, the team behind the scenes, that not only ensure that this live stream is brought to you all around the world, but continuously putting out content on social media, the behind the scenes footage, interviews with some of your favorite players. They're letting us know that we are just 228 subscribers away from hitting our goal of 200,000 subscribers. It's a goal that we set out to achieve at the start of the year. As Endersby jams Juan Pardo in the big, gonna snap, and it's a 60-40 for the ACR Pros Tournament Life. All in brought to you by betacr.eu as Juan Pardo looks to upset the Twitch fans out there. Comes 8-8-5-1 club. Still live is Travis. 2 cards to come. Needs to find the 6 outer on the river with the 3 of hearts rolling off on the turn. Queen or a duck. Doesn't find it, Maria, and with that, the fairy tale run for Travis Endersby comes to an end. Running in to the Spanish ball. Malacca style, also known as Juan Pardo, showering the ACR Pro, but I've got a funny feeling that man's going to have a big old grin on his face for quite some time. $300,000 heading his way, rocking the Twitch t-shirt, rocking a big smile throughout this final table, rocking them guns as well. Really held his own at this FT. Wasn't phased by the bright lights, the big camera, or the big cameras rather. Just played his game himself, $300,000 in the process. GG. Travis Endersby bowing out in 5th, and with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $374,000.
Now Juan Pardo fairly comfortable in terms of the distance that he has between the second place chips, which tied between Dimov and Shemian at 15 bigs. Just a little more comfortable to maneuver.
Back to what I was saying before the departure of Travis. If you haven't joined the Triton Poker fam, do click that sub button. If you're watching over on Twitch, we're closing in on the 100,000 follower mark over there as well. As we go from strength to strength, series to series, just growing the production quality and level with the addition of Maria Ho in the commentary booth. That's what happens when you click like and subscribe. Juan Pardo mashes the all-in button.
Yeah, and the shorter that Greenwood gets, the tougher it's going to be for Dimov and Shemian to find hands that they are going to be able to call off with. And nobody knows that better than Juan Pardo. I recently watched him navigate the final table of, I believe, one of the high roller W Coupe events. I think 25K buy-in, and
Sounds like his
that
bread
was
and butter.
Exactly. That was a bit of a masterclass. Christoph Vogelsang actually came in with the chip lead in that one, but Juan Pardo managed to walk away with the dub.
Shemian in the small, 13 bigs. We're just at that stage, Murray, it seems like, where we're open jamming as Greenwood wakes up with an ace of his own. English, Henry, do you speak it? We're trying out here as Greenwood finds himself in rough shape, just 23% equity with 5 to come. And perhaps similarly to how we went from 8 to 5. A couple of quick succession bust outs here if Shemian holds.
King, Queen, Jack.
Greenwood asking for the King, Queen, Jack. How about the 3 in the window with a 9 in the kitchen?
Oh, yeah.
What a tease from the poker gods.
I think if I take the mic off now, this is how I get. Oh.
Oh.
Pro move going to take the mic off. No.
Dirty.
If this is a 9, I'll just laugh. It'll be too sick.
Dirty way to do it. Not the 9
What a fucking
that Shemian needed. The 2 outer on the turn. The bottom pair trip draw that I've been telling the world is...
Yeah, and I've been expo. I reached for the mic. I called for the Queen of Spades against him.
Please, go ahead, Maria.
Listen, Greenwood, showing us some tricks of the trade, basically. How to win when you're behind by Lucas Greenwood.
Reach for the mic. That is as dirty as it gets. The 3 in the window, the window card being the 3 with the 9 on the flop, to then still get sucked out on the turn.
5 million in that.
Greenwood into Pardo's big blind. Less attractive proposition in general, but still taking this spot with Queen 4 suited.
Fearless jam with Shemian just on 7 bigs. That is one of the things that you can almost always guarantee at these Triton series is players playing for the win. Really do go for it. Occasionally you get nits like me, just trying to laddering up through life. For the most part, at Triton, it is a dogfight at the poker table. Shemian with the fearlessness, jamming the 8-5 suited from under the gun. Huge pickup, gives him an orbit or so to find another spot. At 8-5 suited, that's a little bit of 2011 right there.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more understandable when you see that Dimov is in the big blind when Shemian shoves in that spot. Dimov only having 10 bigs certainly needs to be a little bit more conservative.
Oggy suited queen in the small. It's going to be putting in an all-you-can-eat order on Food Panda. Shemian.
Speaking of all you can eat, you know, these poker players really love their chicken tenders.
I think it's these commentators. Let's be honest. Let's not try and pass the blame here, Maria.
We ate Monaco out of their chicken.
We did. It's true.
Oh, and, you know, on that topic, I tried Orangina for the first time. I'm sure a lot of people on stream have been hearing Ali tout it as, you know, the best thing since sliced bread. And let me tell you, it's kind of dusty. I'm not really sure what the fuss is about.
I'm not really surprised, and I'm kind of surprised that you're surprised, TBH. If we're turning to Ali for beverage tastes, I mean.
5 seconds.
Shemian makes the call against Dimov's shove on the button with Jax. Shemian feeling like there's not going to be perhaps a better spot to present itself as he is the shortest stack.
He's done an incredible job at maintaining this stack. He's been battling throughout this final table as the ace in the window. Top 2 for Shemian. Now Dimov on fumes. 2 outs twice to shower the German phenom in 4th. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Jack and a jack only. Not gonna come for the Bulgarian, who's now down to just 5 bigs.
Well, seems like the worst hand has come out on top in the last few all-ins. And if that trend continues, we could be here for a while. This final table can just go on playing with a average stack of 10 bigs. No biggie.
I'm all right, thanks. Wow, it's coming up to 10:30 at night. Where's the day gone? Where's the year gone?
It's coming up to gelato o'clock, I feel like.
Almost November, what? Oggy under the gun. Another pocket pair. 5.5 bigs. Gonna look to cook some ducks.
Yeah, well, the last time the pocket pair didn't work out so well, but deuces never loses, right?
That is what they be saying out in these streets. As he's run into the ace-king. And we all know deuces, slight favourite against Big Slick. It's that weird, nerdy, mathematical thing that we all nerd out about. Deuces ahead of ace-king ahead of jack-10, jack-10 ahead of deuces. Go figure. As they're still ahead on the 8-8-3, but some counterfeit outs for the Spaniard to shower the Bulgarian. Now even more outs. Ace, king, queen, 3 needed for Juan Pardo to send Dimov home in 4th. Doesn't find it. The paint that Pardo didn't need. And the show goes on. Every time we've had a chance to have a runaway chip leader, Pardo's come up short. Shemian on 15 bigs, Greenwood on 11. Oggy now on 12. Juan Pardo with that slight dent to his stack. On 21.
And the beat goes on. Round and round we go. chips continuing to pass hands.
You know how in like UFC, players have, or fighters have like a walkout theme song?
Mm-hmm.
We need to get a winner's theme song collection from all the players. Because if Ognian Dimov's song of choice isn't Coco Jumbo, then I'll be bitterly disappointed. Greenwood with the jam. Pardo not going to make the call. See if the big blind wakes up with anything. Oh, Dimov, ace king.
Here we go.
What an insane orbit for the Bulgarian. Had the jacks against the ace-5 of Shemyan, no good. Then faded, what, 12 outs? The deuces against Pardo's ace-king. Now his turn to wake up with ace-king and is covering by blind and a half. All in. Brought to you by betacr.eu. Greenwood at risk, looking for his second title in as many series as he picks up hope.
Quite a roller coaster. Is this the peak or is this the valley?
Dimov doesn't look entertained, I tell you that much. It's the Jack of Diamonds, red, but not the right kind. Greenwood looking for a 10 or a heart. 12 outs once for the Canadian. Doesn't find it. A 7 of spades completing the run out as a roller coaster of an orbit for Dimov. Someone check his heart rate. Scores a KO, eliminating the very tough Lucas Greenwood in fourth. Moves up to first in chips as Greenwood bows out, picking up 374,000 for his efforts. Close but no cigar for the Greenwood brothers that seem oh so consistent here. The Triton Super High Roller Series will be straight back in the saddle, I'm sure, into the 40K mystery bounty. Perhaps going to have the evening off. Chip leader, Jan Dimov, looking to become the first Bulgarian. Juan Pardo looking to become the first Spaniard. Oli Shemyan looking to repeat what he did in the 50K in London.
Queen in the window for Shemyan. Dimov with bottom pair.
Bit of a modern day cooler. Blind v blind. Limped pot. 13 effective on the flop. Both players with a pair. Tough to make pairs in Hold'em.
Some chips going to go in on this flop, and depending on what the turn brings, certainly can find some continues as Dimov. That makes it a little bit tougher, perhaps, if faced with another bet from Shemyan. Dimov clearly with a bluff catcher with this type of texture. There will be some random stabs from Shemyan in position on the flop, but this turn bet, I think, certainly clarifies the strength of his holding a little bit more with the coordination of the straight draw out there. Backdoor flush draw presents itself as well. Dimov doesn't feel like there's going to be many favorable rivers, so putting more chips in on the turn just goes into the ether.
Much needed pickup for Shemyan there. As things stand, Juan Pardo on 21 bigs, Ognian Dimov on 21 bigs. Ollie Shemian on 17. Let us know, obviously, who you'd like to see battle it out, heads up. Let us know who you're rooting for. And let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining us from. Coming up to midnight European time. Expect most of Asia is asleep. Expect to have a lot of people stateside, keeping both Maria and myself company for event number 7 here in Monte-Carlo. We want to extend a warm welcome to all of our new fans and viewers that have recently discovered the Triton Super High Roller Series. We see Dimov's rail in the background, a Bulgarian flag being brought out, perhaps anticipating Bulgarian victory here.
You know, I can't say that I travel with my country's flag in my bag, but
Bulgarians
I
do.
feel like I should start doing that. No, I mean, several countries do. I feel like Argentinians always have a spare flag.
That's true.
Brazil as well.
Brazil definitely do. I mean, you could pull up to a Brazilian anywhere in the world and they'll pull one out of their rucksack, you know? Sorry, backpack. I apologize.
Right. Come on, speak English, Henry, as chat alluded to. I don't know. I mean, I might have to go, you know, with my dual citizenship of U.S. and Taiwan.
I need to do one of those tests. Those heritage tests. Got about 15 different things in me.
I'm 4% Finnish, actually.
I'm not opening up this conversation right now. I don't know.
Well, actually, if you look at Pangea and the migration pattern from Asia, this is in all seriousness. If you look at the migration pattern from Asia to Europe, it actually makes sense.
No.
Andrew Huberman has entered the commentary booth. Rags on the button. Battle of the blinds. Shemian just doesn't slow down, does he? Seems to just have one gear out of the small.
Колко време има? Час? Кой е това? 13?
This is what makes Shemian really great, I think, is finding spots where others might just elect to fold to the power of the big stack and not even try to fight for some of these pots. Shemian's going to be in there, but Pardo not ready to fold the queen 6 just yet.
That's insane to see the 2.5x defend from Pardo. Really just showcasing the willingness to fight for every pot.
Не, имам още. То минава от тук сервис.
Nice little pick up there for Shemian as he moves up to second in chips. Pardo now bottom of the chip counts after having an overwhelming chip lead on multiple occasions. Was looking likely to run away with it, and then it's getting unfortunate against Lucas Greenwood. Blind v blind. What could have been had he just held in that spot.
Juan Pardo, true professional though, hasn't given it another thought. Okay, maybe he's thought about it once. Sometimes you're laughing, Henry, and I'm not sure what you're laughing at.
I'm not.
Or who you're
I'm
laughing
dialed
at.
in. I'm laughing at you. You're hilarious. If poker doesn't work out, you've got comedy to fall back on. 10 million even now for Shemian. How do you like him now? That 8-5 suited jab, four-handed, gave him a bit of a lifeline.
How you like them apples?
Great movie. God. Good Will Hunting. It's got to be Matt Damon's best performance to date. Doesn't get much better than that.
Matt Damon, the clear better actor between him and Ben.
Yes. Yes, no
It's not even
disputes there.
close.
It's not even close, no. Augie in the small with an ace is for about 20 bigs. Shemian. Gonna make him sweat there. A little bit of a lag.
I think I cover 11.
Little 2-second lag.
11.7.
$26 big blinds for Dimov, 18 for Shemian, 14 for Juan Pardo. Difference of $228,000 between third and second. And then we're going to have ourselves a $325,000 heads-up match. In a 30K, by the way, 145 entries in this. And as mentioned, we will be jumping into more action at the conclusion of this event. The 40K Mystery Bounty event number 8 with 162 runners.
Speaking of that Mystery Bounty, always a fun format that's newly developed in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Is Ollie going to do his whole
He better.
ringmaster
literally
thing? That's why we have these events,
is
right?
the highlight of the series is any opportunity you can get Ali Najad up on a stage in front of dozens of poker players is guaranteed to be complete and utter carnage and entertainment. Little stab here from Ollie. If you thought that at this stack depth you couldn't get creative, you couldn't have dogfights, you couldn't battle for every pot,
Yeah, take notes.
click the save to watch later list on this stream and pull it back up whenever you're feeling down and out as Pardo floats with the king high on the Jack 10-7 and well,
A very
four diamonds.
interesting turn card.
Giving one a draw to the second nuts. Ollie with the inside straight draw.
And Ole took the betting lead on the flop. Seems only natural that with this additional equity, he is going to continue to fire.
This may not have been for the most amount of money that we've awarded here in Monte-Carlo, but it's certainly been up there in terms of entertainment and really just a showcase of what makes these elite players so tough to play against, because we've got a king high v 9 high situation. Started the hand with 14 big blinds effective, and there's 5.7 million in the middle. Juan Pardo, the effective stack with less than pot. Feels like a bad river for Shemian to slow down on, but I've said that before and he's made me eat my words before, so strap yourselves in.
Right, it does feel like often Pardo's continuing range would be some 10Xs, you know, maybe some jack X's that don't raise flop against the lead. You wonder if Shemian believes that Pardo is going to be floating, you know, as wide as he does with a hand like King 6 here.
Can I ask for one more Heineken when service comes?
Oh.
Yep.
We're ordering Heinekens at the final table now, huh? I like
It's
it.
beer o'clock, you know. It's 11
I
o'clock
like
at
it.
night. Beer level, as they like to call it.
Nine of diamonds. Key in the sense that it blocks some flushes, straights. Some of the likely value that Pardo could potentially have.
Oh, stop it, Ollie Shemian.
It's
Oh, stop it, Wizzo,
Wizzo. What do you expect?
Going for the block. Sizing down. 1.45 on the river, bet 1.6 on the turn.
Well, and it's nice because sizing down and not polarizing here certainly keeps some of the weaker part of your value range in. You know, it's not necessarily going to be flushes or straights or trips. It could be perhaps some other hands that are seeking value from worse, and also some that are trying to induce perhaps with a smaller sizing, which makes it very tough.
Why has he not folded yet, Maria?
Because it's Malacca style. That's why he hasn't folded yet.
Multiple time banks deployed here from the Spaniard with just king high. And you can see the facial expressions. This is not posturing. This is a genuine tank with king high. Shemian stabbed flop. Bet 1.6 million on the turn. Pardo made the call. Now facing a third barrel. Pained by this king high spot. If he makes the call here, Maria, I was going to say I'm going to eat my sock, but I probably shouldn't say that because it feels like he may look him up.
I feel like some reaction is needed, though, if he makes the call. I don't know to what degree, but
Do we just run over there and high-five him? Or? I'm getting one of the best massages I've ever received in the booth, by the way.
I don't know why you have to qualify it within the booth. It could just be one of the best massages you've ever gotten.
That's true. He's thrown out another time extension chip. And he has calling chips in his left hand. Agony.
I think Shemian's just lucky that Juan Pardo's not really looking at him, because the longer he takes on this decision, the more Shemian has to be feeling nervous that perhaps he's going to land on the correct decision. And oh,
I mean, we are talking so many levels ahead of the average poker player here on full display. We've spoken about the intricacies of this part of the game tree, sub 15 bigs with heavy ICM.
Thank you.
Started the hand blind v blind with sub 14 bigs was the effective stack. We played a multiple street barrel from Shemian with just 9 high.
and Pardo just counting the combos of, you know, the 9x, the 8x, some of those one diamond type of hands that fire through the turn, where with the jack pairing on the river, you know, still going to be beating a lot of those semi bluffs with king high.
Every time he throws out one of those time extension chips, my heart skips a beat. Mistaking it for a calling chip. It's the man responsible for one of the greatest folds in the history of Triton Poker Series, and now one of the greatest calls in Triton Poker history. Juan Pardo executing in just pure style, Maria.
And it wasn't easy for him to land on the call button there.
What did we just witness?
I mean, the confidence that you must feel, though, as you're stacking the chips. It's one thing to think about making the call. It's another thing to actually follow through with it and be correct.
I mean, can we just all bask in the greatness of Juan Pardo for a moment, regardless of what happens from here on out? Malacca style was already known for his just incredible style of play online. Burst onto the Triton Super High Roller Series with a bit of a bang in London, with 2 final tables, sorry, 3, I do apologize, in the 25k GG Millions, the 200k and the 125k main, where he folded kings correctly pre-flop against aces for what has been widely regarded as one of the greatest folds.
Chat is going wild.
And now just newly crowned greatest hero call. At least one of them as he jams against Ognyan Dimov. And
yeah, simply leveraging Ole being on 8 bigs, making it very tough here for Dimov to wake up with a hand strong enough to call. Dimov has Pardo slightly covered.
Yes, by a fraction of a blind. Pardo playing 11.5, Dimov playing 11.7.
You know that saying the kiddie game is down the street? That's exactly what Pardo just did to Shemian with that call.
It really is just what separates the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series from everything else, is the caliber of player that show up to compete here. Really make the rest of us look like amateurs.
Sometimes you're watching a final table play out at home and you're like, I think I could hang. I could be there. Why am I here on the sofa instead of there at the final table battling it out? But this final table and these specific players, yeah, maybe not so much.
Yeah. It's you know, I've fallen into that trap myself, Maria, where we can see the cards. It's easy, that confirmation bias of sorts, to convince yourself that, yeah, you know, I could hang with the boys. I could hang with the girls that rock up to Triton. And then you see stuff like that. And by the way, let's not discredit Ollie Shemian and his creativity for finding that line at that stack depth. And more importantly, perhaps putting Juan Pardo through the most excruciating 5-minute tank of his career.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable.
I mean, 9 out of 10 times, that bluff is going to get through.
How do we even see a turn? Let's be honest. I mean, I'm just pitching the king high on the Jack 10-7. Not that man. He's retaken the chip lead. Queen 6 of diamonds.
$1.2.
What an absolute treat for the poker fans around the world. If that hasn't convinced you already to join the Triton Poker family on YouTube by becoming a subscriber, or on Twitch by becoming a follower, I really don't know what will. But if by some chance there is someone out there listening that hasn't already clicked the subscribe button, please do, as we continue with non-stop action here in Monte-Carlo. And as I mentioned, don't fret. At the conclusion of this 30K, there will be more action in the 40K Mystery Bounty. For now, our attention on Shemian with the suited queen of his own.
And listen, I know I haven't been around for a while, you know, but it just seems like these final tables so far in the Monte-Carlo series has brought us some insane highlights.
Wow, Shemian pushing some fold equity here. Knows that he has it. Knows that Pardo is going to be wide, and he gets the fold from the dominating hand. Ollie Shemian, ladies and gentlemen, has ducked and dived, bobbed and weaved his way throughout this final table. Still in with a chance, taking down a second trophy in as many series. Lifted the 50K trophy in London.
Yeah, whereas some other players would have already been blinded down and blinded out practically, Shemian continues to find spots to pick up much needed chips to last him another round, another orbit.
Shemian's just fearless. Takes the spots as and when they're presented to him. And just like that, back up to 7.6 million. $457,000 guaranteed for these final three. Both Juan and Augie looking to become the first in their country's history to take down a Triton trophy.
The first time I ever played with Ollie Shemian, maybe I would say 8 or 9 years ago, he bluffed me. But now that I see the kind of shenanigans he's getting away with here, I'm okay with it. I'm clearly not the only person Shemian has ever bluffed.
Closure on the fact that he bluffed you that one time. Oh, hello. Dimov with a calling hand, three-handed. Flicks in the one chip, and it is great news for the Bulgarian. 61% of the time, we're going to be heads up. 61% of the time, we're going to be losing Ollie Shemian in third. German looking for some help from the deck in the form of diamonds, clubs, or a wheel draw, as things are looking incredibly bleak on the Jack 9-6 board.
Oh, pushing his chips into the middle.
Dead on the turn. Fist bump between the two as Shemian really battled phenomenally throughout this final table from the get-go. In fact, with that 5-4 suited defend out of the big, that incredible overbet on the river against Travis Endersby. So many times he looked down and out and just managed to survive an orbit. Going home with $457,000, and got a funny feeling Shemian has caught the Triton poker bug, returning for a second time to the series here in Monte-Carlo. Another final table. His incredible live resume, adding another six-figure score, and with that, we're guaranteed to have a Triton first-timer lifting the trophy here in Monte-Carlo in event number 7, the 30K 7 Max. Ognan Dimov going to be coming into heads-up play with a 2-1 chip lead, 32 bigs, place 16, and well, typically at this stack depth, you would think, well, maybe it's going to be a quick heads-up match. 32 bigs play 16. Not when we've been seeing these multiple street hands play out off of sub-15, sub-10 big blinds. So I've got high hopes for an epic heads-up battle here.
Yeah, especially against two amazing players. Dimov with a 2-1 chip lead against Pardo. Of course, it's been Pardo who has been trying to keep his foot on the gas pedal for most of this final table. But now, seeing Dimov in the driver's seat, perhaps he's going to have to shift gears. But I know that he's got it in him.
Honestly, haven't been this excited for a heads-up match in quite some time. 685,000 guaranteed for both. Dimov on quite a heater this year, looking for his first 7-figure cash. Juan Pardo looking to become the first Spanish player to take down a Triton Super High Roller Series. Maria and I are going to step aside for a quick 10-minute break. Don't go too far. Luca Vivaldi is setting the stage for what is set to be an epic heads-up. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
So adding another cash to his Triton track record. 172,000 total Triton earnings. Up to 250,000 as he joined us for the first time in Vietnam earlier this year. Nice to get a cash here in Monte-Carlo after a rough stretch in the 50K, 125K main, a couple of the side events. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him. You battled with Vieira?
Yeah, I've definitely played my fair share against Vieira, against Shemian, you know, played a little bit against Pardo. And all of these players, of course, when they get to the final table, they know how to play all different stack sizes, as we see Khan move all in from the big blind against Shemian's under the gun open, which, wow.
I mean, bravo. Talk about timing.
Right?
8 big, she still has fold equity.
And this looks very, very strong. Granted, she is the shortest stack, but still, Shemian, who has Pardo to act behind him in these spots, isn't going to be too out of line despite being second in chips or close to second in chips. And
oh, he's made the call. Cards on their back and a smile from Janissa Khan as she has to table the ace deuce off. A real chance for Shemian to separate himself from the rest of the pack. If he can just hold here, not only would he get us down to 5, but he'll move up to second in chips overall. That's 7 in the window and can now reduce to running deuces or running queen 8.
Just one, two.
How about an 8?
Oh, it's not so bad.
Dead on the turn.
Yeah, lovely playing with you. All the best.
Love to see a lady not only in the mix,
at the poker table, and we could use that to our advantage.
100%. She's going home with 232,700 for her efforts. An ill-timed rejam running in. Stream is brought to you all around the world, but continuously putting out content on social media, the behind-the-scenes footage, interviews with some of your favorite players. They're letting us know that we are just 228 subscribers away from hitting our goal of 200,000 subscribers. It's a goal that we set out to achieve at the start of the year. As Endersby jams Juan Pardo in the big, gonna snap, and it's a 60-40 for the ACR Pros Tournament Life. All in brought to you by betacr.eu as Juan Pardo looks to upset the Twitch fans out there. Comes 8-8-5-1 club. Still live is Travis. 2 cards to come. Needs to find the 6 outer on the river with the 3 of hearts rolling off on the turn. Queen or a duck. Doesn't find it, Maria, and with that, the fairy tale run for Travis Endersby comes to an end. Running dollars heading his way, rocking the Twitch t-shirt, rocking a big smile throughout this final table, rocking them guns as well. Really held his own at this FT, wasn't phased by the bright lights, the big camera, or the big cameras rather. Players have, or fighters have like a walkout theme song. We need to get a winner's theme song collection from all the players. Because if... Well, very warm welcome back to the break desk here in Monte-Carlo. We are heads up in event number 7 between 2 titans of the game. Ognian Dimov, 3rd on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Juan Pardo, 3rd on Spain's all-time money list, battling it out for their first trophy. And not just their first trophy, Maria, both of them looking to become the first from their country to take down a title.
Yeah,
go on.
I'm sorry to cut you
ahead.
off. I was just going to say perhaps a bit shocking that nobody from Spain has won a title here at Triton before. Adrian Mateos had an
Sergio
opportunity.
Ido,
Yeah.
another legend of the game, as well as Bulgaria as well. Let's not sleep on Alex Kulev. Has been a frequent visitor to the Triton Super High Roller Series, has made multiple deep runs, several final tables, unable to convert, but all attention on Ognian Dimov, 2-1 chip lead over Malacca Style, who has now, I think, fairly earned the reputation and the love and support that he gets from our viewers around the world with his playstyle through that hero call with the King High, three-handed.
Yeah, through that hero call, I think he showed everybody at home, but also now his heads-up opponent just exactly what he's capable of, as if we didn't already know.
$325,000 heads-up match we're about to witness, with $1,010,000 going to the eventual champion. 2-1 chip lead for Dimov, as mentioned, one part of the effective stack with 16 bigs. And you typically think maybe this is going to be a quick heads-up match, but these two have already showcased just how well they can navigate these shorter stacks. And I'm, for one, as a poker fan, am really looking forward to watching these two battle it out as we look to throw it down to the main stage, where Luca Vivaldi has brought out the trophy that they're going to be battling it out for, as well as the 7 figures that comes with it. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. 32 bigs for Coco Jumbo, 16 for Malacca Style. 2 online OGs about to lock horns for their first Triton trophy. May the best man win. So are the payouts from this final table. Saw Makita Bazukuski bow out first. Was the immediate short stack, couldn't spin, rather couldn't get anything going.
First nice.
We don't expect that this heads-up match will be quick, but on the back end, of course, of this final table finishing, we're going to be switching coverage, of course, to the 40K Mystery Bounty. 162 entries.
Cue the booty song on Instagram. Everyone loves a bounty. Oh, well, well. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Poker fans around the world. Let us know who you're rooting for. Who do you think is going to close this one out? Let us know whereabouts you're joining us from. We know the time zones. Obviously, if you're in Europe, heading into the later hours of the evening. If you're in Asia, perhaps just waking up, or perhaps been an all-nighter with us here for this final table. Stateside, good afternoon, good morning. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for event number 7.
Yeah, it's okay if you have us on the background while you're working.
Yeah.
Who's going to know?
And you know, if your boss comes over and tells you to close down the stream, said, no, Henry Kilbane actually said it's okay. Trappy from Oggy. Out of the small. Pardo not taking the bait. First blood goes Dimov's way.
Sorry, Daniel, G and push.
Now winding down towards the end of the No Limit Hold'em part of the series. See, finishing this 30K, we then have the 40K Mystery Bounty, event number 8. Have the 50K coming up as well as the 25K GG Millions Edition. We've had several qualifiers from GG Poker. Give you more info on that closer to the time. And then we'll be rounding up the trip with some 4-card fun. Those of you that love the 4-card Hold'em streets.
How excited are you about that?
I mean, I love it. You know, any time I get to call the action on high stakes PLO, just as a fan of poker, I get to watch some of the best in the world play a game that I love. It's a real treat. Yes, we're going to play a limped pot here. Oggy flopping best on the Queen 3 deuce. It's Pardo with the diamond. Does check through. Pardo now with 100% equity. Dimov wasting no time and checking his now third pair. Perhaps value to be obtained by Malacca style. 1.8 out there with the third nuts. Little sprinkle.
So then we go.
Tried betting 200K. It's not allowed. Juan Pardo.
You know, he wants to go back a couple blind levels, be a little bit deeper stacked. Also, it's just been a string of some long days for the players.
Oh, yeah. You think of just the level that these guys have to think of, and it's just such a high level for so many hours a day in, day out. Just looking to not slip up. Especially when you get to the business end of a tournament like this, where all the money's on the line. Got a 325,000 heads up match, and not even a whisper of a deal between these two. Both respect each other's game, but they want it all. They want the 7-figure score, the trophy that comes with it. Bulgaria v Spain. 145 runners in a live 30K. And you're telling me there's not a poker boom?
Yeah, you know, when we saw Mateos and Ibinger get heads up, there was also no talk of a deal until the stacks got much shallower, at which point they did end up making a deal. And, you know, this is fluid. It's a fluid situation, but as of now, neither player willing to give anything up.
Which is interesting because Ibinger is very, very good at short stack poker. I'm surprised to hear that, but then again, it was a ton of money on the line as both players remain pairless and spadeless on this turn. A simple sneeze in the direction of the pot would work.
Queen high certainly has more showdown value on this board than the 6 high, and Pardo also being in position. At what point might he be looking to just stab?
The delayed stab is going to get the job done. And Dimov has played 3 events here in Monte-Carlo. Did not cash the 50K. Didn't cash the 125K main, nor the 25K turbo. He's got not only the monkey off his back in the form of the cash at a Triton Super High Roller Series. He's locked up a final table performance and is guaranteed 685K. Nines. Again, seems like the strategy from Dimov is to limp range. That's what we've seen so far on the button. It's included a couple of traps.
Yeah, especially heads up with 19 bigs effective. Certainly going to be limping in quite a bit from the button. And this particular occasion, Pardo has the type of hand that does put in the raise, which It's very quickly met by the all-in from Dimov.
Yeah, well executed there from Oggy, just giving Juan rope to try and ISO pre-flop. Picks up the 1.8 million plus the big blind ante. Biggest blow of this heads-up match so far. So I don't want to divert the attention of the viewers away from this, but we will be jumping into event number 8. You can check out over on the Triton Poker Plus app some legends such as Eric Seidel in the mix over there.
I thought you were going to be like, some legends such as
Currently, go on,
Joe
yeah.
Schmo.
Joe
Well,
Schmo.
I'm not really. You think I'm really going to say an actual name?
I'm giving you as much rope as possible, Marie.
Henry.
You know?
Wow, you're really trying to get me fired.
You're the one with the shovel in your hand. Seidel, as I mentioned over there, Ike Haxton, Nacho Barbero, João Vieira, Boss Paul Poir, Henrik Hecklund, Bryn Kenny, Thomas Mulocker, Stephen Chidwick, Ryan DePaulo out here, Patrick Antonius, Makita, so many names, Fedor, Jason Kuhn, Espen Jorstad, Michael Soiser, Santos Savannah, JNT in the mix in that one. Be bringing you coverage of that once we wrap up here in event number 7.
Dimov still continuing with the limping strategy. This particular hand going to be a limp fold, but Pardo can't do much out of the big with the 9-4. Just going to check his option.
Check. There, 600.
Bit of a modern day cooler here. Ace, Queen, 9. Oggy does certainly retain the nut advantage on this. Going to have all the traps out of the small.
Yeah, surely if Pardo had some strong ace-x, queen-x off the 14 bigs, he would have shoved pre.
Clean turn for Oggy. Undercard to the flop. Pardo perhaps going to lose more chips here. Not on the turn. And not on the river. As he rivers trip 9s. And now value to be pursued. 3 million in the middle.
Yeah, perhaps the 2 checkbacks from Dimov in position indicates some weak to mid showdown value. Pardo feels like he has a better chance of getting Dimov to bluff than to call, although if we saw, you know, Dimov's exact hand in Pardo's shoes, maybe would have proceeded differently, but perhaps just a matter of sizing now for Dimov.
Turn did go check, check. Pardo extending the invitation to tango on the river. Dimov accepting in the form of 1.6 million. Trap activated. Surprised to see this bet here? I mean, what are we targeting?
Perhaps some high cards, like the king high. I don't even know. I mean, jack high might call, blocking jack 10, but still pretty ambitious, I would say.
It really does feel ambitious. A curious king high call, perhaps, which we know Juan Pardo is more than capable of making. That's a big pickup for the Spaniard. With that.
4-8. Yeah, 4-8 now, guys. 400, 800.
Wow, blind's going up. 400,000, 800,000. Pardo has narrowed the gap
4 minutes.
up to 11 million. Dimov playing 18, 22 bigs, plays 14 bigs with the blind level increase. Mystery hand for both. Dimov's turn to try and ISO with the raggy 10x from the big.
Going 3x. And Jack 9 offsuit. Somewhat connected here for Pardo. Feels like a limp call is in order. There's going to be a lot of the weaker Jack X's that'll just fold. But this just connected enough.
Well, just connected enough pre, but not connected on this ace-high board, and it's all Dimov. 5.6 out there. Doesn't even need to go that big. Fires out a bet of 1.4 million and quick mark from the Jack high. Bit of a gap now. 2-1 chip lead for number 3 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. Here with the likes of Alex Kulev and Dimitar Danchev. Radin Mustafov, as I see Alex Kulev come over to rail. And Dimov. All 4 of them sat atop of the Bulgarian all-time money list. Traveling as a clique together. Juan Pardo, King 9 in the big. 10 bigs. Oggy gonna jam. As we do have an all-in at a call situation. Ognian Dimov jamming on the button with the Queen 10 for 10 bigs. Juan Pardo wasting no time in making the call. Has the goods, 57% of the time is going to double up and take the chip lead. As we wait for Luca Vivaldi to rush on over. Call the action here. Pardo at risk with the best of it.
Queen 10, Queen of Hearts, 10 of diamonds. Yes, flop.
Ace 8-5. Pardo has the spades covered. Has the best of it with King high. Oggy smiling as if he felt the 10 of hearts coming on the turn and now finds himself just 1 card away from victory as he holds on the 5 of diamonds river. Handshake between the two. Love to see the sportsmanship on display here as a warm embrace for our champion, Ognian Dimov, venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time. Getting his first victory in his 4th event played. And, perhaps more importantly, first 7-figure cash of his career. The first Bulgarian to take down a Triton trophy. To see Juan Pardo head over to his mum and dad who came out to support him, were on his rail. But again, Maria, an overwhelming chip leader, finishing in 2nd, the theme of the series here in Monte-Carlo. Payouts brought to you by PokerStake. Ognian Dimov, the Bulgarian, reigns supreme here in event number 7, the 30K 7 Max. It was Mikita Bazukuski out first, João Vieira bowing out shortly after. Janissa Khan, the first lady, being shown here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, making an FT. Travis Endersby in 5th, Greenwood in 4th, Shemian in 3rd, and Pardo in 2nd as we welcome you back to the break desk. That was one of the most entertaining final tables I've had the pleasure of covering in quite some time, Maria.
Yeah, the pace really slowed down, you know, with 6 players left, 5 players left. They were really jockeying for position throughout. And then finally it was as if, you know, the floodgates opened a little bit with a couple of bust outs, ending in heads up with a 2-to-1 chip advantage of Dimov over Pardo. Pardo was just not able to overcome. And the last couple hands just very clearly played itself, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot more we'll see from both of these players.
Oh, 100%. I think they're here to stay. Obviously, Pardo with that epic hero call against Ollie Shemian and quickly making a name for himself on tour as someone capable of making insane folds and ridiculous hero calls. From an entertainment point of view, one of the most stylistically enjoyable players to watch for me personally. There's probably a few people out there around the world thinking, oh no, the action's over. No, stay strapped in because we are going to be picking up continuing coverage of the 40K Mystery Bounty event number 8 after we have a word with our champion here in event number 7. Ali Najad's going to speak with Ognian Dimov.
Well, part of what has always made the Triton Super High Roller Series special is its international flavor. And today, we're going to be sending home a title to the nation of Bulgaria, courtesy of a wonderful performance by Ognian Dimov. Ognian, this is your first ever Triton Festival, your first ever Triton Cash, and your first ever 7-figure score. I'm going to ask the layup question. How do you feel?
Amazing. Thank you. Actually, it's the first time I'm coming to the Triton series, so that's why it's my first cash. I hope it's not the last series I come to. And it's amazing. I'm just being fortunate enough to play with the best players, be lucky enough to win a trophy. And how can I feel?
You can.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. You talk about the best players. I know you're referring to our Triton regulars, but the nation of Bulgaria presents quite a bit of talent. Talent that I know you run with as a crew. Our own Henry Kilbane filling us in on some of that Kulev connection and Mustafov connection. Danchev, obviously the chip leader here in this event. Were they the ones that put you up to finally coming down here to Triton, or are you guys always having a little rivalry?
Yeah, they've been telling me how great the series are. I was looking for coming. I won a satellite, so it made my decision easy. Yeah.
Well, what's the experience been like for you here at your first Triton as you compare it to some of the other experiences you've had?
I really like it.
Plain and
yeah.
What's not to like? And listen, you're going to like things a lot more because I'm about to bring to the stage something that you've earned, courtesy of our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi. That is your Triton title and $1 million plus, courtesy of the check, coming your way in just moments. Ladies and gentlemen, your Event 7 30K champion, none other than Ognian Dimov.
Well, Ognian Dimov with the sign-off there, taking down his first 7-figure payout and his first Triton trophy. Giving credit there to his crew of fellow Bulgarians that have ventured out to the Triton Poker Series, having a word with Arlene Jardin. Well, Bulgari, Yunatsi, let's go. Action doesn't stop here in Monte-Carlo. Event number 8, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Let's jump straight in to the action. Bounties galore to be had tomorrow as we throw it down to, well, is that the freshest man in poker? Is that
Not
JNT
only the
in
freshest, but sitting atop France's all-time money list is the one, the only JNT.
It gets a bit repetitive at this point as #1 on Denmark's all-time money list, Henrik Hecklund.
What's repetitive? Fangirling over JNT? Never.
No. That could never get old. Don't be silly. I'm talking about the amount of times we're saying #1 on this list, #1 on this country's list. It's like, you know what? At this point, it's to be expected.
Killer's Row here at Triton.
Got Hecklund, Heath, Wang, Yong, Greenwood, JNT. JNT is just like, you know what? I see a flop, please, dealer. I've opened from under the gun. It's the mediocre Dane 3-betting me from the hijack. I've got a flop top pair, and well,
ooh,
is this a perfect example of perhaps why we shouldn't pill King Jack-O?
JNT's going to make this hand work for him. I just know it.
You're going to hear from Hecklund if he does, because Hecklund watches these streams back. JNT clicking it, music to the ears of Hecklund. We're going to play for it all. Hand #1. Since our return, I say our return, since the conclusion of the 30K. JNT with 20% equity, looking for a king or a jack. So here we go. Let's spin the wheel, Hecklund.
No picture.
Still got some face paint on from the Halloween party last night.
We'll start with the queen.
Ooh.
Interesting.
From 5 outs to 4 outs. JNT looking for some lady love.
Another jack.
Jack, queen, jack, queen.
It's a fight going on. Who wants it more? Hecklund gonna hold and double with the aces. 162 entries, ladies and gentlemen,
182.
in this 40K mystery bounty in Monte-Carlo. Just checking in with producer James. So that is an insane turnout. Not quite a record-breaking field, but look, 162 runners in a 40K. If anyone denies this live poker boom that we've been enjoying for the last 12 to 18 months post-COVID, just send them this stream. Just be like, hey, look, 162 people ponying up $40,000 in Monte-Carlo.
These numbers are making it even more enticing for the commentators to just look over and be like, could I possibly just
You're retiring
pop
from
in
commentary?
there?
So the mystery bounty in Vietnam had 179 runners, but it was only a, I say only, was only a 20K. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that doesn't count. It says double the buy-in with just 17 players less. Oh, we've got a mic. We got someone that we're in trouble. Maria's going to leave the booth. We got someone rustling the mics.
Well, am I leaving because of that or because the late reg is still open? We don't know.
Catch me out here. Late reg has closed. Don't tease me. But you can jump in. They'll pull up a seat for you. Seat open.
I'm the kind of person that Bill may get 10-handed for?
No,
Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Don't do that. I've told you, we can play anytime. Not because I'm going to win. I just want to have that story. How many millions of dollars do you think Ivy has won over the years of people just wanting a story? Daniel Negreanu, Phil Hellmuth, all of these players, that celebrity name kind of effect.
Yeah, it certainly has its perks. Three-way to the flop. And Young flopping straight. Does Watts.
I was going to say, sorry, the Triton co-founder flopping the joint. So Watts comes out firing with equity. Ace of diamonds in hand. Young just setting the trap. And diamonds presenting themselves on the turn. Feels like non-stop action here. Every hand is expecting a monster pot to play out. See if Sir Watts wants to continue barreling here. Looks like he does as he's reaching for a chunk of change. 115 is now put on request. A really curious spot for Young as he does unblock all of the pairs. Does he want to play for it all now just in case a scare card rolls off? Or no, he's going to continue giving Watson as much rope as possible, as now that scare card does present itself in the form of a four-liner with a gap. Any jack now making a king high straight. Richard Young is just praying that that card has improved Watson's hand. $3-7-3 in the middle. Richard Young with just 2-5-6 back.
All in.
Oh, he's going to empty the clip and he's going to run into the nuts. Richard Young scooping a monster 885,000 chip pot.
It's not great.
So Watts just ill-timed aggression there. A monster pot. Richard now up to 7th in chips overall. Beautiful run out for Young as it just opened the door for Watson to empty the clip. That slow play on the flop and turn. Enough deception. Young is so what's left with his head in his hands. Who's this? The cap, glasses, and hoodie. Looks like someone on FBI's most wanted list, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, I don't even know who it is. Looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, looks like it's Yaroshevsky. JNT just ripping in the 20 bigs on the button. As we head into the late hours of the evening, halfway point through this series. Have 40K, 50K, 25K. And then 3 PLO events. Events here in Monte-Carlo. I had a Randy moment for a second there. I was trying to figure out how many events we got left. Arithmetic, not mine or Randy's strong suit, as Sir Watts back in the saddle with a couple of jacks, and well, he's got a tango with Yong once more.
Yong looking to finish Watson off. And Tom on the button with 9s. Watson lost most of his stack just a couple hands ago, but has a real big one this time. But that call of Yong in between entices Tom to squeeze here with the 9s, which allows Watson to shove.
Any bounty now?
No.
No.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. No bounty.
Tom makes the call.
Check.
With the 9s.
I should not call without the bounty.
You think the bounty? Think good call.
No bounty. Back call.
Bounties start day 2. Clean flop for the jacks.
All right, 8 for fun. Switch up the set outs.
Yeah.
And give him, the low end.
And the river bricks off as Watson gets a double and then some with Yong's money from his call with pocket 8s in the middle as well.
200. 9,000.
Not looking to shoot a man whilst he's down. In fact, quite the opposite. How baller does one have to be to not even know that the bounties don't come into play tomorrow? Ask if there's a bounty in play with the 9s.
Probably wouldn't have re-raised.
So, well, this is bad. I was looking for a bounty, but I call.
That actually might be a decent strategy, though, to play that way and then just accidentally amass a huge chip stack trying to knock people out and getting there.
It's weird.
Build up a big stack, obviously incredibly important coming into tomorrow.
Whatever.
So what's a bit of a post-mortem whinge, perhaps? We've all been there.
Biggest Triton event has been by number of runners in an individual tournament.
Probably this one, yeah.
Inward asking about
maybe the 25K in London. One of the 25Ks in London might have been
record amount of entries.
Yeah, some of the players even musing about just how big the field is for this. We do have some questions in chat about how the mystery bounty format works in this particular event. And there's so many different variations of bounty tournaments. Of course, there are, progressive bounties, just straight KOs. this one with the mystery factor. Essentially, if you bag tonight, you come back for day 2. At that point, knocking somebody out will result in you collecting a bounty. However, the amount of that bounty is unknown. There's going to be a draw for the different amounts. They will also announce the amounts of the bounty tomorrow, as that is dependent on how much is collected in the prize pool, of course. And there's usually going to be, of course, one big bounty up top or 2 big bounties. And then the rest will kind of fall in line between, you know, I believe in London, what was it, 400K perhaps was the biggest bounty amount.
The reason I know the answer to this is because I had a little sweat. Yeah, there was the bogey bounty, which was pull again. The top bounty was pulled by Johannes Strava. It was Espen Jorstad who took down the mystery bounty in London. And yes, that is right. Tomorrow, bounties come into play. Only... Oh, sorry, no, I was about to say only we know the bounty totals. That's not true. The players are aware of the different mystery bounty prizes. We play out the tournament. Then it's typically the day after that we hold a bounty pulling ceremony. We really make a big deal out of it. It's a lot of fun. Ali Najad gets to step up and MC. Always up to no good. Trying to get people to sell their bounties and swap bounties and oh, are you sure you want to pull that one? You know? Just like, Ali, leave them be.
And so that's why we were talking about how important it is to amass a big stack. Going into day 2, of course, that gives you a better chance of knocking someone out, having players covered, being able to go after the bounties. And it's a fun format in general because, you know, you don't even have to finish in the money to make a lot of money. Sometimes you can pull a bounty that is the equivalent of finishing second in the tournament.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times. Biao Ding, who came first in Cyprus, I believe it was the first one to pull bounties. Not only did he win the event, then just pulled the biggest bounty out straight off the bat, like ripping off a band-aid. Had Orpin, who didn't even cash the bounty in Vietnam, pull the top bounty of 250,000, which was, I believe, the equivalent of coming second or third in the tournament, something obscene like that.
Right.
Just receiving word, by the way, Maria, and I have to ask you, are you a subscriber to the Triton Poker YouTube channel? Because we're just 99 subscribers away from crossing a monster milestone for the Triton Poker family of 200,000 subs. Are you a sub?
I am. So I can't help you there, but, you know, we're still very close. Shouldn't take all that much pleading or begging, and we're not above that.
Certainly not. If you haven't already, you are watching the stream over on YouTube. In fact, you know, heck, if you're watching on Twitch, open up another tab. Find Triton on YouTube. If you're watching on the Triton Poker Plus app, open up YouTube. Click subscribe. We want that 200,000 subscriber territory. And after that, I promise you I won't even mention it again. For 12 hours. That's
I
my
call,
disclaimer.
but...
Cool. You win. Ace high. Tom To get some value here and see if Young wants to get curious. Does he want to see it? Here's a +1 open. Feels a bit milky. I understand wanting to keep him honest with ace high. Just have to hope he has king queen. That's a disciplined fold from Young. Sometimes it's very easy to just fall victim to the price you're being laid. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's flick it in. Not the case here. Disciplined fold from the Triton co-founder.
Well, you have a good excuse when you do that, right? If you're wrong, you could just be like, oh, well, you know, it was only so little chips. But if you're right, you're like, oh, knew it. You're covered.
Yeah,
your base is covered.
He learned it in like 3 months or something.
I've had that very same thought process before.
The thing he was saying was, it's not like you don't need a loan to be able to like pass like a very specific test within 3 months. You know, like it's possible if he
race.
It's possible like you could learn how to like game the test in 3 months.
Tom straight back in the mix.
No, but like his definition of fluency.
Yarashevsky, who is on Interpol's wanted list, hence the hood, the cap, and the glasses. May have seen a mugshot around the airports in Europe. I joke, of course. Whatever makes you comfortable. So what's just flat calling on the button, allowing JNT to see 3 out of the big.
Do 5 or 4. Columbia.
Hold on.
Bit of confusion.
Okay, now it's good.
So what is in the hand? Hadn't checked, but does decide to check behind. Ace queen still in the lead. It's 4 clubs turn.
And look at JNT just firing out here with Jack high in a situation where he believes after it gets checked around on the flop that this is a board that he can get to representing and oftentimes be up against a lot of overcards.
Well, it's not going to shake the ace queen high of Watson, who's going to keep him honest for at least one, and that's one way to get there, bluffing on the turn with the 2 overs. Does river top pair, 153,000 in the middle, and
cheeky little bet here on the river.
Little 20%. So go on then, Watson.
Almost feels worth looking up. You know, the diamonds miss. 8-7 gets there, of course, but some other straight draws perhaps in the mix. 7-5, 8-6. I'm sorry, 8-5. For 30,000. He's gonna put it in there.
He wants to see it. He's gonna get shown the Jack 10. Watson's spidey senses were tingling on the turn and were correct.
Should have bet the flop. Definitely should have bet the flop.
So with the post-mortem, we head into the final scheduled break of the evening here in Monte-Carlo. Triton Poker Series event number 8, the 40K Mystery Bounty with 163 runners in the field. It is France's Imad Ritchie in pole position, Adrian Mateos in second, Lundlund in third, Eric Seidel in fourth, and Mario Mosbach in fifth, rounding out the field. discounts brought to you by PokerStake as we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. A lot more light-hearted out there, as we always expect when we go from a final table with 7 figures up top to day one coverage of any field. We even saw Huen kind of jokingly ask, are the bounties in play yet? Well, it doesn't matter, I call. We're going to be expecting to see that in the final frame as well.
Yeah, especially as the night winds down, people start ordering some drinks, and they're a little relaxed out there as, you know, this is already a fun format. Looking forward to bagging and tagging for the bounty portion, which comes in tomorrow.
Well, don't go too far. We do have a 10-minute scheduled break. When we return, we've got Antonius, Kenny, Purpura, Ivy, Bonomo, Aarons, and Ibinger all at the same table for you as we head into the final frame. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker.
Why
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker
Now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
I wonder how many tens of thousands of hands, or maybe not tens of thousands, but thousands of hands these guys have played against each other online. How many flips have they showered each other in, and have any of them been as big as this one with 7 figures up top? 5 cards to come, 3 million in the middle. Things still looking favorable for Pardo on the 5-4-3. Does need to now fade a duck. Parents on the rail.
Good card.
That is a fantastic card for Juan. Removing more of Nikita's outs.
9 of hearts.
Big smile on the Spaniard's face, and perhaps even bigger now, the 6 of spades completing the run out, and the chip leader extends at the top of the chip counts, crossing the 10 million chip mark.
It's at 2 Juan Pardo.
The 4-time Triton champion, adding another final table to his resume. Title number 5 will have to wait. He stays in the 4th at this final table. Nikita Baziakowski. Running ace-jack into that man's pocket 8s. João Vieira on short stack duties now through no fault of his own.
Yeah,
Has
really.
just not had the chance to get anything going. Perhaps this is his moment. Jamming out of the small.
675.
The 3.5 bigs. And he's in rough shape, Maria. It's about as bad as it can get.
Yeah, unfortunately, he just had to take his chances in this BVB spot, not expecting to be dominated very often, but unfortunately is.
That 10 of spades was a little sweat for us all. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Both players connecting the form of middle pair. Vieira out-kicked. And now reduced down to just 2 outs once. Oggy with the diamonds covered. Title number 1 will have to wait for number 1 on Portugal's all-time money list. Naza adding another cash to his Triton track record. 172,000 total Triton earnings. Up to 250,000 as he joined us for the first time in Vietnam earlier this year. Nice to get a cash here in Monte-Carlo after a rough stretch in the 50k, 125k main. A couple of the side events. I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him. You battled with Vieira?
Yeah, I've definitely played my fair share against Vieira, against Shemian. You know, played a little bit against Pardo. And all of these players, of course, when they get to the final table, they know how to play all different stack sizes, as we see Khan move all in from the big blind against Shemian's under the gun open, which, wow.
I mean, bravo. Talk about timing.
Right?
8 big, she still has fold equity.
And this looks very, very strong. Granted, she is the shortest stack, but still, Shemian, who has Pardo to act behind him in these spots, isn't going to be too out of line despite being second in chips or close to second in chips. And
Oh, he's made the call. Cards on their back and a smile from Janissa Khan as she has to table the ace-deuce off. A real chance for Shemian to separate himself from the rest of the pack. If he can just hold here, not only would he get us down to 5, but he'll move up to second in chips overall. There's that 7 in the window, and can now reduce to running deuces or running queen 8.
Just one, two. How about an 8? Oh, it's not so bad.
Dead on the turn.
Yeah, lovely playing with you. All the best.
Love to see a lady not only in the mix,
at the poker table, and we could use that to our advantage.
100%. She's going home with 232,700 for her efforts. An ill-timed rejam running in. Dream is brought to you all around the world, but continuously putting out content on social media, the behind-the-scenes footage, interviews with some of your favorite players. They're letting us know that we are just 228 subscribers away from hitting our goal of 200,000 subscribers. It's a goal that we set out to achieve at the start of the year. As Endersby jams Juan Pardo in the big, gonna snap, and it's a 60-40 for the ACR Pros Tournament Life. All in brought to you by betacr.eu as Juan Pardo looks to upset the Twitch fans out there. Comes 8-8-5-1 club. Still live is Travis. 2 cards to come. Needs to find the 6 outer on the river with the 3 of hearts rolling off on the turn. Queen or a duck. Doesn't find it, Maria, and with that, the fairy tale run for Travis Endersby comes to an end. Running dollars heading his way, rocking the Twitch t-shirt, rocking a big smile throughout this final table. Rocking them guns as well. Really held his own at this FT. Wasn't phased by the bright lights, the big camera, or the big cameras rather. Players have, or fighters have like a walkout theme song. We need to get a winner's theme song collection from all the players. Because if Ognian Dimov's song of choice isn't Coco Jumbo, then... Highlights from that entertaining final table, event number 7, the 30K 7max, with the eventual champion Ognian Dimov from Bulgaria taking down $1,010,000. But now our attention turned to the 40K mystery bounty, perhaps my favorite event of the series, not because of the poker or the prize pool, because it means Ali Najad gets given a mic and gets to MC the bounty draw, which won't be happening tomorrow, will be the day after. For now, we just got some straight up poker, Maria, with some legends. Phil Ivey, Antonius. Is that a fair statement looking at the Triton Poker Plus app?
I mean, only the biggest and brightest stars for the viewers out there. Taking a look at some of these stacks, you know, they're all trying to accumulate going into that bounty portion tomorrow, but looks like Antonius is leading the pack there. Oh, I'm sorry, Bonomo leading the pack with 50 big blinds. How could we forget? And then looking over, I believe, at the other feature table, we have Barbero, fresh off of his second place finish, of course, but the big stack there in Lun Loon. Somebody who can be in big pots, willing to play high variance spots, it seems.
Lun Lun is certainly someone willing to get in the mix, and the Malaysian contingent, I find, are always looking to improve. I've seen so many times where Lun Lun played like a marginal hand, and then he'll go to Paul Pui, he'll go to Michael Scheuser, fellow countrymen, and ask for their advice on those spots. So all of these players, even at this level, looking to improve and turning to their peers. Our attention going to be on table 7, the blue feature table. Antonius, Kenny, Paul Pui, Bonomo, Ivy, Aarons, and Ivinger. How about this for a cast of characters? Justin Bonomo, second on the all-time money list. Brink Kenny, number 1 on the all-time money list. Count the titles these players have. Everyone at this table with a title. Ivy with 5, Bonomo with 2, Pua with 1, Kenny with 3.
They're trying to sit there and be like,
Ibinger with 3, Aarons with 1, and Antonius with 1. Let's not even count the millions of dollars that they've earned.
Listen.
Legendary table.
Yes, and if y'all out there have some time to grab some popcorn, I feel like this is the right table for it. I'd be happy just sitting back and watching.
Why actually was it that we had so many weird hands? We just both didn't like to fold?
Well, Ivy's sitting back and watching.
Not giving up,
Yeah, you just...
Oh,
I don't know. You have
1 foot out the door, flopping bottom 2 on the 9-7 deuce against top 2.
Come on.
Of Jan Zarens out of the big blind, limped pot. 45,000 in the middle.
Not like this.
Not like this.
I have to like
Aaron's
shake my head. How does he find like the call there?
25K. And Ivy, understandably so, coming with the check raise on such a wet ball texture. So many straight draws, combo draws available.
And just like kept
Unblocking top pair as well, value to be had. Maria, is this an inevitable elimination?
And you just kept calling
I
with
think
like
so.
bottom range
It feels like when Jans just continues here, there's just going to be so many turn cards that Ivy is going to shove. Just trying to
I don't know, I think it was just like, you know, somehow the distribution.
shut out some of the other hands that
Pots where you wind
could
up
have a lot of
lasting
equity,
certain
still will get
person.
called by
So, like, you know,
9Xs
there's another
as there
just wind
are
up
a
in
lot
this-
of
in
different
that spot.
draws
I
possible.
had it against Henrik, but I felt like out of 16 bigger
SPR a
pots,
little
maybe
over
he won,
one.
like 14 or so.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't matter if
About
I
as
bet, I can
bricky
call,
as it
but
gets, right?
If I call, he has it. If I fold, I see he bluffed then on the stream. It's like
All
Yeah,
in.
Then that's the sickest.
Snap. 1 card to come. Ivy looking for a duck as you hear Aaron's express just how much of a nasty one that is. And
And then it starts to
a
get
rare
in your head a little
grimace
bit. And then
from
it's like
Ivy
it
as well.
gets in your head.
maybe it
Nothing
wasn't in any round.
short of a cold deck
Played blind versus blind
as we lose Ivy hand 1 at this feature table, 685,000 chip pot. Going Jans's way.
That's big.
This table just got a little less legendary.
It did.
I'm like, fine.
Straight out the gates. Couldn't even give us an orbit of Ivy.
Tides are
I feel
turning.
comfortable saying that. It did just lose a bit of its legendary status.
Sorry.
Online legend. Graph Deckled. Showering Ivy in a cooler. Patrick Antonius. Never far away from protein on a plate at a poker table. What do you think his calorie maintenance is, Maria?
Probably like 22 to 2,400 calories. I'm going to go macros of about 180 grams of protein. I would say maybe 40 to 50 grams of fat, 160 grams of carbs.
I'm hoping that Ali Najad and producer James Dempsey are hearing that, because when I said that in Vietnam, I got showered for it. I said I think his maintenance is around 2,400 as well. She just said 2,200 to 2,400. Producer James Dempsey disagreeing with Maria and myself. I mean, okay. We'll have to just ask the man himself. Apparently, the question was already been asked of Patrick Antonius, and his answer was, only losers count calories. That sounds like something Arnold Schwarzenegger would say. Perhaps we're getting led on a little bit here.
I don't remember the exact board and everything, but I checked the hand.
Jans picks up a pot with kings.
Yeah, first
Up
15
to
steps,
55
Imagine,
bigs
I mean,
now.
if you would have called that, then you are the genius.
Yeah. In hindsight, I was thinking the same. If I knew that call is allowed there.
Indeed, the re-entry period is over, and just 2 more levels in the night.
He's certainly capable, but was he even? Was he
Are we looking for more sponsors? Do you know, Maria?
Seems like Jack high for 15.
I think that Ali is in line for the Orangina sponsorship.
Okay.
But after that, I'm not sure.
I'm about to crack open a Red Bull. A Red Bull, if you are out there listening. We're in Monte-Carlo, Monaco, Triton Poker Series.
This isn't going to keep you up. We're done in an hour.
Yeah, sorry, I got work to attend to. Again, Red Bull sponsorship, we would happily take it. Shout out to our sponsors, by the way, Poker State, Bombay, Jacob & Co, BetACR, GG Poker, GTO Wizard. Jan's flops best on the Queen 4 deuce. Very dry, disconnected board. Wouldn't fault boss for firing out a bet here.
5 seconds. Check.
Does end up checking. Jans, however, could certainly be putting these types of hands into Paul's checking range, and those will certainly continue against a bet. All of the pairs that don't love that overcard on board, but can certainly continue, as there are going to be perhaps some stabs with some backdoor equity, some king jacks, some of those jack 10 suited, perhaps with some runner-runner possibilities.
Such an annoying flop for the sevens because all those hands you just mentioned are going to be in there. Some of those ace 3, ace 5 with a backdoor, broadways with a backdoor. Does get progressively worse for Paul on this ace of diamonds turn. Just in case there was any doubt in Aaron's mind that the ace had improved, Paul is now tripped up. $160 in the middle.
Doesn't feel like often if Paul decides to lead here that he would get called by worse. So if he bets, might just be a block bet so that he can control the sizing, although we can see that no matter what he does, Jan's going to be happy to be in there.
Triton champion. Joined us for the first time in Vietnam, skipped Cyprus and London, had online obligations to attend to. Wow, that's a size that I didn't expect. All you can eat.
Wow, 2x pot from Jan's. I mean, I'm kind of struggling to find a ton of bluffs, though, just because I had imagined, you know, some of those king jack, jack 10 hands that might bet the flop could consider continuing on the turn, although might be scared that Paul, of course, has some ace-x combos that are going to call the turn bet with. But when the river pairs the queen from the flop, it really feels like, of course, Jans wouldn't be taking this line with some ace-x that he checks back on the turn.
Feels like king
sizing.
jack of spades or nothing. Right?
Yeah, but it's just such a precise holding.
King jack of spades, jack 10 of spades, or clubs. Those are the bluffs that come to mind. As Maria mentioned, would they check turn? I mean, they do block the suited queen x-ray, blocking queen jack of spades, king queen of spades or clubs. And would an ace do this, as Maria mentioned? Feels unlikely. Queen or nothing.
Yeah, struggling to find bluffs, but the sizing did pique Paul's interest for a little bit. Does land on the right decision there.
Now I do. It seems like a TV table player.
Yeah, kind of.
TV table play.
Just very quickly, gents, the next level is the last level of the day. When we're going to break a table during the next level or close to the beginning of the next level, we're going to stop the clock and draw for how many ends we're going to play based on how many minutes left.
Steve
So
O'Dwyer
table at 48 with 30 minutes remaining.
looks incredibly comfortable, Maria. I'm actually envious in the booth.
Normally, I'm not a big like temple head massage gal, but
You don't like your face?
no,
being
not
touched?
really.
Yeah, I know.
But you know, like that actually does look rather enjoyable. Oh, and
What do you think?
a little stroke of the hair.
Oh, okay.
A little scalp massage. It looked like she might be getting in there shortly.
Little King Seven of Hearts. Getting in there. Put me to sleep at the table.
Don't think that's the hand that I was.
Name a more iconic duo. Patrick Antonius and food at the poker table with Ace King. Oh, wait.
You know, every day I come in around, I don't know, I guess if I start for a shift, I'll come in around like 1:15 and I'll ask for the fish of the day or the meat of the day, and oftentimes it's already gone. And I do believe we know why.
We know why.
There's a limited quantity, Patrick, and you're eating enough for the whole field practically.
Was this 3-bet enough for Bryn Kenny to shake the ace queen here? It's a hijack open. O'Dwyer has heaps of chips as well. Going to be looking to build a stack late in the day so he can go bounty hunting tomorrow. Does Kenny slip up here? Can he avoid disaster? Oh, the answer's no. Comes with the cold 4-bet out of the big for 34 bigs. He's going to need to get bailed out by the deck. Cards on their backs. Antonius, a 72% favorite to shower #1 on the all-time money list leader, Bryn Kenny. Most decorated player in Triton earnings as well. Multiple title winner. The million in the middle. As some chop outs do present themselves on the 9-8-8 board. Now additional outs for Kenny for the win. Jack or a 9 for a chop. Queen or a 10 would do the dirty way as he gets the 9 of diamonds on the river, and we're going to chop that one up.
Well, saved by the river. That would have been a massive pot going Antonius's way.
You typically don't see much of a reaction from Antonius, but a little bit of an eye roll there. That 9 of diamonds, understandably so as well. We've all been there. Sweaty turn card did give Kenny additional outs.
Yeah, Patrick, it feels like, been on a little bit of a cold streak, going, you know, a couple of stops, over 10 or 12 events without a major cash. You know, one 15th place cash in London in the Luxon Invitational for, I believe, what it appears to be a min cash or slightly over.
How much was it for?
455,000 in the 250K.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, that's a nice one to not break. That's a, well, it's a 700k swing right there. There's Eibinger. Proceeds the flop top pair after opening from the cutoff. Recently crowned 3-time champion.
I think 8, 9, 7, 8 out of hands.
Taking down the main event here in Monte-Carlo for a career best cash.
And I believe Eibinger was on the rail for Christoph when he won.
I believe so. Was helping him with the deal negotiations as well, if I'm not mistaken, late last night.
Yeah, that group of friends doing quite well this trip with Mario Mosbach.
Fedor also final table there. I saw Fedor quick to get the plug-in for Poker Code on Twitter when Eibinger's winner's picture was uploaded. Never missing a PR or marketing opportunity, as a good friend should. I mean, they're really making it tough for people to ignore. That massage that's going on right now, it's making me a bit sleepy, not gonna lie.
I fear that you're not going to get the Red Bull sponsorship you're looking for if you just took a big swig of Red Bull and you're saying you're feeling sleepy. I don't think that's the intended effect of the beverage.
I mean, can it not give one wings and those wings fly you into a comfortable bed? Is that not how it works? Bonomo with the ISO. Aaron's getting to work. A massive cooler against Phil Ivey.
Suited combos, usually defendable. This one, 6-gapper, gonna be out. And also, let's not forget, you know, there's 2 instances where you're not gonna defend as wide and play marginal spots. 1, when you're getting a massage. 2, when you're eating.
You're worse than Randy.
Why?
6-gapper. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh my gosh, I am worse than Jesus.
Firstly,
I need to go to bed.
I mean, I like the new term. Are we making that a thing? Steve O'Dwyer with the 5-gapper out of the big? I mean, let's go. Okay, I'm all for it. Got Randy coining new terms on stream. The flip-flop-flip. Bonomo with aces on the button.
Flip-flop-flip. I'm going to have to remember to use that one. Perhaps against a button open, the king-queen can get busy.
125,000.
And 50 big blinds effective here. You wonder how often you feel like a 4-bet could potentially lead your opponent to folding. As with these positions, there's going to be more light 3-bets coming out of the small blind, and for that reason you see Bonomo with the sneaky call. I know Dwyer blocking, of course, big over pairs. Might elect to just blast off here.
Yeah, well, the massage may be comfortable.
70,000.
This territory that he finds himself in, uncharted, full of discomfort, just king high, out of position on the 9-5-3, continuing for the quarter pot.
Not much protection needed for the aces on this texture, and the deception continues.
Interesting turn card. About as bricky as it can get. Does complete the ace-4, but perhaps not too much of a concern.
Yeah, especially when you're blocking all of these suited ace-X's.
You know, I always admire the discipline needed to wave the white flag in poker, especially in tournaments. 420,000 out there. Dwyer with said discipline, just knowing when to bow out, when to back down, as Bonomo checks behind, just giving O'Dwyer as the chances possible to lose more money in this pot.
Yeah, maybe O'Dwyer had designs to just give up on the turn, but with that check back out of Bonomo, can O'Dwyer really resist? You know, perhaps putting Bonomo on some of these smaller pairs that don't make sets, the 6s, the 8s that aren't going to 4-bet pre either when they were that deep. Nope. Still checking. And now do you think Bonomo can just come with a pretty big sizing here?
All you can eat.
Yeah. So nice, too, to have that ace of diamonds as well in your hand. You could just represent so many missed bluffs. So many missed draws possible there on the river, but your opponent just doesn't have enough to call with. It's a massage that saved O'Dwyer. I fully believe that if he wasn't getting a massage, he would have gone bet, bet, jam.
Well, you can bet, bet, jam your way to victory over on GG Poker. Sign up today, get $100 in rewards or 100% up to a $600 matched bonus. We're offering $50 Global Millions tickets. Use promo code Triton_2023. So much going on. The Bounty Hunter series, the Flip and Go Millionaire Bounty Hunter series with 50 million guaranteed, and of course the WSOP Paradise, where you can win bracelets in the Bahamas. Satellites running now. Qualifiers receive 10 to 11 days accommodation and a free daily lunch buffet. Hope to see you all in Paradise.
Was today a leg day for you? What'd you do in the gym? I just wanted to give you the opportunity to brag on stream how you went to the gym today.
Thank you. You know, I'm really starting to appreciate your efforts as a co-pilot and friend in the booth. You've, on several occasions, you know, gone out of your way to make me look good. I appreciate it. Today's gym day, and I know this is going to upset a lot of people, there's one of those heavy breathers in the gym who needed to let the entire hotel know that he was lifting weights with each and every rep. Now, I know, chat, it's tough to hear, but it was excessive. I don't mind, you know, if you're doing like bench press and you're going for a PR, sure, hype yourself up. Give yourself a little talking to. But every rep, like screaming, Maria, like actual screaming.
I mean,
You've
I've
been
had
there.
my run-ins with those
Yeah.
types of people. I've had to leave just because it's uncomfortable.
I was going to. I had my. I don't like listening to music or podcasts when I'm working out, but I did have the headset on. Fortunately, Bring Kenny was fortunate to be sat in that seat, getting in Ace Queen against Patrick Antonis' Ace King, which they chopped. Gonna come with the 3.3x. Gonna pick up the small blind limp. Quiet and down out there. Not as chirpy earlier on in the day. That is the 40K Mystery Bounty Trophy. Be going to the champion tomorrow as we head into the second half of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo.
$105.
Bryn, getting pretty aggressive.
Yeah. Let's go, Bryn. Show him how it's done. Number one, the all-time money list.
Yeah, 1 and 2 sitting at the same table.
Let him cook. The prize pool, by the way, the payouts on the money side of things announced $718,000 going to the eventual champion. 3.2 million in the prize pool with 23 places paid. Sorry, I apologize. 27 places paid. In cash of 33,000, which maybe a few of you out there saying, hang on, Henry, isn't this a 40,000 buy? It is. You are right. The min cash worth less than the buy-in due to the fact that this is a bounty tournament and the bounties will come into play tomorrow at the start of tomorrow's stream. We will, of course, let you know just how much they're going to be battling for the bounty side of the equation. $49 remain. This bottom row outflops Patrick. He's had a frustrating couple of orbits.
Yeah, Yeah, and there feels like there's going to be a lot of continues on this texture. Sometimes you could play these ace highs as a check back. Antonius does end up putting in a small c-bet.
Yeah, the A7 c-bet is an interesting one because I feel like it really opens the door to be put in a world of pain. So many straight draws out there that against these kind of check raises, against the big blind range as well, which is got to contain, you know, a bunch of 8x as well as those straight draws. You get, you know, up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Not to be overly harsh on Antonius's c-bet.
Yeah, a lot more uncomfortable, I think, especially without a spade.
Patrick happy to just c-bet fold to any aggression. Bonomo on the climb. As I turn my attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, it is still the Frenchman, Imad Derwichi. I do apologize, Imad, for the butchering of your surname. Morten Klein, second in chips. Leon Sturm, currently in third. The young phenom from Germany. Building a bit of a name for himself in the last 12 months or so as someone to keep an eye on. I was going through the Triton Poker Plus app and then my iPad decided to just crash. Here we are, technology. Ike Caxton in fourth, Justin Bonomo in fifth, rounding out the top five.
I don't have enough. I'm broke. Ask Nacho for his sports betting tips.
What?
I said welcome.
Don't know. Come on.
You should go.
Stop it. Don't get him started.
I already doubled him up, but I don't want to double him up again. No more gifts.
输给谁？99。JNT 啊？JNT 啊？哈
Oh, Benitez. Fresh off first final table in the 100k. Queen 10 of diamonds, enough to cook.
哇，我很痛，我这个被哇 one card streak team 啊！
Goika opening off of 15 bigs.
好了，
Certainly
你应该也是你是这边的。
looking for one of these players to get a little aggro.
Oh, he's going to price himself in against Boyka. No funny business here. Knows that Benitez is committed. So all the money goes in. 15 bigs. Piece. 490 in the middle as Belarusian.
哇，很 sick 啊
Reaches
这
for
个
his tee. Very comfortable. Calm and collected. Takes a little sip as well on the King 9-7 as it gets spicy.
Actually, back the flash and
Backdoor flush does now present itself. Jack or a diamond would be dirty. Boyka fades it.
But not.
Does he look worried to you, ladies and gentlemen? Don't even think he was sweating that one. Cool as they come.
Yeah, able to induce Benitez in that spot, and Benitez not having a bad showing here on his first time out. 9th place in the 100K for 288,000.
I tried. I'm not Argentinian, but
It's going up to
I fell for
10,000,
it.
20,000.
I fell for it. Fuck, what time is the NFL today?
20,000 big blind ante.
Oh, no.
I'm really getting what the phone was saying.
In 1 hour.
Go for hand?
Sorry?
I
I have a
think
big
this one
bet.
is- oh,
I have a big
holy
bet.
stuff.
The French showing up in force here in this 40k mystery bounty, scanning through the field. Axel, Halle, who we saw in Cyprus. So some bounties as well. Julian Sipon scrolling through the field. JNT, of course, #1 on France's all-time money list.
14 hands.
14?
Yeah, no shot clock. We're just going to be.
It's JNT, by the
That
way,
was gonna be
who
recording an Instagram story in the
has
middle of
moved up to first in chips.
How do you know?
Surprise, surprise, his nines cracking the kings of Richard Young in a monster 1.6 million chip pot.
Wow.
Ay, ay, ay.
Boyka fresh off that double up, raising with ace-9 suited, and Spencer,
5 seconds.
playable hand in the small.
Fold G.
Not a terrible board for ace high, but when Spencer calls out of the small blind, Boyka's going to be aware that that range will, of course, contain suited aces, but also some of the Broadway hands, ones that contain a queen, some pairs as well. Some of the medium to small pairs going to be in the calling range as well. So Boyka decides to check back against a fairly strong range, I think, flatting there from the small off of 25 bigs. Board starting to get a little more coordinated with that flush coming in on the turn, and certainly plenty of suited combos, I think, come along from the small blind as well. The suited connected ones.
This one going to get checked down to the river. It will chop at showdown. Should it check through? Telepass does now mean that Ace-King improves to Broadway, which is certainly a hand that Boyka could have played this way. With an ace and a 9 in his hand, what does he want to do here with 120,000 in the middle to fight for?
Yeah, isn't going to be able to win at showdown against some of those small and middling pairs. You know, would perhaps a Queen X or a Jack X just check to the river, but planning to check call. Play those as a bluff catcher.
Boyka really mulling this one over, happy to show it down, and they will chop. Lewis Spencer probably surprised to see 60k getting sent his way, as Boyka's kind of allowed him to show down that ace high.
very honest poker.
Now,
No bluff
just
here, no bluff.
receiving word, and again,
Bluff is forbidden.
just want to give credit where credit's due to our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, when it comes to coming up with ways to improve the overall product of these Triton events and just make sure it's fair across the board. Rather than playing out the 35-minute level where, because it's a bubble of sorts, bounty's not coming into play until day 2, Luca's aware that there's going to be a ton of stalling, and it's going to be boring for TV from an entertainment point of view, and it's also going to give an unfair advantage to a few players in the field. So what they've done is, rather than playing the full 35 minutes, we're just going to have 14 hands on every table. Once we played 14, we call it a day.
Yeah, it's nice to see, of course, tournament operators start coming up with ways to, of course, combat the stalling.
40.
Certainly, the size of the fields being a little bit smaller than, say, a big, you know, WSOP event or something where it's going to be a little bit harder to control these situations. But this is certainly the type of place where you can implement these things and prevent some of these players taking advantage. And looks like Barbero moving in from the small blind against the button open of Spencer.
It's the year of the Nacho. Good game, buddy.
You'll always have that, Nacho.
For the king or 10-10?
I had a bad feeling about this one.
I have a shot.
I had a bad feeling about this one, by the way.
Super dead.
Spencer's already counted out the chips.
Maybe
He's
on
like, I'm
the
dead.
window. Yeah, that's what
Of
I want.
his jigs.
What the fuck is this?
You can ask for a
The good
recount.
news is he can't be dead on the turn.
A little less confident, perhaps, but
Cowboy needed for Argentina's cowboy of poker.
Good game, guys.
Is it the third? Is it third hand?
Sorry?
I think it's third hand, right? Number 3? This hand is number 3
No,
hand.
it's the second one.
The second?
Second one.
Yeah.
The first hand Aces is not the first hand. Aces just now, Aces and...
Aces wasn't the first one.
Is it? Oh,
This is
oh
second
15K.
one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my
Just
bad.
the hand took forever.
Thank you.
It's too late and my brain's
Yeah.
Same here, Lewis.
Same goes to me.
Same for Lumlin, apparently, as well. Everyone's tired, forgetting how many hands are left.
I said 6-gapper. We're all tired.
Yeah, but you know, that's going to stick.
I just don't want to be worse at math than Randy.
That's
That-
tough. That's a tough beat. That is a tough beat.
There's just no way I can be. Like, I've listened to some of the things that Randy has said, and Randy is perhaps the least Asian person I know.
I'm glad you said it and I didn't have to. Thank you.
You're not allowed.
I'm Asian, so come on. I live in Asia. Have for a long time. But yes, in the group chat, he couldn't figure out how much 100 minutes plus 100 minutes converted to in hours. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one. Morton Klein. The Norwegian Armada that shot up in force here. The Triton series, currently second in chips overall. Number 1 and 2 about to lock horns deep into day 1.
It's pretty fun, you know, in these last few years to get to witness the jockeying of position up at the top of the all-time money list.
Yeah, we did see Bryn Kenny for quite some time, and then he just rocks up, says, hold my beer, guys.
Yeah.
Let me just ship this 250K retake numero uno.
It's pretty uncanny, Kenny's ability to win some of the biggest buy-in tournaments around.
Shows up for the big stuff. Gets it done. Bonomo gonna make the call. 350 in the middle. And a disastrous development for the Justin Bonomo fans out there as he's flopped top pair on the Queen Jack 7. Kenny even has the spades covered.
Kenny's going to start setting up for some easy bet jams, just trying to get all the money in. Started the hand with about 40 bigs. Bonomo with the covering stack. A little bit of coordination on the board. Perhaps some king 10s suiteds. It might call pre-flop. Couple of straight possibilities, flush possible, but a little less likely, just not too many combos when you have the ace of spades in hand.
We just playing a chip lead pot here, deep into day one between number 1 and number 2 on the all-time money list. Feels like an incredibly tough ask for Bonomo at this SPR to not lose it all.
Especially with the king of spades presenting what in Bonomo's mind are some valid backdoor options, not realizing that the spade is covered.
So I'm taking a little glance up at the clock there, perhaps using the tournament clock to randomize this spot he finds himself in. All options on the table, bar fold. Really mulling over this spot as he snaps. Kenny, that is. The all-in jam with Justin Bonomo. And we play a 1.7 million chip pot with just 9 hands left on the night. Pretty much guaranteed whoever wins this comes back with a top 5 stack tomorrow. Spades covered by Kenny. Bonomo looking for a king or a queen. Doesn't find it, Maria, and with that 3-bet pot collision on the Queen Jack 7 flop, bring Kenny. It's up to 1.7 million. Closing in on J&T and Faradine Mustafov at top of the chip counts.
And for sure, Patrick Antonius is sitting there thinking, you should have been out.
Yeah. It really does feel that way sometimes. What could have been. Just how many fortunes have turned at the flip of a card. It's something that we all sign up for when we register a tournament or a cash game. We claim to know what we're signing up for.
Let's not sleep on Morton Klein, who we just saw there. Actually 4th in chips overall with 91 bigs.
Let's not sleep on this massage that's...
Or let us sleep.
Still ongoing. Love to see it. I have to ask, Maria, because I don't know, and I've only done commentary with you at 2 events. When you first started playing poker, did you have dreams and aspirations for it to turn into what it has, or was it just like a hobby, passion project that then snowballed into what you've experienced over the last couple of decades?
When I found poker, it was just a game that I was immediately drawn to, that I loved. As we see Paul shoving here from the small blind into Justin's big. 8 bigs for Justin.
It's got the Robbie.
And you know, not to date myself, but when I first started playing poker, there really weren't all of these opportunities on the horizon for poker players. It certainly didn't have as much appeal back then as it does now. So I had no idea what it was going to turn into, and I really had no idea I'd still be in poker all these years later. So all I can say is I am grateful for where poker has led me.
Okay, so let's circle back round to the question. Was it a hobby?
Yeah.
Was it taught by family, friends, or?
Yeah, it was just friends in college, first year at the dorms. Had a Friday night poker game.
Okay.
No other women allowed to play in it. I mean, nobody invited me. I invited myself.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just like, hold on, lads. Let me show you how it's done. Show you how the girls get it done. And at what point would you say that you were like, okay, hang on a minute. Like, college can kind of, you know, take a little back seat.
Well, certainly my studies took a backseat. I still did end up finding my way to graduation.
Congrats.
Thank you.
How's that working out for you?
You know, haven't used my degree one bit, but I mean, actually, no. I say that, but it's not completely true. I was a communications major, so, you know, the broadcasting thing kind of ties into it now. But, yeah, it wasn't until after I graduated that I decided to pursue poker seriously, but I had already been playing for 4 years recreationally, built up a little bit of a bankroll. So I had some fun money.
Some fun money, I can imagine. LA, fun money. Some stories that probably can't be told on stream.
Yeah, it's just a pain
to be shared over a Tropicana or two.
What is a Tropicana? Like the orange juice brand?
That nonsense that Ali and Randy have been raving on about.
Orangina.
Is it Orangina?
Tropicana is this orange juice brand. I know what, I see where you got that from, but...
Sorry, we're losing the plot.
Follow them around.
Do not drink alcohol, Henry. Not even a little on a special occasion.
55. How much? 55.
London getting spicy from the small. And he's gonna head into battle. Tango with Francisco Benitez. Sparring partner. Potential for Linlan to take this away now on turn and river. Has now picked up an open-ender. Seems content to try and get queen high to showdown.
Yeah, and Benitez chose to check back that flop, even though it would be presumed that with that jack of diamonds, certainly going to have quite a bit of equity. But
Well,
now...
I like this from Benitez.
Yeah, presented with, of course, the ability to make a straight as well as a flush. Blocks Jack 10. Can perhaps get some weak ace-X's to fold.
Yeah, it feels like Lun Lun playing his hand a little bit face up there, just opening the door for Benitez to push him out. You a fan of the Vino? Have you seen?
I mean, in college, maybe in my early 20s. Okay, who am I kidding? Even in my early 30s. Some would say that I was a big drinker.
Okay. Some would say.
Most would say. Most people who've interacted with me. But, you know, not so much these days. Just the, the recovery period a little rougher than it was when I was younger. Now I'm more of a one drink, one night cap type of gal. You know, we gotta function the next day.
We do. Indeed.
Do you not like the taste of alcohol, or is it just purely for health reasons? Both.
It's more so that it can never just be a couple.
Oh, ooh, are you a belligerent drunk?
No, it's
Henry?
not that. It's just
Do you not trust the person that you turn into?
the times where it has, you know, a bottle of vodka or two, then lose 2 days of my life. So you know what? Let's just say no from the moment the tap opens and leave it there. It avoids all of that. It's Spencer with the tap open in the form of an open-ender against Leonard Maui.
5 seconds.
Can the check raise on the Jack 9?
Yeah, I can certainly rep, of course, trips in this spot, especially against a cutoff range that doesn't require too much strength to be opening from this position, and also going to be some bet folds from Mauer. All the draws come in right away on the turn, though.
Turns the queen high straight. Little straight flush draw for dessert.
Yeah, and this might be a tough card for Mao to continue on. Doesn't block any hearts with his holding behind to all the hands that check raise the flop on a draw, losing the trips. Pretty likely that trips would also fast play on that flop texture. Going for 3 streets with the sizing, keeping Mala in for less than pot behind here on the river, and just a complete brick.
430,000 in the middle. Undercard to the board. Both the SPR. Leonard really put to the test for his entire stack, one would assume, given the way this hand has played out.
Mao only beating some type of 10x, perhaps 10x of spades. You know, there's not going to be all the 10x offsuit combos in here from the big blind. The weakest ones are going to be out, so. Really just beating hands that have backdoor straight and flush possibilities.
All the cake late in day one. Wow, okay.
Who's that?
I feel that.
Yeah, tough spot for Mala when the river bricks, in the sense of, again, some of those 10x of spades bricking out.
Would a hand like Queen 8, 8-7, 10-8 continue?
Some of those hands might be a check raise on the flop. And, you know, when they get called again on the turn, realizing that they're going to have to turn that pair of eights into a bluff. But sometimes, you know, depending on, what their other potential blockers are, you know, might be a little bit afraid that they're running into top of range.
I think Spencer knows just how tough of a spot he put Leonard in. He's tanking that long with the King 9. Imagine how long it takes with the overpairs. 162 runners in this 40K mystery bounty. Top prize will be 718,000. That's on the cash side of the equation. We do have 1.6 million in bounties to award. Luca Vivaldi will be up tonight.
One of the last few hands of the night, and Loon picks up a premium.
Raise 40.
Raise 40,000.
Lun with kings. Spencer. Couple of threes.
Oh, sorry.
Julian Sibon. It's good to see Lunlun stack.
Might be interested in squeezing this spot, considering the small blind call out of Spencer and this weak ace.
Cool. Ill-timed aggression from Julian. Can understand with the overlay, the small blind pill, cut off open. Not always going to be running into kings here.
Loon can go for the 4-bet non-all-in sizing. Playing 870K to start the hand. Could just ship.
So many bigs. Does just jam, and Julian with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who saved you?
Late on day
You got
one.
the flop to set.
Maybe I
That's always annoying, man. That has got to be one of the most frustrating things in poker. When someone has their hand in the cookie jar, forces you out of the pot, and you don't even get to see the flop.
Yeah?
You won, right?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
can't get server set twice in 2 days.
Mhm.
Impossible.
Oh no, Spencer's resorted.
Yeah, so what's that? Today?
Loading it in.
Oh no, 2 days ago.
Oh, 2 days ago. Okay.
When was the last time you flopped a set?
I think I flopped this at APT Barcelona, actually, in the main. I don't think I got paid, though.
Oh, seen that?
That was annoying.
That's not why I asked, was it? They always want more chat.
It wasn't a big pot.
Poker
it was
players. Always not content with the flopping of a set.
Nice. 45,000.
Is there anything more fun than flopping bottom set against top 2? When it doesn't run out
Yeah.
a boat for them.
Flopping top set against middle set against bottom set.
Yeah, those are a little harder to come by. It always feels like I have the underset.
Boyka's turn. To put it all on request. 22 bigs.
You're flopping sets all the time in PLO, so I'm not even going to ask you that question.
Honestly, do you really want to set in PLO? I mean,
not really.
you're going to see that on full display at the end of this series. Give me the King Queen 10 of this day 1 coverage. 162 entries in a 40K.
Players certainly looking to survive to the day. Even if you're short, you know, you still have a chance to win some bounties, chip up a little bit tomorrow, be eligible.
Oh, sorry.
Have other players covered. JNT in the top spot with over 2 million in chips.
Let's go JNT.
Couple sub 10 BB stacks looking to hang on, and Justin Bonomo, Yao Ding, 8 bigs each.
Triton so much. Good pellets.
London activating late in the evening here.
This is going to be fireworks.
110,000 in the middle. Bottom 2 against Queen High Diamonds, and continuing into Leonard as he just announced himself now.
Yeah, might look to fast play, especially when we're looking at his stack size plus unlocking strong Jack X's under the gun range should contain a lot of strong hands that should be able to continue. O repairs, ace jack, king jack, flush draws. Does end up just calling, and that's a really lucky for Loon. Doesn't run out of 4 flush, because that would have been an action killer. Here, still might get some chips out of Maui yet.
The problem is it feels like you never get all of it when you take. When Leonard does probe for not all in, we then come over the top for all of it. That's one way to get it. It's when this happens.
Yeah, leave the old 5K behind. Hear your opponent announce all in, and you don't love it. don't even like it.
Cammy. Leonard knows. Look at him. He knows. With 5K, how many times does he win?
Easy.
Not happy about that one. Understandably so, as we head to the outer table. Paul against Bonomo on the Queen 9-8 board. Bonomo with... Is this too many outs? Spades, Jack, Ace, 10. All working for him. As he doesn't get there.
And Bonomo saying that it's not GG. As he does have Paul covered ever so slightly.
You can do it tomorrow.
Is it going to be great? I'm going to go in like 18 people.
2 BBs left in Bonomo's stack. Couple more hands to go in the night. If it weren't for the bounties tomorrow, he might just not even come back for the 2 bigs.
Bonomo, who was at one point high up the chip counts, that collision against Bryn Kenny in a 3-bet pot. Bonomo flop top pair against Kenny's aces, and then bricking the ace-10 on the Queen 9-8 2 spades board against Paul Bois. Pocket sevens. Bonomo gonna be everyone's favorite player to play against tomorrow with just 2 bigs as head back out to the red feature table.
Top 2 up against an open-ender. Neither player with a club. Loon certainly making his fair share of hands late in the night. Up to 1.4 million now, and how does he want to proceed against the C-bet? Certainly vulnerable to, of course, Jack 10, 10-7, naked clubs.
Clubs does bring a 4 flush. Neither player with a club in hand. Spencer want to try and just fold out some of these 1-pair type hands that check call and have to fold on this board texture. Looks like he is reaching for chips. 170 in the middle. It's a sizable bet as well.
Coming with quite a bit of heat. And this puts Lung Lu's hand in such an awkward spot. You know, you don't want to be calling this size just to hope to fill up on the river.
Well-timed aggression from Spencer, crossing the 1 million chip mark now. Last 3 hands announced. Spencer first joined us in London. Came 8th in the 60K for 213,000. Came 11th in the 125K main event here in Monte-Carlo. See if Spencer's truly moaned it in about the set situation.
I've seen it work before. It's not
I
my
mean,
go-to strat, but
we moaned it in for Vogelsang. Come on, we've moaned in a victory from the booth. That's powerful. We are for hire, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone out there still without a Triton trophy that want to sign
yeah,
up?
you know, you could probably grease our palms with some chicken tenders.
Some Red Bulls, some Tropicanas.
We're not asking for much, just the bare necessities here.
The simple bare necessities. How about this for a flop, Alex Boyka?
5 seconds.
80% of a royal flush. On the ace, king, 10, 2 clubs board. 3 under pairs. God, let's do it. Hey, yeah. I'm always rooting for the emptying of the clip with the underpair on these types of boards. Perhaps against 3 opponents, a tough ask on my part. It is late in the day. I don't mind seeing complete and utter carnage. With 3 hands left. How are we looking over there, Maria?
Pretty good for 1:30 a.m. You know,
definitely
it's only slightly haggard.
Only slightly what?
Haggard.
Haggard?
Yeah.
Absolutely no idea what that means. Hey Siri, what does haggard mean?
It's not a positive thing. I'll tell you that much.
Penultimate hand of the evening.
Looking ahead on the docket. Got a 50K 8-handed tournament tomorrow as well.
We do. Just
wow, we are last.
2 more Hold'em events after this one, the 50K and the 25K GG Millions. And then for the 4-card Hold'em fans around the world, we've got some 4-card fun in Monte-Carlo at the end of this Triton Super High Roller Series. Battle of the rags. Blind v blind. Action turn card, Maria. Who's going to sneeze at this one?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like towards the end of the night, these small, uncontested pots. Who wants it?
Go on, Lewis. You've got the 7 of diamonds, pal. You see it, I see it, we all see it. There it is. Little tickle. Form of 75%.
There we go.
Okay, walk and we go to sleep, guys.
Everyone's just
Everybody
checked
just
out,
wants
man.
to be done for the day.
You can tell it's a different...
Kings?
Yeah, I'm thinking to 4-bet or jam. So, yeah.
All right, I think we should bet on how often this
I
is just going to
probably
be a raise
bet
and
if
take
not
it
bounded.
pre-flop based on where
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
head is at right now.
Yeah,
Nah, the dealer's got
I don't
other
want to see an
plans.
ace on the board.
Poker gods are like, you know what?
I wish there was a
Let's just play a 3-way 3-bet pot to wrap up the night.
Flop ace king 3.
Yeah, not that. Not that.
Not this one?
Boyka's going to bed. Lundland's not.
Maybe like 3 days.
Not yet.
Will that take everything?
Race 45?
Race 45.
Is it last time?
45K to go.
Okay.
Okay, this is how we're going to know how tired Benitez is if he takes this 3-bet spot or not. See what I'm saying? These people
What's your play? Like a
are
million
done
more?
with the day.
Yeah, 1.2 I think.
Thank you very much. How much is it? 45?
45.
Sit on. It's the count with the raggy ace 3-bet once more. Opting not to this time. We are going to see a flop. We've seen one ace folded already. King, Queen, deuce board. All Lundland. Unless the Frenchman is seeing things that we're not.
35?
Bet 35,000.
Bag and tag, gentlemen. Bag and
Oh,
tag.
super tired day.
It's alright,
Yeah,
we're just
me
playing,
tired,
you
yeah.
know, for
My back is like, oh.
718,000
Need a
plus
good
bounty.
massage.
No big deal. Chaps. Adjust, of course, after a long few days of poker. Understandable that even the elites catch a case of fatigue. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Lundland going to bag 67 bigs. Going to come back tomorrow and bounty hunt as we back and tag here tonight. Welcome back to the break desk. Henry Kilbane alongside Maria Ho, just scanning through the field. 39 players finding the end of day one bag. Justin Bonomo is going to be everyone's favorite to play with at the start of play tomorrow. Just 2 big blinds as he's going to be, well, getting a lot of action, let's say, at the start of the day, Maria. And obviously, payout-wise, kicking things off with the bounties tomorrow. We'll be announcing them at the start of the stream. But 27 places paid with 33K in terms of a min cash. Any guesses on your part as to what the biggest bounty is going to be? There's about 1.6 million in the bounty prize pool. Throw a number.
I mean, I feel like if we want to get, you know, a couple of big ones in there, maybe 200-300Ks.
Okay, I'm going 400K.
You're going big.
Yeah.
2 400Ks.
1 400.
1 400.
That's going to be the top bounty prize. My guess is JNT, #1 on France's all-time money list, coming back tomorrow as chip leader. And you know, as if he needed an excuse to get involved with bounties on the line, he's going to be in the mix more often than not. Back tomorrow, 2 p.m. local time. Arlene Ajar going to be kicking off the show, and we're going to be playing down to a champion. So we'll see you here tomorrow. From Maria and myself and the rest of the team, we wish you good night.